Enemy Unseen, a post-apocalyptic invasion adventure by Kevin Partner. Book 1 of the Enemy Unseen series. For my daughter, Lucy. Chapter 1. Nate Carver woke, heart racing. He snorted, sucking air into his lungs, then rolled off the bed and down onto the soft and impractical shag pile carpet. Laying on his back as he fought to calm his breathing, he squinted to focus on the dim slivers of moonlight above him, swallowing time and time again like he was forcing razors down a parched throat. Status report. Nighttime. Either early or late, judging by the gray light leaking in past the bedroom drapes. And someone is here. Someone or something. Terror squeezed his heart as the cogs of his mind began turning. Remembering. The nightmare was real. He reached into the space beneath the bed and found the baseball bat. His fingers wrapped around the handle, and Ravi's smiling face emerged out of memory as the publicist handed over the keys to the apartment. Sure, this was an upmarket place in Evanston, Chicago, but you never could be too careful, Ravi had said. Hence the bat. Nate swept the memory away as he rolled over and got to his feet, reluctant as a rusty tin man. Ravi was dead, along with almost everyone Nate knew. 2 weeks ago, the enemy came. And now they were in his apartment. They, or the remnants of humanity that scavenged like rats in the wreckage. His legs shook as he moved toward the door. How long had he been out for? What did he remember? Taking his meds, then handing the bottle to Sophie. Sophie. Where was she? He raised the bat and pulled the door open, rushing forward, swinging into the half-familiar living room. He'd only lived here a few weeks, 2 of those since the world ended. A flashlight snapped around, blinding him. Voices. Human voices. Thank God. Young voices. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? He yelled, even as he strode forward, terror giving way to anger. If they were going to shoot him, they'd have done it already. One flashlight, at least 2 people. They were in the kitchen, and the light darted back and forth as they stuffed whatever they'd stolen into a bag and ran for the door. Nate, legs stiff and robotic, reached out for the flashlight, grabbing a handful of hoodie as the burglar screamed, tearing away from his grip. Beyond, he could sense more than see the open front door and the dark apartment landing beyond. How had they gotten in? He'd locked and bolted the door with care every night. No time for questions right now. Get out of here, he bellowed, swinging the bat without trying to connect. They were burglars, sure, but they were also kids. Pounding sneakers, a rush of wind, and they were gone. He slammed the door behind them and stood for a moment, head bowed as he waited for his heart to stop pounding. He glanced up at the poster he'd been leaning against. A young Nate Carver looked back at him, dressed in trademark oversized black leather jacket, face smoothed by makeup. Young, but not exactly innocent even back then. Sophie. He stumbled toward her room. Sophie, the daughter he hadn't known existed 3 weeks ago. Sophie, his constant companion since the world ended. The only thing in the world he cared about now. He opened her door, straining to see anything in the blackness beyond. Then he stopped, turned back and felt around until he found the candle on the bookshelf outside, and then the precious box of matches. Screwing his eyes half closed against the sudden brilliance, he lit the candle, as the flame seethed in a fog of steam. Jesus, it was cold. Then he leaned the bat against the wall and went inside the room. Soph. You hear? Nothing. And her bed was empty. Panic rose, thickening his throat as he fell to his knees and brought the candle down. Was she under here? No, just shadows and storage boxes. It only took seconds to check the rest of the apartment. Where could she be? Then he gasped and looked down at the hand that had grabbed at the burglar. Had that been her? Could it have been? But why? He stood in the living room, candle sweeping left and right as if she might emerge from the shadows. She wasn't here. But he wasn't alone. They were here. Terror suffocated him as he stood like a rabbit in the headlamps. The baseball bat was still leaning against the wall outside Sophie's bedroom. Not that it would have done much good, but he decided that when they came for him, he'd face them swinging. But it was aware of him, aware he'd noticed it. As soon as he moved to get the bat, it would attack. He kept his eyes on the shadows beneath the countertop and tried desperately to calm his thoughts. That's how they found you. A panicked mind was like a hilltop beacon to them. Breathe in 2, 3, 4, out. In 2, 3, 4, out. He was invisible on a calm sea. As he edged his way backwards, he forced down the horrors he'd seen these past weeks, pushed them out of his mind. Bodies torn apart and consumed. And the worst, the very worst, those who'd lost their minds. Ignored by the creatures and left to starve to death or attack other survivors. And now Sophie was out there. And he was in here. With one of them. Breathe. He couldn't help her if he was dead. Edging back, he put out his hand without taking his eyes away from where he knew the thing to be, fingers groping for the bat. He sensed it moving out from beneath the counter. A darkness within the shadows getting ready to strike. There. Finally, his fingers wrapped around the bat's handle. It moved toward him, a shimmer in the dark, a ripple in the fabric of space. Now. He yanked the bat and swung double-handed as it came for him, weapon whistling through empty air. In his terrified mind, he saw jagged teeth puncturing his flesh, even as he felt the thing's weight, saw the blood pouring down his arm. Reflexively, he tried to fling it away, roaring in pain and fear as with his other arm, he tried to rip it from him. It felt like wet, clammy nothingness, and its teeth sank in deeper as it gripped tighter. Agony. The candle lay where he'd left it, and in desperation, he reached for it, bringing it up to see the unseeable. But the brighter the light, the less it illuminated. The ripple had gone, and only the pain and weight told him he was locked in a mortal battle with a barely visible, demonic creature. He stabbed the darkness with the candle flame, bringing it so close he could feel the heat on his blood-soaked hand. And then a stab of unbearable pain, a hideous shriek, and the weight vanished. His arm was free. He waved the candle around where it must have hit the floor, but found nothing. Nate stood up, eyes searching the darkness, head moving left and right, seeking any telltale ripple. When you hurt them, their camouflage failed. He'd heard that. So where was it? Not on the floor. Something landed on his back, sharp claws rending through his t-shirt as he roared in pain. He was a fool. Always look up. He knew that, but he'd forgotten, and he called out as the thing sliced through the skin of his back. He staggered, dropping the bat and clutching at his back, but finding nothing he could get a grip of. Then, as he fell backward, his heel tripped on a pair of boots, and he lost his footing. His arms went out, and he toppled to the ground. His head hit something hard and heavy on the way down, and blackness took him. Chapter 2. Nate blinked back to consciousness to find the apartment flooded with daylight. As his mind emerged into hideous reality, he gasped, remembering the struggle with the creature. Where was it? He rolled onto his side, groaning as the t-shirt came away from his spine, gravity tearing apart the dried blood glue. His right arm was caked in deep red, and he clenched his fist, looking for the puncture marks in his flesh. And then he searched for the thing that had made them. Then he remembered. It had been on his back. Twisting around and pushing himself backward, he searched for it on the fake cedar floor. There. Thank God it was dead. He'd fallen backward on it, crushing it beneath him. He kneeled beside the black stain. They did this, disappearing after death, rotting into their constituent parts within hours. Except for the teeth. White against the orange wood, they lay where they'd fallen from the thing's jawless mouth. Nate got to his feet, steadying himself against the wall, glancing to the front door. Last time he'd shut one of them in with him. This time he could be certain he was truly alone. If he wasn't, they'd have attacked together, and he'd be dead now. Alone. Sophie. He staggered over to the door and peered through the spy hole. Nothing moving, so he opened it a crack, then stuck his head out until he could be sure that there was nothing hiding. The kids who'd broken in were long gone. Broken in? No. One of them was Sophie. At least, that was the only answer that made any sense. No need to break in if someone was going to open the door for you. Nothing made any sense. They'd both taken their meds at the same time, so they should have woken up together. That had been the pattern of the past 2 weeks. The things couldn't find you if you were asleep. They seemed to be able to home in on waking thoughts and emotions, so the only safety during the hours of darkness lay in sleep. And they couldn't tolerate sunlight. So he was safe now. He was safe until nightfall. What should he do? He had to find Sophie. She was a smart kid but naive. She'd been safe here. Why had she gone? For 15 years he'd not known she even existed, though he'd kept vivid memories of the night she was conceived. He just hadn't known of the consequence of that drink-fueled night of passion, because her mother hadn't told him. Then 10 weeks ago, he'd come back to the U.S. Nate had wanted to sneak in under the radar, but Ravi explained that a nice apartment and the time to rebuild his career and write the tell-all book cost money, and the price of that was publicity. Mai had gotten wind of his return, and so he'd learned about Sophie. Less than a month ago, she'd arrived at the apartment, despite Ravi's advice that he ignore Mai. She was, in the publicist's opinion, angling for a financial settlement. But Nate didn't care. He had a daughter and wanted to get to know her. And now he'd lost her. She'd run away. The arrival of the creatures and the end of the world had brought the two of them together pretty quickly. Silver linings, you had to take them where you could. So he had to go after her. First, though, he had to clean himself up. He glanced at the countertop as he headed for the bathroom, stopping mid-stride. Something was very wrong. At first, he couldn't put his finger on it. It was a mess, sure. The kitchen closets had been emptied, and in the panic to get away, cans and packets he'd scavenged from other apartments lay scattered across the floor and on the bar stools. And he would never open the microwave again, knowing what was inside. Then he saw a pathetic bundle of dried leaves and paper-like yellow petals. The daffodils had been put there by the apartment manager as a kind of welcome gift, a cluster of bulbs in a shallow glass bowl. Probably bought in the store sale after Christmas. Something about him being English, but it being the wrong season for a rose plant, so they'd settled on daffs because, after all, English and Welsh were more or less the same thing, weren't they? He hadn't enjoyed many laughs since moving in, but contemplating the manager's ham-fisted, though doubtless well-intentioned, total wrongness was hilarious. He'd smiled every time he'd looked at the yellow flowers. He wasn't smiling now. They were dead. Desiccated. Then he gasped. How long had he slept for? They might have been dry before they took their meds, but he'd have noticed if that had been yesterday. These looked like they'd been left without water for days. But the meds were only supposed to last 12 hours. He grabbed the counter as panic gripped him, wincing at the pain in his back and arm. Then he swung back to his bedroom and took the pill bottle from the nightstand. It was empty. Then he remembered. They were running out, and he'd gone looking for a new supply. He traded half their food for a handful of pills from a man who'd said they were azepam. Nate had no choice. Night was coming, and if they were awake, the things would see them, and no door or window could keep them out. So he'd given Sophie the last few of their regular supply, and he'd taken one of the new pills. And finally he came full circle, understanding, at least in part, what had happened. Sophie had woken to find him still asleep. How long had she watched him, perhaps waiting, terrified for him to stop breathing? Finally, maybe she'd gotten desperate enough to go looking for help, and he'd woken up to find burglars in his apartment. But why had she run? He felt like he'd solved part of the mystery, only for the remainder to be frustratingly out of reach. But part of an answer was better than nothing. His next steps were clear now. First, clean himself up. Then go looking for meds. Because he'd spent one night cowering in the dark, listening to screams. That first night, when the creatures had arrived out of nowhere. He'd never do that again. He sat at the table by the window that looked out over Evanston, as he fastened the bandage in place with a band-aid. His arm ached, his fingers numb, but the puncture wounds were clean, no sign of any poison in those fangs. If luck existed in this new world, this was the form it took. His back looked worse than it was. He'd used 2 mirrors to peer at it, and had strained to clean it up using a towel. The bath had been full, though he couldn't remember when he'd last gone up to the rooftop water tank to fetch it. Sophie must have filled it during those days when he'd been asleep, and she'd been alone. He shook his head in shame and guilt, instantly regretting it as it felt as though his brain was sloshing around inside his skull. And now he sat looking through the one-way glass at the cold, dead streets as he pulled a cleanish t-shirt over his head, followed by a sweatshirt and finally, a woolen sweater. It was winter in Chicago, and 4 layers, including the coat hanging in the closet by the door, was the bare minimum. Nate rubbed his eyes. He wanted so much to stay here and rest his aching body after the struggle with the creature, but he had to go after Sophie, and to do that he needed a supply of meds because sure as hell he wasn't taking another of the fake ones on his nightstand. So the first order of business was to check the apartments in this block, in case he'd missed any that were untouched. It was a forlorn hope, but it was somewhere to start. He wondered, as he looked down at the rotting cars and the UPS van in the road outside his apartment block, whether he'd ever get used to the dead. They were everywhere. He knew he had nothing to fear from them, it was the living he had to watch out for, but that didn't make them any more welcome company. He grabbed a protein bar from among the mess on the countertop, pulled on his coat and slung the baseball bat under his arm. Then, after checking the spy hole, pulled the door open and slipped onto the landing. He waited for the echo of the slamming door to die away, breath clouding the dark space, and listened. Civilization's death had been marked by blood, burning, and bodies, but its epitaph was silence. Nate had gotten used to the dead, but the quiet stood as a constant reminder of the end of all things. The quiet made it all the harder to ignore the sound of a woman's voice, calling out in pain and desperation. Chapter 3. It was a dull, Chicago winter's day, as he emerged from the apartment block to stand at the top of the flight of steps leading down. Keeping as low as he could, he ran down to ground level, eyes sweeping the scene for any signs of movement. He paused beneath a tree, boots crunching on fallen leaves, and listened. He hated the silence but wanted with all his heart for the woman to stop calling. It could be a trap after all. And he had to go after Sophie, though he had precious little chance of finding her if she wanted to stay hidden. He was about to head toward Chicago Avenue and the university when the woman cried out again. What was wrong with him? Why couldn't he just ignore her? He had enough problems of his own. The voice wasn't Sophie's, he was certain about that at least. It was deeper, more mature. And it was desperate. It was coming from across the road, where a tall tower block rose at the intersection. He saw no people on the balconies, many of which were disfigured by black smoke stains that betrayed the inferno that had gripped the building a week ago. He picked his way across the road, threading his way between a crumpled Toyota facing the wrong way and the F-150 it had collided with. He didn't look through their windows into the shadows beyond. He'd seen enough death without going out of his way to find more. Bundles of clothes, lying as if left behind by those trying to escape the disaster, more often than not contained the rotting remains of their owners. Now they were nothing more than background, to be ignored while his attention was given to those that moved and threatened. Reaching the other side of the highway, he glanced left and right, snapping back as he glimpsed a flash of movement. A month ago, he'd have dismissed it as nothing more than an optical illusion, but he'd learned to trust his peripheral vision. It was broad daylight, so it wasn't the enemy, the squid as Sophie had named them, but that didn't mean he was safe. He tightened his grip on the baseball bat, wishing for the 100th time he had a firearm like just about every other resident of the city. But he was British, and it didn't come naturally to him. He was more likely to shoot himself than an enemy after all. Nate made it to the shelter of the apartment block's entranceway, just as the cry went up again. Was it getting weaker? Could he just turn around and leave? Sigh. The entrance to the block was battered and glassless, the door's metal frame bashed in and shot to pieces. Boots slip-sliding on crunching glass, he moved slowly inside, head darting from side to side, expecting at any moment to hear a challenge or the thump of gunshot. The cry came again, echoing down the central stairwell from above. The hallways stank of burned plastic and something altogether more horrific. But for some reason, he pressed on. He'd find this woman, do what had to be done, then be on his way. She might have meds after all. He shook his head. His younger self would have laughed at him, and Nate cursed the newfound self-awareness that had brought him across the Atlantic, searching to lay old ghosts. And it brought him the honesty to acknowledge that every choice he made in this ruined world was tinged with the eternal question: what did he get out of the situation? He wanted to believe that he was seeking this woman simply because she was a fellow human being in distress, but that would be a lie. And for all his faults, Nate Carver wasn't a liar. Not this Nate Carver, anyway. He climbed the stairs, pausing at each landing to listen, glancing at the slumped figures in the wreckage, alert for any sign of movement. This apartment block was even more like a war zone than his, and it looked to have descended into anarchy, caught fire, and then been abandoned. Or at least almost abandoned. And then he reached a level with no fire damage. It was the 6th floor, invisible from his own apartment. Then he heard the voice again. Next floor up. He ran up the stairs, legs filling with lactic acid, then emerged into the half-light of the 7th floor landing. There were 3 doors to his left. One was open. He hefted the baseball bat and hustled along, flattening himself to the wall like a thrift store FBI agent. Is there someone there?" the voice called. Nate swung around the front door and peered into the darkness. A deafening bang and something fizzed past his ear. Instinctively, he fell to the floor and scrambled sideways. "Don't shoot, you stupid cow. I'm here to help." That's what they said. Who? The ones who broke my leg. Keeping himself out of view of the shooter, Nate tried to pierce the darkness and get a fix on where she was. He'd had an impression of a shape sitting in a chair looking directly at the door. So he guessed he had walked into a trap. "I'm not them," he said. "Do you want my help or not?" What was he going to do if she said no, he wondered. "Are you English?" she said. "Does it matter?" At least she'd calmed down a couple of degrees. "I'm not about to put my gun down until I know you a little better." "You're Canadian?" "How can you tell?" "I guess we're both fish out of water," he said, relaxing a little. To be honest, the Canadian accent sounded a lot like standard American to him, except they said about like a boot. He heard her sigh, then gasp as if in sudden pain. Then he heard the thunk of something heavy dropping to the floor. The FBI agent he'd been channeling would have taken the opportunity to rush her. But then the FBI agent would have had a firearm. "You okay?" he said, sneaking a look around the corner. Now his eyes had adjusted to the darkness. He could see a dark shape in the shadows, though he couldn't work out exactly what he was looking at. But whatever it wasn't moving. "I'm coming out, all right." Carefully, inch by inch, on hands and knees, he crawled around the floor-standing closet he'd been hiding behind. Now he felt completely exposed. If this was some cunning trap to get him to reveal himself, it had worked. He ground his teeth as he waited for her to bring the gun up and mow him down. He wasn't made for the end of the world. And then he'd got to her. The gun was laying beside her outstretched hand, but she didn't react as he pulled it away. She'd passed out, and he could hear her breathing quietly as he crawled to the picture door leading onto the balcony behind her, drawing the drapes back to flood the apartment with light. It made his burglarized place look clean and tidy. The woman had been hiding here since the night when the creatures came, he guessed, and the floor was littered with opened, empty food packets that were gathered into piles in the corners. But behind the new garbage lay the signs of a disorganized mind. An academic mind, perhaps. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stuffed with obscure old books with more squeezed into every space. He left the gun, an ancient revolver, on a round wooden table, then went back to where she lay and kneeled beside her head, fingers resting on her throat, checking her pulse as he looked for any signs that she was coming around. He guessed she was in her 60s, with short, gray and white hair and black plastic glasses that had half slipped off her nose as she'd fallen back. He couldn't see that either of her legs was broken, or that she had any major injuries. How had she stayed alive so long? The nights were long and cold and filled with monsters, after all. Time to be practical. Soon enough it'd be dark, and by then he needed to be at home and with the meds to sleep. He left her there and made his way into the bathroom, but found nothing useful. Thankfully, the apartment still had running water, gravity-fed probably, but he was glad to emerge again. Her bedroom was no more productive. He didn't have time for this. Looking for these? The woman was looking up at him as he walked into the hallway, holding out a pill bottle. Restorol. Yeah, something like that. She shook her head. You're just like the others. Only in it for what you can get. It'll be nighttime soon enough, can you blame me? She shrugged. You can reach the gun. Why don't you take it? And put me out of my misery. I'm Nate, he said. Evelyn. Typical British, we have to be introduced before you shoot me, is that right? Nate shook his head, sighing. I'm not going to do that, Evelyn. She nodded. But you'll leave me alone for those things to find me, because I sure as hell am not going to be able to sleep without meds. Are you that much of a coward? Are you that much of a drama queen? He snapped. He looked back at the splintered remains of the door. You'll have to come with me. We'll go back to my place, take our meds and sleep out the night. Then we'll work things out tomorrow. Well, that's fine and dandy, but my leg's broken. Then you'd better learn to hop, Nate said, his patience finally giving way. Chapter 4. Nate came around the following morning, for a moment wondering where he was. This didn't look like his flat at all. Then he remembered. His home was thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic. It looked out over Portsmouth Harbor, and he'd spent many an hour drinking himself into a stupor and watching the Isle of Wight ferry go past. No, this wasn't his flat. This was the apartment he'd rented while he'd tried to resurrect his music career and write his salacious memoir. Being notorious had its advantages. There was no such thing as bad publicity, though his life story had tested that to its limits. 15 years ago, he'd been touring with his band, Union Beat. 15 years ago, he'd met Mai, and unknown to him, Sophie had been conceived. 15 years ago, Alfie Turner, lead singer and complete arsehole, had been found face down in the hotel swimming pool. And that was that. Everyone knew Nate hated Alfie. It was good for their image, he'd been told. But his hatred was the only thing about the band that hadn't been manufactured. Everyone knew Nate hated Alfie, and so everyone knew he'd been involved in the man-child's death. Except Nate had been with Mai that night, conceiving Sophie as it turned out. No, this was no good. Dwelling on the past was bad enough in normal times, but right now he needed to think about nothing other than surviving and finding Sophie. He heard a groan coming from the living room, then remembered his visitor. Evelyn. Man, it had taken every ounce of his strength and stamina to get the woman here. She'd taken enough painkillers to fell a rhinoceros, and was only just conscious by the time they reached his apartment. He'd half-dragged her into Sophie's room, then taken one of Evelyn's pills and gone to sleep with the revolver under the pillow. "Am I a prisoner?" she said, not looking at him. She was sitting on a bar stool, picking through the wreckage left by the burglary, with Sophie's comforter wrapped around her shoulders. Only the doors locked. Nate wasn't in the mood to play her games, but simply marched across the room, scratching at his scalp, and unlocked the door, swinging it open. "Be my guest. Last time I woke up, the place was being burgled. Didn't want the same thing to happen again." "Oh, don't be such an ass," she said, turning to him with a tired smile on her face. "I know who you are, by the way." Nate grunted and thumbed at the poster by the door. "I haven't changed that much. We were pretty big over here for about 5 minutes. Didn't one of you die? What was he called?" "Alfie Turner." She sniggered, then slapped her hand over her mouth. "Sorry. It just seems ironic, but drugs killed your friend, and now the same kinds of drugs are all that keep us alive at night. Drugs and liquor, anyway." "He wasn't my friend," Nate snapped, unable to help himself, though he knew it made him sound petulant. "But yes, I take your point." "Evelyn MacArthur," she said, her eyes twinkling. "Professor of History, Philosophy, and Social Studies of Science and Medicine at the University of Chicago. Or, I should say, former professor. Guess I won't be getting my pension now." Nate stepped into the handshake. "Good to meet you, formally. How's your leg?" She leaned down and touched her shin where a red and black wheal festered. "Jesus, that looks nasty. What happened?" Evelyn winced as she moved her leg, as if trying to loosen it up. "I was a silly old fool, that's what. They were just kids, so I let them in." Nate's stomach tightened as he thought of Sophie. "I know, it was stupid," Evelyn said, mistaking his expression. "But I hadn't spoken to anyone in so long. I thought maybe they'd be able to give me some news. Or just some company." "This doesn't look like a gunshot wound," he said, holding the back of her leg. She sighed. "It isn't. I guess I didn't want it to sound like a soft touch. But that's exactly what I was. One of them, the biggest, a boy, had a crowbar and he hit me with it. Didn't even warn me. The girls, there were 2 of them, yelled at him, but they all ran when I pulled the gun out. When I heard you, I thought it was them coming back, and kids or no kids, I wasn't giving them another chance. But you were crying out. That's how I knew someone was in trouble. I'm a contradiction. I was desperate, but then when I heard you, I panicked." Nate straightened up and looked her in the eye. "Was one of them, I don't know," he broke off as he sought the right word, "mixed race?" "Most kids around here are, Nate. I mean, maybe part Vietnamese." Evelyn screwed up her eyes as if trying to recall their faces. Then realization dawned. "You know them?" "My daughter is quarter Vietnamese. She ran out of here 2 nights ago, and I was looking for her when I found you. It was a half-truth, and it'd have to do." "Then you were in the right place at the wrong time, it seems." Evelyn looked at him thoughtfully. "I'm slowing you down, aren't I?" "I don't know where to look. At least now I can start from your apartment block. But I'm going to get you patched up first, as best I can. You sure are nothing like the image I remember." You don't strike me as a connoisseur of second-class boy bands." She smiled at that. "Looks can be deceiving. I'll do you a deal. Help me get back on my feet and I'll come with you. You're not a Chicagoan, after all. Neither are you. I've been here long enough to be the nearest thing you'll find. I can help you find her if you'll let me." He held her gaze for a moment and his fate was sealed. "Sure, why not? Well, for starters, this old woman was practically one-legged. But the die was cast. Time to see whether it came up 6 and roll again." "Thank you, Nate. You're a kind man. And we will find her." "You reckon? Why so sure?" "Because I know where they're hiding out." His jaw dropped open. "What? How?" "One of the girls, not your daughter, said to the boy she was going to tell the principal if he hit me again." Nate scratched his jawline, rubbing at the stubble. "How does that help?" "I mean, the university's just there," he said, waving vaguely at the window. She shook her head, a slight smile creasing her lips. "There's no one called principal at the university. Principals work in schools, and there's only one school nearby, Maple Grove Prep. I'd bet $1 to a dime that's where they came from." "You know where it is?" She shrugged. "Sure. It's no more than a mile or so, I guess." "Then let's get you cleaned up, and see if you can carry any weight on that leg." He found a bandage in the bathroom, then lit the camping stove that stood on the now useless electric hob and filled a pan from a big water container while she watched. "You sure got yourselves together, eh? Well, I was too scared to leave my apartment." He stirred the pan as his face flushed. He always had been bad at taking compliments. Most of the neighbors died on the night, and the rest cleared out over the next few days. I realized I could take what I needed, or someone else would. There's not much food left, but we've still got medical supplies, luckily. "What do you do for water?" He gestured at the ceiling. "There's a tank in the roof space 2 floors up. Took me a while to find, and I don't know if it's safe to drink, but I reckoned it was going to be better for us than trying to collect rainwater." When the water was bubbling away, he soaked a towel in it and dabbed the dried blood and plasma from her leg as she held onto the table and gritted her teeth. She was a tough one, that was for sure. "Tell me your backstory," he said. He needed something to distract him from the task at hand. "How long have you lived in the U.S.? Through clenched teeth, she said, "Oh, about 10 years. I worked at the University of British Columbia, but," she sighed and rubbed her eyes, "well, let's just say my life fell apart and I was offered a job at UChicago. I could have retired, and maybe I should have, but I wanted a change of scene, you know." Nate grunted as he dabbed away at the last of the dried blood. "I should be at home right now, but then I guess I would probably never have heard about Sophie then." And that was a double-edged sword, to be sure. He'd met his daughter, and the two of them were just getting over her reserve and becoming acquainted when the world ended. "Tell me about her," Evelyn said, taking the towel from him and drying her leg. Nate shook his head. "She's a special kid. 15 going on 50 in some ways, 5 in others. Ma gave me a hell of a talking to when she left Sophie here. Like I'd never heard of the spectrum before. Ah. Yeah. She's so smart. Some people would call her a pain in the arse, she's so... I don't know." Evelyn put the towel down on the counter and watched as Nate bound up her wound with a fresh bandage, before rolling down her pants leg. "Pedantic?" "Exactly. You know the kind of person?" She laughed at that, and the warmth of it seemed to fill the room for a moment. "I've worked in academia my entire life." Sounds like she'd fit right in. Nate smiled, then held out a hand as she climbed down from the bar stool and tried to put weight on the leg. "How does that feel?" he said as she winced. "Like someone just tried to break my leg," she said, limping slowly around the kitchen area. "But I'll survive." Nate shook his head. "No, it's no good. You'd better rest up here, you're in no fit state to walk. I'll go look for her myself, you can give me directions." "No way," Evelyn said with sudden vehemence. "You're a nice guy and all, but I'm not staying here on my own while you get lost. Give me some Advil and an hour or two, and we'll go find your daughter." Chapter 5. 2 weeks before. Nate held the door for his daughter as she carried the remains of her pizza inside, giggling. His daughter. The concept blew his mind. He'd been totally unaware of her existence for the 15 years of her young life, until just over a fortnight before when he'd gotten a call that changed everything. On New Year's. Then she turned up at his door. Nathaniel, Nate, Carver was a relic of the 21st century's first years. Boy bands were at their height in popularity, and he'd been the guitarist and main songwriter for Union Beats, a band that had reached the heights with their first album and seemed destined for at least a few years of success, enriching those around them and perhaps setting the band members up for life. And then Alfie had ruined it all. "I don't know how you can stomach that," he said, smiling as he slid the 3 remaining slices onto a plate and handing it to Sophie. "Mom said I had to try an Italian beef pizza while I was in Chicago, and she was right, it's awesome. Just don't visit your cardiologist for a few weeks, will you? Your cholesterol will be off the charts." She gave him that distinctive, puzzled look he'd become so used to. "I've never been to a cardiologist." "I was joking." "Oh." He sat on a bar stool next to her and poured himself a Coors Light. "You want me to reheat that? It must be cold." "I like cold pizza. But I'm a master of the microwave." "That's okay, Nate." It was ridiculous, but it hurt that she didn't call him Dad. She'd acknowledged the fact of her genetic descent, though she looked little enough like him, but Nate knew that fatherhood was earned, and he was 15 years late to that party. "You're a weird kid," he managed. She wasn't to know that this was exactly what his older brother had called him back in the day. She smiled with the same slight awkwardness that characterized their new relationship. "So you want to watch something before we turn in?" he asked. "Unless you want to go to a bar." She was 15, which would limit their choices to places that weren't actually bars, but still he hoped she couldn't tell how much he wanted her to decline the offer. Good grief, he'd only turned 40 a few months ago. All he needed was a pipe and slippers, and he could entirely give up. "Have you got Apple TV?" "Phew. Sure. What shall we watch?" "The morning show." He had a thing for Reese Witherspoon. He'd even met her once, but wasn't going to tell his daughter that. "Have you seen the new series of Foundation?" He smiled and picked up the remote. This was shaping up to be an excellent evening after all, though he wondered how long it would be before he'd know whether his intestines agreed. He'd only ordered a deep pan pepperoni, but my, it was spicy. Sophie dropped into place beside him on the sofa as he got lucky with the room controls, and the lights dropped. Yes, this was going to be a good night. "Did you hear that?" Sophie said, sitting up and looking toward the window. Nate snorted as he emerged from a Witherspoon-inspired daydream. "What?" "Someone crying out, I think." Nate got up and wandered over to the window. It had been dark for hours, and the glass refracted the twin streams of car lights below, one white, the other red. He slid the window open, enjoying the invigorating effect of the cold air. Then he heard it, and he knew something was wrong, very wrong. The screams and shouts were coming from everywhere. And the traffic wasn't moving, the highway blocked by a car that had spun through 90 degrees, human voices punctuated by the blare of car horns. And then a gunshot. What the hell was going on? An insurrection? Sophie flicked on CNN as Nate pulled the window half shut, muffling the noise from below. Reports from all over the country. Attacks by forces unknown. At present, we don't know which foreign power is responsible, and are awaiting word from the White House. Nate came to stand behind her, looking up at the TV with his mouth wide open. The view on the screen changed to what was obviously a feed from a smartphone. It was dark inside an apartment, and someone was recording for posterity as another human being was being ripped to shreds by what? The picture was shaky, and whoever was doing the recording was obviously panicking and not going to help, as another figure frantically tried to aid the person being attacked. What's happening? Sophie was looking up at him, horror on her face. Not a clue, Nate said, heading back to the window and sliding it fully shut. The noise outside was cut off, but the scene was just as chaotic. Figures ran back and forth as people abandoned their vehicles, while the orange glow of fires leapt up. On the TV, the news anchor was now talking to camera, her body looking as though it were going through the motions as her mind fought to keep a grip on sanity. "The president has ordered the mobilization of all federal military assets," she said, before pausing, looking down at her notes and shaking her head. Then she froze and looked to one side as a scream went up in the studio. "Lyle. What's happened?" And then the TV went black as the power in the apartment went out. Sophie screamed while Nate switched on his phone's flashlight, stumbling toward her, pushing down his rising panic. She climbed over the back of the couch and reached for him, wrapping her arms around his hips and gripping him close. Well, he'd wanted a closer relationship with his daughter. Be careful what you wish for, Nate. I don't know what's going on, Soph, he said, stroking her hair. But first things first, we have to be safe until the power comes back. I'm going to lock the door and get some stuff together. Have you got a gun? She said, looking at him. He shook his head. I'm English, he said. I wouldn't know one end of a gun from the other. But I've got a baseball bat. Wait on the couch and I'll get everything together. I'm going to call Mom. He left her there, went to the front door, and paused for a moment, ear pressed to the wood, contemplating whether to open it. Should he ask the neighbors? He'd only met a couple, and then only to say hi to. He heard shouts of fear and alarm from the landing outside, and decided not to open the door. He had his daughter to think about, and nothing else mattered. The phone's just beeping, Sophie called out from the sofa as he made his way toward the bedroom. Network's probably overloaded, Nate shouted, having no idea if that was even possible. Keep trying. He pulled the baseball bat out from under the bed and checked that the window was locked, then went back to the living area. Fists banged on the outside of the door. Let me in. Please. Nate made a move, then stopped himself. Don't please, Sophie said. The fists pounded. Then the words merged into a scream that trailed away as something heavy hit the floor outside. Sophie began whimpering, legs drawn up to her chest, body shaking. Nate sat beside her and pulled her to him, but he couldn't get her to calm down at all, even as he felt his mind spin out of control. Then he remembered something Mai had told him before she left Sophie at his place to return to Los Angeles. She'd given him so many instructions he'd hardly been listening by that point, but she'd said something about panic attacks. Where was the ring binder? He ran back into his bedroom and found it beneath a pile of clothes he hadn't gotten around to washing yet. He took it to the kitchen counter and used his phone's flashlight as he flicked through the pages. There it was, in a plastic pocket with a label saying, "Open in case of emergency." Well, on balance, he reckoned this counted. He unpopped the pouch and took out the pill packet that dropped onto the kitchen counter. Then he read the note. If she has a meltdown and you can't calm her, take one of these and put her to bed. She was still shaking and moaning on the couch, so Nate took a pill, filled a glass and sat down beside her. Your mom gave me these, they'll help, he said, keeping his voice as calm as possible. She looked out from behind her hands, then took the pill and swallowed it without a second thought, becoming almost instantly calmer. The placebo effect sure was potent. Maybe they were just sugar pills, but if they worked, he was happy enough. Now, you need to get to bed and have some sleep. She shook her head. Don't want to sleep. What's going on? But she didn't resist as he took her hand, and she followed him to the second bedroom. We'll work it out in the morning, he said, propping the baseball bat against the wall as she lay down, finally allowing her limbs to relax a little. You promise? I promise. What else was he supposed to say? Stay with me. Please. Don't worry, I'll watch over you, Soph. I'll keep you safe. She smiled, and with her door shut, the sounds from outside faded out, and he could pretend for a while that none of this nightmare was happening. He was just a father watching over his daughter. He turned the flashlight off and sat there, barely able to make out her form on the bed in the artificial light leaking from the little window. So, this was what being a parent felt like. Then he heard a pitter-patter, as of many legs tapping on the other side of the wall. Something was moving. And it was inside the apartment. How was that possible? Heart thumping, he got to his feet and grabbed the baseball bat. He saw in his memory those images from the newscast of people being torn apart. Well, they weren't going to get Sophie. Over his dead body would he allow her to be harmed? He pulled the bedroom door closed as silently as he could, then stood with his back to it, bat raised. He was of average build and had never swung anything bigger than a cricket bat, but whatever was in here was going to find out that passion and panic trumped expertise when it came to a father protecting his child. He tried to calm his breathing as he snuck toward the kitchen. A sense of immediate danger threatened to overwhelm him, and he fought to keep his terror under control. To lose his mind was to lose his life. The drape moved. There was something by the window. Had it slipped in when he'd opened it to watch what was happening below? Had he, through his foolishness, doomed them to the same fate as the neighbors? He raised the bat and held his breath as he reached for the curtain before yanking it back. He saw nothing but a flash of white teeth as he reeled back, swinging aimlessly. Then it was on him. And still, as he flailed left and right, he could see nothing in the darkness, the only light coming from the dying street below. Then he yelled as pin-sharp teeth sunk into his arm. He flung out his hand into a beam of light, the headlamp of a car being turned over down below. And in the light, he saw it. Or he didn't. He got a hint of a squid-like shape, all writhing tentacles and gaping maw, but the light seemed to go straight through it, as if it was refracting and scattering the car's beam before it passed, and the creature was invisible again. Nate thrust his arm down onto the countertop, aiming for where he'd seen the creature, but it simply tightened its grip, ignoring his efforts to dislodge it as it bound itself, limpet-like to him. And then the power came back on. For a moment it was visible, properly visible. Long enough for him to know that this was a real thing, not some spectral phantasm. There was nothing supernatural about his attacker, though it was no less horrific for all that. It seemed the creature was just as surprised as him at the sudden illumination. Nate felt its grip loosen. He ripped it away from him, then, operating on adrenaline, he reached up for the microwave. He opened the door and stuffed it inside. For a moment, he looked at the control panel. Why did these things have to be so complicated? He punched the keypad and pressed start, then stood back as the thing banged against the inside of the door, which cracked and shook. Any moment now, it would be out. He readied his bat. And the thing exploded. The door fell open, and a black, ruined carcass fell out, white teeth falling from its jawless maw onto the kitchen floor. The place filled with a stench from the deepest pits of hell, and Nate put his arm over his mouth and nose as he fell backward. He staggered back to Sophie's bedroom, shut the door behind himself, and collapsed to the floor, the baseball bat clutched to his chest. As his breathing calmed, he watched the door. Chapter 6. Today. "You son of a bitch," Evelyn said. "I'm not a cripple." Nate put the walking stick on the table, shrugging. "You're not coming with me unless you've got something to lean on. It's your choice." The older woman's face relaxed. She'd stayed put while Nate checked the neighboring apartments, deciding what to squeeze into the 2 packs they were going to take. "I'm sorry for being cranky, you surprised me, that's all." "It'll hook into this loop," Nate said, pointing at the rear of the backpack. "You don't have to use it if you don't need it. Might make a decent weapon." He should have led with that suggestion, he realized. She gave a tired smile. "Did you find anything?" "Not much." After all, he'd pretty much cleaned the neighboring apartments out in the 2 weeks since the creatures came. Out of a tote bag, he took his meager haul, some bandages he'd found under a mattress, half a strip of Advil, and a bundle of clothes. "Look, Evelyn, I need to ask. I have to know." "I'll share them with you, Nate," she said, holding up the pill bottle. "One's enough, so there's a week's worth for the 2 of us." "Thanks," Nate said. He wasn't going to take them off her, but if she didn't want to share, he'd have to go looking for more before he went after Sophie. "The last ones I took knocked me out for, well, I don't know how many days. It's funny," he added. "Can't imagine anything's funny these days. My life used to revolve around my schedule, and now I don't even know what day of the week it is." She pulled a battered black pocketbook out of her pocket and opened it on the calendar page. The days had been marked with a cross. "It's Tuesday, January 28th. They came on January 10th. Good grief. I was asleep for 4 days. Sophie must have been awake for all that time. No wonder she went looking for help. At least that's my guess." Evelyn shook her head. "Poor kid. Now how about food? And fresh water?" "I've packed everything I could into the packs, but it's mainly snacks. A couple cans of beans and soup." Nate shook his head. "I know, but I can't think past finding her and bringing her back here. Then I'll go foraging. There should be loads of food, so many people died on the first night." "Have you seen them yourself?" "The things?" Evelyn asked as she watched Nate checking his pack. "Yeah. 2 of them in here," he said, gesturing up above the hob. "Microwaved one of them, fell on the other." Her mouth dropped open. "You've killed 2. I was lucky. I guess you haven't seen any." "Not close up. I saw them on TV, but I've been taking sleeping pills for years, so I'm never awake at night." "That's when they get you, isn't it?" Nate nodded. "Yeah. I worked that out on the first night. I got attacked and Sophie didn't. It's like they don't see the same way as us. Or maybe it's closer to hearing. The two I killed didn't have eyes that I could see. But in the night, you can't hide from them. Billions tried and billions died. It was all so bleak. So final. Evelyn sighed and rubbed her eyes. Yeah. I think you're right. At first, all I could think of was trying to get back home somehow, but then I realized that this was happening everywhere. Except we got it first in the US. I mean, my folks in the UK would have seen the newscasts, but if it had happened over there first, we'd have heard about it. He swung the pack over his shoulder, and Evelyn took his hand. Where do they come from, do you think? My folks would have said hell. They're real enough, Nate said, not demons, though they might as well be. Look, I don't have a clue, so I'm clinging on to what I do know. I need to go after Sophie. If this is the end of, I don't know, everything, then I want us to be together to face it. That's all I care about, Evelyn. The next few hours. After all, it may be all we have. As they headed onto Chicago Avenue, Nate glanced left and right, looking for any signs of movement, before pulling the revolver from his pocket and checking it again. Evelyn had insisted on him carrying it, against his protests, and it was certainly heavy enough. She'd been given it by a fellow academic when she'd moved into her apartment, but had kept it hidden away until the apocalypse. She'd never fired it herself until the day she'd met Nate, and he hadn't even held a gun, much less used one, so they were both hoping that it was idiot-proof. He smiled as he put it back in his pocket. What's funny? Evelyn said, as she stood beside him in the cover of the entranceway. I was just thinking it'd be bloody typical if I survived 2 attacks, only to shoot myself. Gallows humor, I suppose. They don't go off unless you pull the trigger, and that's pretty heavy. But one thing I learned in my studies is that it's the person who looks the part who wins the game. Just remember that if we get into any trouble. That's why you've got the gun. I guess you're used to playing a role, or you were when you were in the band. Back then you were. This time Nate's laugh was genuine, and he caught himself putting his hand over his mouth. The boring, serious one, that was me. Alfie was the creative genius. The John Lennon to your Paul McCartney. Now you're taking the mick, Nate said, grinning at his new friend. So, which way do we go? She pointed straight ahead. Cross here and through the parking lot, I reckon. I mean, it's not as if I've ever been to the school, it's just I know it's that way. Nate hefted the baseball bat as he led the way across the road, picking his way past the car he'd seen flip on its roof on the first night. Now, a carbonized block of metal and plastic, Nate ignored the hand twisted into a claw hanging from the open door. He stopped to look back. Evelyn was limping along behind, stubbornly refusing to use the walking stick, steadying herself on the ruined cars. He tried not to snap at her, but ground his teeth, feeling exposed and only too aware that there were myriad opportunities here for ambush. You okay? He said as she reached him, panting. You don't have to keep checking on me, she said. I can look after myself. She held up the kitchen knife gripped in her right hand. Rather than respond, Nate jogged to the sidewalk and into the parking lot. A pickup truck and station wagon had collided in the entrance, blocking it, and cars had forged paths through the low bushes around its perimeter, only to be abandoned when they couldn't get onto the highway. As he passed into the parking lot proper, he tripped and almost fell, then looked down to see a human body that had been dragged out from beneath a car. The fingers of one hand were curled, as if they'd been wrapped around the trigger of a gun that was no longer there, and a black mark stained the white shirt where the man had been attacked. So he'd gotten one of them. Good for him. The body had been there, chilled for over 2 weeks now, and Nate didn't want to look any closer, but it was untypical for sure, as it had been left largely untouched. Nate had seen more than enough death to endanger anyone's sanity, and it was much more usual for the body to be entirely consumed. Somehow, in those final moments, dozens of creatures appeared out of nothing and delivered the coup de grace. It was as if they were attracted somehow, like sharks to blood. And all the while, they ignored the unconscious. Talking of which. Got any liquor, pal? Nate froze. He'd been sliding between cars, making his way to the far extent of the parking lot, when he'd seen the shape moving, raising a bottle wrapped in a brown paper bag. In the shadows sat an old man with a white beard and gray hair, looking like a dilapidated Santa. Sorry, Nate said, shrugging. Santa nodded knowingly. Got meds then, have you? That's none of your goddamn affair, Evelyn said. Oh, so you have. Makes sense, but liquor does the job just as well, and it's a darn sight more fun. Come on, Nate, Evelyn said. We've got a job to do. Nate turned to go, but stopped as Santa called out, Don't I know you? With a groan, he turned to the old man, Maybe. No, not you, the lady here. Evelyn had by now moved ahead, but she turned at the old man's words, a look of resignation on her face. Hello, Victor. Ah, I thought it was you, even though you're not in your business suit, the man said, sitting upright as he leaned against the driver's door of a Tesla. He had a gentle accent that might have been Eastern European or Russian. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? We don't have time for this, Nate said. This is Victor Kaminsky, Evelyn said, ignoring him. Professor of modern philosophy at the university. Nate gestured to her and made to move on. We need to find Sophie and get back before dark. I'm not getting into a pointless discussion about the meaning of life. Kaminsky smiled as he turned toward Nate. I would have thought this was exactly when we should be talking of such matters. Unless you know about these things and where they came from. I'm sorry to see you like this, Victor, Evelyn said, but we've got to move. Why are you out here in the cold? The old man shook his head sadly. My quarters are not welcoming anymore. At least the air is clean out here and it's warm enough in my bed, he said, pointing up at the back seat of the Tesla. I will not survive for long, and each night I hope that I will slip into the abyss and out of this nightmare. I would rather that the cold or liquor kills me than those creatures. Evelyn kneeled beside him and squeezed his shoulder. Who am I to tell you to hope when there's none to be found? I hope you find peace. You also. But tell me, do you have any theories? She shrugged. I'm a historian, Victor, and the past has little to tell us about this. And I'm a philosopher. If these things are of the natural world, then a zoologist might be more useful, although I think perhaps physics holds the answer to this mystery. What do you mean? He shook his head and settled back, as if he regretted bringing the subject up. Then he sighed, looked at the bottle in its brown paper bag, and spoke in a quiet mumble. I am just an old man with pickled brain cells, but it seems to me these creatures are altogether at home, as if they've always been here, as if they're of this world, not aliens. Where have they been then? In the shadows, Dr. MacArthur, at the edge of sight, waiting to be let in. The question is, who opened the door? Chapter 7. They made their way in silence, Evelyn with her head bowed, Nate chewing on what Professor Kaminsky had said and whether in fact he'd said anything that couldn't be dismissed as the ravings of an addled, disturbed mind. Evelyn led them into Evanston's downtown district. Nate had only been in his apartment for a few weeks before Sophie arrived, so he hadn't completely explored the heart of the city, but it would be unrecognizable now to a native. Cars and trucks blocked the streets, with the entrance to the main parking lot being a scene of utter chaos. Opposite, 2 coaches had been set alight, their windows smashed. Black stains on the asphalt marked where creatures had been killed, but they were far outnumbered by the pitiful remains of human beings, lying like bundles of rags around and beneath the vehicles. We have to get out of here, he said as they picked their way past the coaches and the doors that led to the subway. He'd once taken the L into Chicago proper, and as a regular user of London's underground, had been surprised by the equivalent here, which seemed to him to be cleaner and newer than anything he'd experienced on the other side of the Atlantic. But right now, he felt no desire to go through the door to the Purple Line. He could see movement in the darkness. Fires burned within, their light interrupted by figures moving back and forth. What is it? Evelyn asked. Nate pointed, keeping himself in the shadow of the nearest bus. Maybe Sophie's in there, she said. Maybe she's anywhere, but we're heading for the school. Evelyn looked up at him, the lines around her eyes behind their oval spectacles thrown into sharp relief by the flickering lights in the station. It wouldn't do any harm just to check it out, would it? We don't want to miss her. In truth, this had occurred to Nate. He just wasn't sure they could trust his judgment. The world had turned upside down, and Sophie's disappearance had kept the plates spinning. Gripping the bat in one hand, he opened the door with the other, a blast of cold air hitting him in the face as he went through, trying to look confident. No one paid him any heed. What had looked to be the inside of a subway station actually led almost immediately onto the platform of an overland train. He'd been fooled by black glass and assumptions. People gathered around trash can fires, some simply warming themselves while others held pans or opened cans over the flames. Nate's stomach growled at the seemingly random mix of canned foods being cooked. "Welcome, friends." Nate spun around to see a woman approaching, hands open in greeting. Wrapped in a quilted coat, she had a Mediterranean look with fake red curly hair that poked out from beneath a gray woolen hat. On a belt around her waist over the coat was a holster, and Nate could see the handle of a handgun bouncing up and down as she walked. "I am Rosa. Welcome to the Davis Station community," she said as she held out a hand to each of them. "I'm Nate, and this is Evelyn." "You're a long way from home, Mr. English." Nate grunted. "Ain't that the truth? What's going on here?" She gestured at the groups of people on the station platform, some of whom were now watching the conversation. Then she gestured at Nate and Evelyn to follow her. "Surviving. I was on the last train before the power went out." "Where is it?" Evelyn asked, nodding at the empty platform. Rosa smiled. "A couple 100 feet that way. We walked along the track. Most people ran off, but I stayed with a few others. Been here ever since." "You haven't been attacked?" She'd been leading them toward the largest fire that was blazing away in what looked like an oil drum, but she now turned around, the smile having disappeared. "I've seen dozens of people die, most of them killed by the monsters, some by other humans. The first night was the worst. Then we found out about fire." "What about it?" She looked at him, puzzled. "It keeps them away. They're all around at night, you can see them out of the corners of your eyes, and if anyone gets too far from the fire, they come. Hundreds of them." "Wait, how have you survived?" Nate rubbed at his peppercorn slob's beard. "We stay asleep. We've got meds." "And they don't hurt you?" Nate shrugged. "I guess they don't know we're there. I don't think they can see, not like we do. It's as if they are blinded by daylight. And fire, from what you're saying. But at night they find people somehow, but when you're asleep, they don't know you're there." They made it to the fire which stood by the side of the track, the flames low, the red heart of the brazier glowing in the dim winter sky. "This is Luis," Rosa said, nodding at a plump man who was poking at the embers, "and John. They help run the community here." John, a pencil-thin man in his 60s, offered a hand and a smile, which Nate and Evelyn accepted, but Luis ignored them both. At his feet, a brown and silver terrier cross sat looking hungrily up, watching every movement of his hands. "Pay him no heed," John said, nodding at Luis. "It's been tough on all of us, but some handle it better than others." "I handle it just fine," Luis said. "Then give Nate here and Evelyn some dog," she said before turning to Nate. Luis found a hot dog stand on the second night. No sign of the owner, so he brought all the supplies here. "Never thought I'd get sick of them, but here we are." Nate gestured at the other fires. "You have enough for everyone?" "No, each fire is responsible for its own food. There's plenty of places to find it around here, and sometimes we trade." "And no one tries to steal?" Luis raised an eyebrow. "That's why I've got my boys here, they keep everyone in line," Rosa said. "Have you seen a girl, 15, Vietnamese?" Evelyn said. Nate's jaw dropped. This place, and Rosa, had driven Sophie temporarily from his mind. What kind of a father was he? The kind who's used to thinking of no one but himself. She'd have been with others. "Another girl and a lad," he said. Rosa shrugged. "Maybe. What's it to you?" "She's my daughter." "And that's why you're walking the streets rather than hiding?" Was there an accusatory edge to that question? But Nate had no patience for games. "Sure." "How'd you lose her then?" "It's a long story," he said, taking the hot dog sausage from John. Rosa leaned in. "Make it short. We were running out of meds, so I gave the rest of our supply to Sophie. I took the ones I'd traded half our food for. 3 nights later, I woke up." Her eyes narrowed as she examined his face, then she glanced at Evelyn, who nodded and said, "My guess is they were horse tranquilizers, stolen from a veterinarian." "Okay. Yes, some kids came this way yesterday. One of them could have been your daughter." John was watching the door and called to them. "Our policy is to offer shelter to everyone who passes this way, but the boy said they didn't need help. You know where they're going?" Evelyn said, "Maple Grove School." "Yeah, I've heard about the place." "You armed?" "Nate is." Again, the doubtful look. "Look, why don't you stay here tonight? Help keep the people here safe." Thanks, but we'll push on. Rosa shook her head sadly. I'm sorry to hear you say that. You've eaten our food. The least you can do to repay our generosity is help hold the fort tonight. We need to stick together. At a nod from her, Luis pulled back his jacket to reveal the semi-automatic pistol at his hip. Would you like to reconsider? Are you serious? It's for your own good as well as ours, Rosa said. There's not many of us left. We have to stick together. Now, why don't you make yourselves comfortable? Evelyn touched Nate's arm, quelling his rising anger. Maybe Rose is right. I don't think we could get to the school and back to the apartment before dark, and I don't want to be on the streets at night. It won't help Sophie if we rescue her and then get attacked on our way home. This was turning into a fiasco. He'd set out that morning determined to find his daughter and bring her back pronto, but realized he had no idea where this school was, and was relying on Evelyn's obviously sketchy sense of direction. He saw doubt and fear in her eyes and knew that she felt the same way. So he subsided. And he hated himself for it. Chapter 8. The fires blazed bright against the blackness beyond, their amber light picking out moving figures around the other braziers. And the teeming multitude stalking the darkness between, chattering like a swarm of locusts. Just as in the apartment, he couldn't make out definite shapes. It was more the perception of a shifted reality, like water drops running down a pane of glass. Or like a massive flock of leathery winged monsters. He could resolve them better when he didn't look directly at them. Somehow, his peripheral vision was better at seeing what was truly there. And if there was anything more terrifying than the truth, it was the sure and certain knowledge of things he couldn't make out until they were close. Twice he'd been attacked, and in both cases he'd escaped by a combination of resourcefulness and sheer dumb luck. All that had been left was the carbonized ghost of their physical form and their white pin-sharp teeth. Was this some kind of alien invasion? It would certainly have made a good sci-fi movie plot, though he couldn't see any way the good guys could possibly win in this real-life version. Just staying alive for another night was winning, perhaps. Nate sat with his back against the makeshift brazier, shifting every few seconds as the heat got too much. He had a blanket around his feet and kept the revolver in his hand. Evelyn had managed to fall asleep, and she lay on her side next to him, snoring gently. She'd taken one of their precious stockpile of meds, despite Nate's protests. She'd been taking them for 10 years, she said, and didn't want tonight to be the night she experimented with skipping a dose despite the blazing fire. As he watched the nightmare procession filling the night beyond the firelight, Nate found himself wishing he'd done the same. Better to be out for the count than endure this madness. Luis half stood, leaning against an iron pillar, holding a shotgun in one hand and a bottle in the other. The dog whined at his feet, and from time to time he'd nudge it away from him, but hunger and terror would bring it back. In the long hours, Nate found himself watching the dog and wondering about these creatures. Did they attack anything that was alive? He'd seen rats scurrying around in the darkness, but it might simply be that there were too many of them for the creatures to overwhelm. But no, he didn't think so. If a conscious human attracted them like a beacon, then maybe more primitive minds would be less visible. Who knew? After all, why would they target humans? Did they also go after chimpanzees and, say, dolphins? And how had that evolved in the first place? It was mysteries all the way down as far as he could see, and the only certainty was what would happen if someone extinguished the fire blazing behind him. He knew with utter certainty that it was the only thing keeping them away. Fire had been the first tool humans had harnessed, and it was still keeping the last of them alive. To his left, Rosa was sitting on a beaten-up folding chair, eyes scanning the darkness as if she were a sheepdog watching over a flock. Though she could do nothing to help anyone stupid enough to wander out of the flame light, other than to watch them get overwhelmed. "Jacob," she cried out suddenly, looking at the nearest fire which had been built at the platform's edge. Rain was falling onto the tracks, and the wind had changed direction, wet gusts sizzling into the flame. Across the way, 2 men and a woman were desperately trying to protect and build the fire as it came under attack from the now heavily falling rain. "I told him not to build the fire that close to the platform's edge," Rosa said. She made a funnel around her mouth with her hands and bellowed into the darkness. "Come on, Jacob. Hurry." Luis handed the pistol to her. "No," Rosa said, grabbing at his arm. But Luis pulled away and used a torn-apart metal sign to lever up the blazing brands of their fire. But Nate was watching the dying fire, as the woman began flapping her arms, as if trying to fend off an invisible attacker. And then Nate saw the smaller figure at her waist. A child. Ice poured through him as Louis pulled a burning log from the brazier and headed into the night, and the fire began sputtering. Without thinking what he was doing, Nate pocketed the revolver and levered out a second and a third log, hefting one in each hand. Maybe it was because he was exhausted, or because he'd spent the night terrified and had no more damns to give. Or maybe it was the screaming child. Or perhaps even he, bleeding heart, liberal former pop star, had a limit. He'd had enough of shrinking in terror. Time to fight back. Good grief, if humanity was relying on the likes of him to fight for it, the end had truly come. He strode into the darkness, torches held out, and felt the wet, leathery flapping of hideous, invisible wings. He swung his arms around, trying to keep them at bay, and moved as quickly as he could to the other brazier. The rain drove at him and went hissing into the flames. Louis was beside him, striking down with his flaming torch as one of the men writhed on the ground, fighting an invisible attacker, his screams rending the wet air. Hands wrapped themselves around his hips, and he looked down to see the child, then up as the mother took one of the torches from him. Her long brown hair was moving as if she were using a blow dryer, and he knew the creatures were trying to grab her. He thrust his torch at them, and she moved forward quickly, as if suddenly released. He began edging his way back toward Rosa, but then he saw out of the corner of his eyes a flame falling, and he turned to see Louis dropping to the ground. "Leave him," the woman said. Nate shook his head and pushed her away. "Get to the fire," he yelled. Then he reached down and grabbed Louis by the shoulder, or at least he tried to. Something was attached to Louis's back, preventing him from getting a grip. So he took the brand and brought it down until a new kind of scream tore at the air. Something gripped the side of his face, and he staggered, half falling at the sudden weight. Louis was on his knees, flailing back and forth, the orange flash blinding Nate, who felt the weight growing and growing. At any moment, he would lose the battle against gravity, and they'd overwhelm him. Then more flames from behind him, as a woman's voice cried out in anger and fear. And the weight disappeared. He grabbed Louis, straightening and pulling him upright by his jacket, and staggering back toward the safety of their fire. He collapsed to the ground, as someone took the rapidly dying torch from his hand, and thrust it back into the heart of the brazier. Across the way, the fire by the track went dark. Nate lay there for a moment, then hauled himself into a sitting position before bringing his legs up under his chin. "Here, wrap this around your legs," Rosa said, handing him a filthy towel. "And thank you for going after Louis." Nodding, Nate glanced toward the now dead brazier. It now belonged to them, a seething mass of flying things, feasting on the flesh of those who'd been sheltering there as the rain began to fall. As he dragged his attention from the chittering multitudes out in the darkness, he became aware of a quiet sobbing. The woman he'd rescued kneeled close to him, arms wrapped around her child, whispering words of comfort. Their eyes locked. "Thank you for saving us," she said, holding out her hand. He took it as slowly his heart calmed, and he watched as Rosa tended to Louis. The little dog came to sit between Nate and the woman while Evelyn slept on. Chapter 9. "My God, what happened?" Evelyn said, as she woke in the light of early morning. The rain of the previous night had vanished, leaving a clear day with a hint of blue. Today, the challenge would be staying warm rather than dry once they left the heat of the fires. Nate had been snoozing while Rosa and the woman he'd rescued, her name turned out to be Megan, had with John's help, rebuilt the fire and set to preparing breakfast. Louis sat with his back to an iron pillar, his arm wrapped in a torn, blood-stained t-shirt. Propped up between his legs was a half-empty bottle of whiskey, and next to him another man sat, curled up with his head down. 4 shapes lay a dozen feet away, crumpled on the wet ground beside the drowned brazier. So, between them, Louis and Nate had rescued 3, but the rest had been taken by the creatures. At that rate of attrition, humanity would only last a few more weeks. Evelyn came to sit beside him, brushing the damp from her coat. "You were awake?" Holding up his right hand with its scattered pattern of bite marks, Nate said, "It was horrific." "It started raining and that fire went out," he said, pointing. "If Louis and Nate hadn't come for us, we'd all be dead now." "As it is," Megan said, nodding at the bodies around the other brazier. "I didn't know them well. Lauren and me, we only arrived here a couple days ago. But they didn't deserve what happened to them." "You left the fire," Evelyn said to Nate, her tired eyes widening. "At night? Are you crazy?" What was I supposed to do? Leave them to die? But anyway, we've got to get moving. Megan, who had returned to stirring a pot of oatmeal that sat amongst the embers, said, "Where are you headed?" "I need to find my daughter." "Where is she?" So he gave her the Cliff's Notes version. "And you think she's at Maple Grove?" Evelyn heard her saying they were heading that way. Megan rubbed at her chin, then sighed. "I'm sorry. I'd heard rumors it was a safe place, but someone set it on fire, I guess. It was a burned-out wreck when we got there. That's why we headed this way." Nate cursed under his breath. "Any sign of anyone?" Shaking her head, Megan spooned a portion of oatmeal into a bowl and handed it to her daughter. "I'm sorry. Maybe I missed something, but I didn't see anything moving." Nate groaned. Seeing Megan's daughter had reminded him of his duty to his own flesh and blood, even though he'd been unaware of Sophie's existence a month ago. So much of what mattered in life was a matter of timing. But you couldn't put that genie back in the bottle. You also couldn't manufacture feelings that would normally have developed over 15 years. In truth, his overriding emotion was one of guilt. Guilt for not looking after her as he'd promised her mother. And guilt for not feeling more desperate to find her. It was odd. It was in observing the relationship between Megan and Lauren that he better understood his own feelings. As he watched them eating together, lost in a private world that only included the two of them, he felt a yearning for the same connection with Sophie. But first he had to find her. His ambitions had shrunk from planning a decades-long relationship to make up for lost time, to wanting nothing more than to be able to sleep knowing she's safe. Christ, he was even more messed up than he'd acknowledged. But then, the end of the world has that effect, it seems. They'd survived, Sophie and him, for 2 weeks after the apocalypse, falling into a routine, getting to know each other, superficially at first, and then learning those tiny aspects of the other's personality that make them unique. And Sophie sure was unique. She was clever, really clever. The kind of intelligence that runs deep and can intimidate those who meet her. And yet, on the other hand, she was naive when it came to relationships. One of the reasons Mai had wanted Sophie to get to know her father, or so she'd said, was because she'd benefit from a new trusted, mature friend in her life. Mind you, she'd said it with the kind of smirk that might have been sarcastic. The Nate she'd spent one passionate night with was little more than a young man led by one piece of his anatomy, the furthest thing from mature he could imagine. She talked a good game, Mai, but Nate filtered everything according to his own experience, and too many people had come into his life claiming the best of intentions only to turn out to be interested merely in what they could get out of him. He was probably being cynical, but he also couldn't shake the thought that she was after alimony. If she'd known how little money he'd made out of his music career, especially after its implosion, she probably wouldn't have bothered. And then the world had ended, and all that became meaningless. "Come on, Evelyn," Nate said, getting to his feet. "We've got a job to do." "Have some oatmeal," Rosa said, holding out a steaming bowl. "It'll fuel you." "No thanks," Nate said, though by heavens it smelled good. Rosa looked disappointed. "And you're not going to help clean up and bury the dead?" "Come off it, Rosa," Megan said. "If it hadn't been for Nate, there'd have been a lot more to bury." Nate smiled at her, then exchanged a glance with Evelyn. It had been her suggestion that they stay a while that had almost led to disaster, so she simply shrugged and hoisted the pack onto her shoulder. "Look, I'm grateful and all," Rosa said, "but you gotta pay your way in this community. Don't make Luis angry. The one thing he can't abide is disrespecting me." The woman was teetering on the edge of madness, Nate could see now, and that made her dangerous. Luis got to his feet and looked from Rosa to Nate, who held his gaze. Then Luis shrugged, turned around and slid down the pillar to sit on a square of cardboard. Moments later, the smoke of his cigarette rose into the air. "Luis, you're gonna let him disobey me?" Without turning around, he said, "Looks that way." Nate made to leave, but Megan pulled him back. "You sure you wanted to go? I'd appreciate you staying, and I know Lauren would." Drawing her into a hug, Nate said, "I've got a job to do. You helped me see that, and so thank you. If I'd been as devoted to my daughter as you are to yours, maybe she wouldn't be missing. I intend to learn that lesson." He withdrew and followed Evelyn as she made her way to the door leading to the road outside. He couldn't help feeling like he had a big target drawn on his back, but no one took a pot shot. No one said a word. That was weird. he said as they found a path between the buses outside. Evelyn smiled and shook her head. Megan. Not really, my new friend. It's pretty obvious to me. The world's been turned upside down, so people fall back on the basics, on the things they can control. One of those is the people they choose to have around them. You and I have done that in our own way. You didn't have to offer to bring me back to your apartment, and I didn't have to accept. But you know, however bad this all is, she said, spreading her arms wide to indicate the world in general, it's a whole lot worse if you have to face it alone. Megan and Rosa, they just want to have people around. I can't imagine what it must have been like to sit night after night with those things prowling the darkness. I don't need to imagine, I saw it. Come on, let's find Sophie and get back to the apartment. I don't want to spend another night out in the open. They crossed the street, alert for any signs of movement, and Nate had no idea how naive that wish might turn out to be. Chapter 10. It's burned out, Nate said as they turned the corner. Maple Grove Preparatory School was now nothing more than a black shell. Megan said it was. He slumped down onto a park bench and rubbed his eyes. The school was only a couple of miles from the station, but it had taken an hour and a half to make it this far. The streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles, the sad remains of human lives, and the even sadder living remnants. Thank God it was freezing cold. He didn't want to imagine how more southern streets must stink. Occasionally, he'd glanced up at a window to see a face disappearing behind the curtains, and he found this hidden observation deeply oppressive as he trudged along. More concerning were the small groups of people gathered in doorways, many of them armed, who watched hungrily as they walked by. How had these people survived this long? So far, he knew that there were two approaches that worked to varying degrees: either sleep through the night or use fire to keep the monsters at bay. Maybe that was what had happened here, he thought to himself, as he looked again at the blackened brickwork and shattered windows of the private school. Maybe they'd sought to protect themselves, but the fire had gotten out of control. Let's take a walk around, he said, nose crinkling from the stink of burned plastic. He didn't know what he was trying to achieve other than to keep himself occupied for a little longer, before he gave up entirely. And then what? Return to the apartment, defeated. Getting up, he helped Evelyn to straighten, using the baseball bat as a makeshift walking stick. I'm sorry, Nate. This has been a complete waste of time. Don't worry. Clutching at straws may be all we've got. He led the way toward the school, a modernist rectangular education factory that had now been destroyed. The doors to the front entrance had been kicked in, and he could see by the light leaking inside that the classrooms had been smashed up pretty effectively. And then he noticed something strange. This hasn't happened in the past couple of days, he said, pointing at the interior, with the only sound the dripping of water coming down off the roof after the rains of the previous night. What do you mean? Everywhere else we've looked, the real damage happened on the first night or the day after. This place was set alight, maybe by looters. But anyway, it didn't happen a few days ago. So, this isn't the school she was talking about. He felt a mixture of relief and despair as he emerged into the daylight again. Relief that Sophie couldn't have been here when the school burned down. Despair that he now had no idea where she was. How many other schools were there in the area? And with every day that passed, she might have gotten farther away. Then something caught his eye. Movement. His fingers wrapped around the bat, then he loosened again as he saw it was a child. A young boy wearing a chunky coat, running around after a soccer ball. As he came around to the back of the school building, he could see that the boy was on a grass field, but there were houses between where he stood and the child. So, it was another school. He'd only seen the boy because he'd climbed to Maple Grove's entrance. Where are you going? Evelyn called, walking out of the shadows of the entrance to watch as Nate jogged away. Kids, he said, as more came into view, all chasing the ball. In truth, he didn't know why he was so desperate to find out what was going on. Maybe it was simply that the sight of children playing ball games on a field was so incongruous. Perhaps it was nothing more than his mind looking for anything to do other than face the hopelessness of his search for Sophie. After all, it was not yet midday, and he was no more than a couple of miles from his apartment. Sure, the days were still super short, but he could easily get back home before nightfall. He left Evelyn hobbling along after him and ran down the other side of the steps, losing sight of the kids but continuing to follow their direction until finally he could hear the sounds of their play. But it was odd. Though he could hear them kicking the ball around and the sounds of running feet, they weren't calling out at all. It was as if they were frightened of bringing attention to their game. Halt. Or I shoot. Nate was so surprised by the call, he tripped, fell, and sprawled in the grass. He'd caught sight of the game as he'd gotten closer, and discovered there was indeed a second school here, an elementary school, and it was just as he climbed over the chest-high wire perimeter fence that he'd heard the challenge. As he lay on his back, spine arching at the pain between his shoulder blades, a gun muzzle appeared above him, and beyond it, a man in fatigues. Boots thumped on the grass as reinforcements arrived. Slowly, he forced his back to relax and put his hands up. Okay, calm down. He was projecting. He was the one looking into the barrel of a gun for the first time in his life. This kind of thing didn't happen on South Sea Common. Keep your hands visible and sit up. Slowly. Nate struggled upright until he was sitting on the grass as the cold and wet seeped through to his underpants. The man who'd seen him handed his weapon to another, then leaned down and searched Nate's pockets, finding the revolver and a kitchen knife wrapped in its plastic sheath. What the hell are you doing with weapons on school property? Nate looked up at the man, mouth dropping open. Are you serious? You know the world's ended, don't you? Don't be a smart ass, buddy. The man was in late middle age, Nate reckoned, and unused to the role he was playing, though he clearly relished it enough. Hey lady, he called out, looking away, holding his hand out. Get your hands up. Are you okay, Nate? Evelyn said, coming into view as the rifle barrels followed her. I said put your hands up. I ain't gonna tell you again. Evelyn sighed and raised her hands theatrically. There, you think you're safe from this old woman now? I don't have any firearms, but you're welcome to pat me down. She put a hand out. My name's Professor Evelyn MacArthur, and this is my friend Nate Carver. We don't mean any harm. Then what you doing here? This is private property. Nate lowered his hands and got to his feet. I'm looking for my daughter Sophie. She go to this school? No, she was visiting me when it happened. And what makes you think she's here? Nate shrugged. I saw the kids over there and came to ask. The guard scratched at his chin and exchanged glances with the others. You'd best see the principal. Follow me. He led them toward the school buildings. It was an elementary school, so the place had a compact feel with low tables and chairs. The children had disappeared as if they were taking part in some kind of drill, and the place had an oddly abandoned feel to it, like it was closed for the summer. But the overriding feeling was one of normality. Nate hadn't visited many schools, and none since he came to the U.S., but he couldn't get past the contrast between this quiet place of education and the chaos of the outside world. Except, of course, that he was being escorted by armed men, something he didn't imagine was usual even in the U.S. The guard leader stopped at a closed door, leaving them with the other two guards. Nate noticed that as soon as the door was closed, all their confidence evaporated, and they stood nervously holding their weapons and not making eye contact. Nate was relieved when the door opened and a guard emerged, followed by a woman dressed in a plaid two-piece, wearing a concerned expression on her pleasant face. Mr. Byrne tells me you are seeking your daughter. Now, why don't you come inside and we can discuss this? I am Principal Pinto, and I'm sure you can understand I'm very busy, but I will help you if I can. I'll be waiting out here, Principal, don't you worry none about that, the guard said. An unmistakable spasm of anger flashed in her eyes, but she mastered herself so quickly that most people wouldn't have noticed. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Now, if you'll come in. She stepped back and allowed them to enter. And as the door closed behind her, Nate couldn't shake the feeling that he'd walked into the dragon's den. Chapter 11. It was like stepping into a parallel universe. A universe where the world hadn't been invaded by invisible creatures that had, in one night, killed the vast majority of human beings, leaving the species on its knees. He felt as though he and Evelyn were parents, being called into the headmaster's office to learn of their offspring's latest transgression. Principal Pinto sat behind a tidy desk with an in-out tray, a blotting pad with a printed calendar, and a photo frame turned toward her. On the wall was a framed print of an orangutan with a message of mutual respect. Pinto steepled her fingers and picked up a pen, flipping onto a blank page in her legal pad. Mr. Byrne tells me that you are looking for your daughter, Mr. Carver, Nathaniel Carver. And this is my friend Evelyn. Not the girl's mother, then? Obviously not, Nate said, unable to stop himself. Mr. Carver, I've been in education long enough to know not to make assumptions. Your daughter's name is Sophie. Sophie Carver? We have no one here of that name. Nate felt his cheeks flush. No, her name's Sophie. He knew it. He'd made the effort to commit her surname to memory because, sure as hell, Mai's name hadn't been at the forefront of his mind 15 years ago when the child was conceived. Call it performance anxiety, but it took a moment. Sophie Chin. With an H on the end. The pen paused for a moment on the legal pad, and then it began moving again. And how old is she? 15. Principal Pinto put the pen down and looked up. This is an elementary school, Mr. Carver. You may not be familiar with our educational system, but a 15-year-old would be at high school. Nate fought to keep his jaw from hitting the table. Are you serious? You know the world's gone to hell, don't you? All the more important that we maintain standards. We are the only stability these children experience. Evelyn gestured at the door. And all the children here now were here before the creatures came. Our establishment has been flexible. We have taken on those children who found themselves without care. But only up to the age of 9. Pinto shrugged. We have to have a cutoff somewhere, or we'd be overwhelmed. Where do older children go? There are other organizations we know of. Nate's patience finally gave way. Have you seen Sophie or not? Without looking at him, Pinto said, I will not tolerate raised voices. The children don't like it, and a calm, orderly school is a good school. Have you seen Sophie? Nate jabbed his finger at her. I think you should leave now. I will not stand for this kind of attitude, she said, getting to her feet. Just answer his question for the love of God, Evelyn said. But she was at the door, waving them through. Mr. Byrne, please escort these people from the property. Byrne stepped forward. Where are the others? I sent them back to the perimeter, ma'am. No telling if there's more like them creeping up on us. Can you handle them? She said, gesturing at Nate and Evelyn. Maybe it was simply that he was beyond endurance, or maybe it was that the situation here was too weird to make any sense out of. Maybe it was simply that he was desperate. Whatever it was, he found himself pushing Byrne in through the open door, grabbing his weapon and slamming the door behind them. He swung the assault rifle over his shoulder on its strap. Bollocks, he said as fists banged against the other side of the door. Move, Evelyn said. She pushed a huge library cart in front of the door, then locked the wheels. Now, whatever you plan on doing, we'd better get on with doing it. Nate ran, boots squeaking on the polished floors, past empty classrooms, and then burst through a door at the end of the corridor, emerging into the gym as Evelyn struggled to catch up. Children sat quietly, cross-legged on the floor, watched over by a young woman, who leaped to her feet and ran over to them. You shouldn't be in here. Who are you? Sorry, have we interrupted morning break? Nate said, unable to keep his sarcasm in check. Hold on, what the hell's going on here? Each of the children had a small plastic juice bottle with a straw, and each of them wore a vacant, uninterested expression. You're drugging them? He could see from the look on her face that this was exactly what they were doing. They're children, Evelyn said, as if she were checking her own sanity by stating what was obvious. The woman, young enough to be barely out of college herself, ran over to them, hands waving as if they were blaspheming. It's not like that. Please understand. Give me a reason, Nate said. Evelyn touched his shoulder and spoke softly in his ear. We need to cut to the chase, they'll be here any minute. They're just kids. We're protecting them. Where are the drugs from? The young woman shook her head. I don't know. I think maybe the care home. Evelyn stepped away, bent down and picked up a thin cardboard box. This is an opiate, says right here. It's for old people. Sensing that truly taking in the implications of what she was saying would be overwhelming, Nate forced his mind to focus on what really mattered to him in that moment. Have you seen any other kids? I'm looking for my daughter. She's 15, she'd look South Asian to you. She was with others. The young woman hesitated just long enough for Nate to know the next thing she said was a lie. No, I haven't seen any older kids. He brought the assault rifle up and held it at her. Luckily, She was so terrified she didn't notice he didn't have a clue how to use it. Talk. She burst into tears, shaking her head. It's not my fault, any of this. I'm just trying to do my best for these children. The meds keep the nightmares away. I'm talking about older kids. Have you seen my daughter? He yelled, feeling as though any vestiges of self-control were melting away. But his attention was taken by Evelyn moving away to the gym door. She looked out, then slammed the door shut and moved the vaulting horse behind it. We've got to go, Nate. He turned to see the woman teacher running for it. He was so infused with adrenaline that he covered the distance in a few steps and grabbed her by the arm, swinging her around. He almost lost control. Almost. But her tears quenched his anger. Look, he said, forcing his voice to be calm as children got shakily to their feet, wrapping their arms around the woman's legs. Just tell me about my daughter and I'll leave you be. He felt like the worst kind of low life for not doing anything to rescue these children, but then what could he offer them? These teachers were only doing what he was, keeping the monsters at bay through meds. The difference was that he was an adult and could make that choice for himself. And he didn't take the drugs during the daytime, as a form of behavior control. We don't have older children here, we're in elementary school. What happens to older kids? She rubbed at her eyes, shaking her head as if she were confessing a long-repressed sin. We don't have any here. Come on, Nate, Evelyn called from the door. She was sitting on the vaulting horse as fists banged on the door behind her. You don't have any here, Nate said. Years spent dealing with people who don't want to lie but don't want to tell the truth either, was telling him she was hiding something. But you did before. That's it, isn't it? He saw it in her face even as Evelyn climbed down and gestured to the kids who were milling around aimlessly, apart from those still attached to the teacher's waist. Nate took her hand in his. I need to find my daughter. Please. You must understand. Help me. Please. They were here, weren't they? She looked into his eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. And she nodded. Thank God. What happened? With her free hand she wiped her eyes and nose. They were here for a few days, and the principal sent them out gathering. Then what? Where are they? Again she shook her head. I don't know for sure. There was a scraping sound from behind him, and Nate turned to see the children pushing wooden benches across the polished floor. Evelyn had the children slide them behind the vaulting horse, then sit down. He turned back to the woman. Give me something, please. She looked down at the assault rifle. I won't shoot you. I'm British, can't you tell? I don't have a clue how to use it. They'll kill you, she said, nodding at the door. Leave that to me. Now tell me what you know. She sighed. I only know that a truck has come 3 times to pick up any kids we can't keep here. Your daughter went with them, maybe. What? Where did it take them? In his mind's eye, he saw Sophie sitting in the back of a truck in drug-induced compliance. A lump grew in his throat as he yearned to be able to wrap his arms around her and take her to safety. But she was gone. Nate. He looked across to the double doors to see them inch by inch moving inwards. Where did they go? The young woman shook her head, her face covered by her hands. What was he going to do? She was insensible, and he was going to get nothing out of her. He swung away from her, pushing down the rage that was swelling in his gut. So close to a breakthrough. But a miss was as good as a mile. He came here with nothing and was leaving the same way. He reached out for Evelyn, but she was leaning down, whispering with a group of children. Then she straightened up, nodded at him, and said, We can go now. He didn't question her, but simply headed for the fire escape. Not that way, Evelyn said, leading him toward another door that opened into the changing rooms. They clearly hadn't been used for a while, and were partially cluttered up with equipment, clothes, and other junk, so it was a struggle to make their way through. As they went, Nate toppled the piles of garbage, making the path impenetrable to their pursuers. As they reached the door onto the fields, he burst through without even caring whether there was anyone there. Frankly, he was spoiling for a fight. He held the assault rifle to his eye, like in the movies, and ran for a play area, aiming to use the equipment for cover. Evelyn could barely keep up, so he shouldered the weapon and took her hand, guiding her toward the nearest fence. The cry went up as they were 2/3 of the way across the grass. Gunshots echoed in the wide open air, but their pursuers were either incompetent shots or too far away, and so they made it to the wire fence. Nate climbed over first, then helped Evelyn. As quickly as they could, they lost themselves in the maze of suburban streets, finally stopping in a ranch house with a busted front door. Nate forced air into his lungs, and Evelyn stood with her hands on her knees until finally she could speak. Jesus! This wouldn't be a good time to have a coronary. Nate collapsed onto a stained and torn couch, not caring what he was sitting on. What did the kids say? She straightened and massaged the stitch from her side. They told me about the bus that took the older kids away. It said Summer Valley Bible Camp on the side. Smart kids. Doesn't mean that's where they came from. They could have stolen it. Evelyn rolled her eyes. Well, firstly, you're welcome, you son of a bitch. Sorry, Nate said, groaning. And secondly, the leader was a man called Gideon. Pastor Gideon. So you'd better get yourself ready for class. Nate rubbed his eyes, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him as the adrenaline drained away. First, we've got to find where it is. Bloody hell, I hope it's not too far. Chapter 12. 15 years ago. You're an absolute arsehole, you know that. Nate jabbed a finger at the grinning man-child and tore the mic out of his ear before handing his guitar to a roadie. It's why people love me, mate. Just chill, why don't you? Alfie said wolfishly. Then he took a spliff from another roadie and wheeled away into the backstage changing rooms. Nate felt an arm around his shoulder. Don't let him get to you, man. He's a pillock. He knows it, you know it, we all know it. Finn Morris handed over a beer bottle and guided Nate toward the large black leather couch. Always the backing vocalist, never the lead. If it hadn't been for Finn's level-headed maturity, Union Beats would have split up before they'd ever released any music, let alone become the new Take That. They don't know it, Nate said, gesturing through the walls of the backstage area to the rapidly dispersing crowds of the Red Rocks amphitheater. They think the sun shines out of his arse. Finn shook his head. The ones that really matter know this band's all about you, Nate. You write the songs, do half the lead vocals. You're the only one of us who can play an instrument. Look, we'd still have a band without Alfie, but we couldn't carry on if you left. So why don't we sack him? He was being petulant, and he knew it. All the band members had their devoted fans, and Nate had more than Finn or Ollie combined, but Alfie was the real draw. If you could fill a stadium with grannies, maybe Union Beat would have a future as a threesome, but Alfie brought in the young fans and their mums. Look, mate, don't go doing anything stupid, will ya? It's been a great night, and the fans love us. Don't chuck it all in. Grass ain't always greener, Finn said before jumping to his feet. The man was a machine, and still had energy after a 2-hour concert in which he and Ollie did the bulk of the dancing. Nate, on the other hand, felt like he was 25 going on 50. He wished he could have his friend's attitude, just accept Alfie for what and who he was and enjoy the ride, but he just couldn't get past the fact that the man was a tosser. But tonight could be Nate's ticket out of all this. Knackered though he was going to meet with an agency rep who might be able to wangle him a record deal as a solo artist. Finn knew about the meeting, and it made Nate a little sad that he was even thinking about cutting Finn and Ollie loose, but it was the route to creative freedom, keeping all the royalties and being shot of Alfie effing Turner. He sat there drinking his beer as road crew walked past, beginning the job of packing up. His limo would be here in half an hour to take him back to the hotel. Then he'd have an hour to clean himself up and prepare for the most important meeting of his life. He reached into the pocket of his leather jacket and pulled out the business card. He wanted to make a good impression, and that began by being comfortable with the rep's name, so he said it out loud to stop his vocal cords seizing up at the crucial moment. My. That's it. Odd spelling, though. He wondered what ethnicity she was. My chin. It was a tired but refreshed Nate Carver, who wandered out of the hotel shower wrapped in a super soft dressing gown and flopped onto the couch. For all the aggravation of this lifestyle, it certainly had its compensations. Before he'd answered the ad to audition for the band, he'd been working part-time at a hardware store, and when he had to stay away from home for a gig, that meant, at best, a budget hotel and at worst, the sofa of someone from the venue. And home at that point was his parents' house, a small semi-detached 60s box on the outskirts of Portsmouth. At least he had been trying to make a go of a music career before Union Beat, which was more than could be said for the others. Finn was working in provincial theater, if working includes appearing in the chorus with no more payment than a single free drink in the bar. And Ollie was an amateur dancer looking for his big talent show break. As for Alfie, the man could sing, that was for sure, and his vocal talent was only equaled by his ego. He cultivated the persona of a cheeky chappie, the kind who believed he could be forgiven for anything if he just apologized afterward and looked contrite. And the infuriating truth was that he was right. Nate had hated him from the first day, but Alfie was the only one of them who was nailed on from the initial audition. Nate got selected over the couple of dozen other good-looking, decent singers who made it to the final rounds because he could write songs. He got selected despite his coffee-colored skin, not because of it. At first, his songwriting talent was considered nothing more than a speculation by the management, but as it turned out, most of their big hits were written by Nate rather than the studio songwriters who'd originally been earmarked for the band. That gave him power, though the contract he'd signed, in his naivety, didn't bring the riches he, as the creative force behind the band, deserved. Time to get what he was due. The phone rang. It was reception. She was here. Why was he nervous? He pondered that as the elevator descended. The meeting might come to nothing. In fact, it probably would. Best case was it'd be the first of many meetings while they thrashed out a deal. Better to assume nothing was going to come of it, and treat it as an evening eating nice food, drinking quality wine with hopefully pleasant company. On the other hand, if it went really well, it'd be a night to remember. She was waiting at reception, and she was stunning. He was a young, testosterone-fueled man who'd become used to the adoration of fans, so he could perhaps be forgiven for thinking with the wrong organ, though he regretted his shallowness when he looked back on that night later. "Hi," he said, offering his hand. "I'm Nate. Thanks for seeing me." He'd been brought up in a middle-class suburb on the south coast of England, and he knew how to play the part of a polite, sophisticated young man, even though it was a disguise he didn't enjoy. Her handshake was firm and confident. "My chin, talent liaison. Is your agent joining us?" "Agent? I don't have one." Now he felt like a child. He knew he'd need one at some point, but wanted to get things started under his own steam. Naive. She had a stunning smile. "That's fine. It's nice just to have a chat, the two of us. Informal. Sound good?" "Yes, thanks." He led her to the restaurant. He'd reserved a table behind tinted glass that looked out on the desert toward Red Rock, though the venue itself couldn't be seen now the sun had set. At the time, it felt like a perfectly natural conversation, just two people getting acquainted, but afterwards he recognized that it was actually an exquisitely executed interrogation. He learned that her father was a Vietnamese officer who'd been given a home in the U.S. after the war, met and married a local woman, and Mai was the result. For many years she'd resented her ethnic name and had gone by Liz, the middle name she shared with her grandmother. But as she'd matured, she'd embraced her Vietnamese identity. But each time he asked a question, and he was genuinely fascinated by her, she gave a concise answer and returned to her questioning. His background was much less exotic. Both of his parents had been born in the UK, though his mother's father was from the Caribbean. She was most interested in his songwriting, but she was so skilled that their discussion felt entirely natural, and he hardly noticed as the meal came to an end. She was not only gorgeous, but she also had a wicked sense of humor that was quite disarming. They'd sat in the bar for hours, inhibitions melting away, and it felt to Nate that they were making a genuine connection. Despite the alcohol, he'd been nervous when he'd asked her if she wanted to come back to his room. He hadn't felt like it since he'd been a spotty teenager with a crush on a pretty girl. But she'd said yes. Nate was yanked out of a deep sleep by the chirruping of the bedside phone. As he opened his eyes, he looked over to see Mai covering her nakedness with blankets. He swore at the interruption, rolled over and grabbed the phone. "What is it?" he said, his throat like sandpaper. "Jesus Christ, where's your phone, man?" "Finn. I turned it off." "What's going on?" The obvious stress in his friend's voice had been enough to sober him, and he was now sitting up while Mai sat beside him, her face confused. "It's Alfie." "What about him?" He looked across to Mai. Finn was talking so loudly she could hear every word. "He's dead, Nate. Drowned in a pool. He's dead." Nate stared sightlessly at the opposite wall, as his mind fought to come around enough so he could process what he was hearing. "Nate, did you hear me? Jesus Christ. Nate." But Nate Carver could find nothing to say. He was watching as Mai climbed out of bed and moved stiff-legged into the bathroom. He was thinking what a fantastic backside she had, even as his mind fought to process the news and the emotional tidal wave it brought. He put the phone down as she came out of the bathroom and pulled her clothes on. "Mai." She put her hand out to silence him. "I can't be here. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Last night was... It was great, but this changes everything." "What do you mean?" She came over to him and sat on the side of the bed as she put her shoes on. "Just promise to keep my name out of it." "What?" "Nate, this is going to be a shit show of epic proportions. The police are going to want to talk to you. Please don't make me your alibi." And the penny finally dropped. "You reckon they're going to think I did it?" They might not. In truth, there were plenty of witnesses in the restaurant. But that won't stop the fans. I just can't take that risk. Goodbye, Nate. With that, she kissed him on the cheek and was gone. He didn't hear from her again for 15 years. Chapter 13. How far? Nate said, looking at the route map in despair. Around 250 miles. Nate shook his head as he slumped onto the couch. They'd come back to the apartment for two reasons, one rational, gathering clothes and supplies for their journey, and one that was, frankly, deluded. But Nate had hoped beyond hope that Sophie might be here when they got back. He hadn't been surprised to find the place empty when they'd arrived, as the sun set on the previous day. But irrational hopes are no less hard to see shattered. They'd come in, checked that the locks were secure, and then both taken meds to go to sleep. Fortunately, the encounter at the elementary school had drained the last of Nate's physical and emotional energy, and he didn't need a bourbon chaser to guarantee sleep. He drifted off as soon as his head hit the pillow. "Are we going to have to walk it?" he said. 250 miles was like walking from Portsmouth to Manchester. The original UK versions. He'd made the trip many times over the years, and it seemed to take forever in a car, let alone on foot. Mind you, that was largely because of the M6, and that, for several reasons, was no longer a problem. "Well, there are two reasons we know we won't have to do it all on foot," Evelyn said, handing him a steaming cup of black coffee she'd made on the camping stove. "Please enlighten me, Professor," he said, trying hard to keep the sarcasm at bay, but he was struggling to shift the brain fog left by the meds. She chuckled, seeming ludicrously perky despite having at least 20 years seniority on him. "Well, it's reasonable to assume that the roads will be less blocked as we get out of the conurbation. Once we get to I-88, we might find we can make good progress." "Right, understood. All we've got to do is survive on foot until then." "So, what's the second reason?" "This pastor had a truck, you idiot. So he must have had a clear route in and out. All we've got to do is follow it out of the city. Hopefully, we'll catch up with them before they get too far." Nate got up and kissed her on the cheek. "You're right, of course. Let's go. Maybe we'll make it back here in a day or two." Evelyn smiled. "Maybe, but I don't want to have to come back until we've found her, okay?" "Sure. We've got to take everything we need for however long it takes to catch up with her." "Nate." She looked at him with her head at an angle, as if evaluating a patient. "Now don't blow a fuse, will you? What's on your mind?" "I just want to understand why you're so determined to find this girl. You only knew her for a few weeks. You didn't even know she existed before. Why this compulsion?" Nate sat back and puffed out his cheeks. A good question, and the answer was complicated. And it was also very simple. If I don't look after her, who will? Her mother's on the other side of the country if she's still alive. He hated saying that, but he had to assume that LA had been hit as hard as Chicago. So she only has me. Evelyn regarded him closely, as if trying to see past his words to the hidden meaning beyond. If there was one. But then she simply nodded and returned to forcing clean clothes into her pack. Truth to tell, he'd wondered this for himself. His answer was true enough, but it wasn't the only answer. She was a connection to that one night he spent with Mai that he'd never forget, bound up as it was with Alfie's death and the end of the band. But it was a whole lot more than the coincidence of her being there when he'd had the news. He could remember neither the faces nor the names of any of the other women he'd bedded on that tour, but he was certain he'd have remembered the night with Mai, even if Alfie hadn't gotten himself comatose on heroin and barbiturates and fallen into a pool while everyone else was busy with their own private trips. Nate himself had sampled the softer narcotics, but they did little for him, and the hours he'd spent with Mai had proven to his satisfaction that medication really wasn't necessary and couldn't compete with a genuine deep connection. A connection that had been shattered in Alfie's final act of selfish hedonism. The next time he'd seen Mai was when she arrived at his rented apartment with Sophie. The 15 years had been kind to her, and he'd have fallen in love with her again if she'd given him half a chance. But as it was, she'd spent half an hour checking the apartment out and going through the list of instructions she'd compiled for him, before speaking privately with Sophie for a few moments, presumably asking if she was sure she wanted to stay with her father, and then leaving them to become acquainted. And that had been the most painful few days of his life. Until that point. The days since then were in a whole different league. But he'd found, once they'd gotten to know each other a little, that they got along. But man, she reminded him of her mother. Not in any weird way, but there was enough similarity of features that, once he got used to it, he felt as though he was deepening his relationship with Mai while he got to know Sophie. And maybe that was part of the point. Then, just as he'd begun to feel the beginnings of a father-daughter connection, the squid had come and the old world ended. Now she was out there somewhere beyond his reach. He finished packing. This time they took 2 bags each, one containing mainly clothes, the other supplies, and he swung the heavier bag over his shoulder as he pulled the door shut behind them. As his key turned in the lock, he wondered whether he'd ever see this apartment again. And he made a silent vow that he wouldn't open that door again unless Sophie was with him. They found the path the truck had taken, just across from the elementary school. They'd approached cautiously in case they were being watched for, but the school was as unobtrusive from the road as it had been the first time, hidden behind the much larger, burned-out prep school that bordered the main road. He could see why he hadn't noticed the path taken by the pastor's truck the first time they'd passed this way. It had taken a snaking route through the abandoned cars and trucks, following a line of least resistance that, it seemed, had involved treating the sidewalk as part of the road. He could see where the truck had been parked outside the school, but didn't dare get any closer for fear of being spotted. There was no need in any case. They'd seen the trail they were following, and all they needed to do now was see where it led. But it was frustrating not only to have to follow a vehicle on foot, but even then to have to go at Evelyn's pace. Her leg needed rest if it was to heal, and it was getting none. They talked about finding a car to follow the truck, but even if they could find one that was unlocked, unburned, and unoccupied by the dead, they'd then have no chance of passing through these neighborhoods unnoticed. They'd simply become a slow-moving target for those who wanted to take what they had. No, it was better to slip through the streets, knowing that their target wouldn't be able to move much more quickly. Chances were they would stop at other schools on the way. It seemed unlikely that a Bible school from 250 miles away would come all this distance only to pick up a few kids and return. They walked for hours, moving as quickly as Evelyn's legs would allow. Nate had no real sense of the size of the city. It reminded him of the feeling of immensity he'd felt when walking the streets of suburban London. That knowledge that you were walking through a landscape that extended for miles and miles in every direction. How long would it take for them to reach the edge of the city? Was there even a discernible border at all? And as he walked, he was aware of the faces watching out of windows on either side of the street. The desperate, terrified faces of those who'd survived this long, only to find that the nightmare never ends. This wasn't a one-off attack, but a permanent invasion from an unseen, inscrutable, and indefatigable enemy that had simply appeared out of nowhere one night and was now picking off the remnants of humanity, one soul at a time. He walked along, feeling the reassuring weight of the assault rifle on his shoulder and carrying the bat in his left hand. They crossed a road and found themselves in a more open area, walking along a tree-lined avenue with wide fields on the left and on the right, a sports stadium with bleachers. But there was no sign of people in the landscape on what was now a bright January day, breath misting in the cold air as they walked through the leaf-strewn deserted streets, wending their way between the abandoned cars. "It's a high school," Evelyn said. "I came here once because we take a lot of the students from here into college. Or we did." "Where's the main building?" Nate said, then headed in the direction Evelyn was pointing. Maybe they'd find the Bible camp truck here and his search would be over. They skirted the athletic stadium, moving over grass still wet from the rain of 2 nights ago, until they came out among the scatter of buildings that marked the heart of the high school. An American flag flew from a high flagpole as the brisk cold breeze animated it, in contrast to the complete lack of movement below. The streets around the school were clogged with a mixture of regular cars and trucks, and a row of school buses in the parking lot. It was as if the entire population of the school had been beamed up. But of course, that wasn't what had happened. The creatures had come in the night, so what they were seeing was from the next day, as survivors had presumably converged on the school in the absence of any governmental response. Or maybe that wasn't the story at all. Nate didn't care to dissect the aftermath of the apocalypse. All that mattered to him was whether the pastor's truck had passed this way. Chapter 14. They waited in the shadows and watched for a while, but they saw nothing. So they cut across to the main entrance, which was beneath a brick-built turret that wouldn't have looked out of place in Oxford or Cambridge. "Nate, are you sure about this?" Evelyn said as she caught up with him. "I'm just going to take a look. There's no sign that the pastor was here." He sighed. "Sure, but we nearly passed by the last school we thought was empty, and if we hadn't, we wouldn't have heard about the pastor at all. We just need to be careful. We only just got out with our lives, and that place was a lot smaller than this." He nodded, though he was already pushing the door of the main building as it opened onto utter blackness. He held the door open as he peered beyond it, trying to make out anything other than the kind of generic office furniture that characterized modern education. And a thought struck him like a bullet out of nowhere. The creatures attacked at night. Why? If it was because they couldn't survive in daylight, what about places where the darkness was complete during the day? Were they hiding in the shadows, waiting for him to step beyond the threshold? He jumped as something touched his back, and spun around to see Evelyn standing behind him, holding a flashlight. "Oh my God," he said. "I nearly wet myself." He switched the light on and looked along the corridor inside that ran past a reception desk, floor littered with pushed-over chairs, as if the place had been evacuated at speed. Of course, it might be nothing to do with light levels, and they could still be waiting. Maybe it was to do with ultraviolet or other forms of radiation that are only there when the sun's in the sky. He paused for a moment just inside, swinging the flashlight left and right, up and down, eyes straining for any signs of the kind of almost imperceptible movement that was the only warning he'd get. No, it wasn't worth it. Sophie couldn't be here. The place was obviously abandoned. Going inside would be senseless. Evelyn was right. What had he been thinking of? He turned to go back into the bright natural light outside. "Evelyn? Is that you?" A voice echoed along the corridor. Evelyn stepped inside, eyes straining to make out where the voice had come from. Then a light appeared. Nate covered his eyes as the beam moved from Evelyn to him. "Joshua." Then the light went out, and was replaced by the sound of boots moving quickly along the polished floor. They waited outside, and Nate wondered whether he should have unshouldered the assault rifle. Good grief, he was a piss-poor post-apocalyptic survivor. And into the daylight came a man. He was the very definition of an academic. Short, paunchy, and bald, with a scrappy peppercorn beard and a tweed jacket. "Oh, thank the universal spirit. You're alive. Joshua, it's good to see you." 2 others appeared out of the darkness, much younger, probably former students at the high school. "This is Madison," the man said, gesturing at the first, a slim, pale girl, "and Leon," he added, nodding at the chestnut-skinned, bespectacled young man beside her. "This is Nate Carver," Evelyn said. "Nate, this is Dr. Joshua Crow. He was a colleague at the university, but decided to get back to the coalface. We weren't getting enough applicants to the science programs," he said, "so I decided to do something about it." "Okay," Nate said, his impatience rising. The irony that he'd been the one who'd wanted to investigate the school hadn't passed him by, but now the folly of it just meant he wanted to move along as quickly as possible. "I know you, right?" Madison said. "It is you. What was the band?" "Take that." "No. Union beat. My mom loves you." Then her face fell. "I mean, she loved you. She's gone now. They've all gone." Nate rubbed at his eyes. It was like talking about another life, another person entirely. "I'm sorry. I guess that's the one thing we've all got in common now. Grief." "Come in and see what I've been working on," Joshua said. We don't have time, Nate said. But Evelyn was already following her fellow academic's lead, stepping into the darkness. It'll only take a minute. Wait here if you want. No chance. Yes, we should get out of sight, Joshua said, pulling the door closed behind Nate and using his flashlight to illuminate the corridor. Claustrophobia threatened to suffocate Nate as he followed the others through the dead high school, trying to keep as close as possible to the moving oval of bright light that represented safety, and away from the pursuing darkness and the monsters that maybe lurked there. The sooner they were out of here, the better. Have you figured anything? I mean, about what happened, Evelyn said as they moved quickly through a maze of corridors, finally arriving outside a shut door. Joshua shrugged. Well, I'm just a high school science teacher, so you can't expect too much. High school science teacher and arsehole, Nate thought. Why were the two kids here? What did they see in him? Where did they come from? He continued. To me, that's the biggest question. I mean, there could be so many possible answers, and each answer leads us down a different path. I'm sure many people look to the supernatural, but I'm a scientist. As a scientist, though, Evelyn said, surely you have to keep your mind open to all possibilities, even those that lay outside of nature. The lab door creaked as it opened. Not wishing to be pedantic, Evelyn, he said, but by definition, if the origin of these creatures lies outside of nature, it is beyond the bounds of science. No, tempting though it is to look to superstition to explain these things, they're perfectly natural, which means they can be fought. Once we know our enemy. How do you know this? That they're natural? I blew one up in a microwave on the first night, Nate said, enjoying the disgusted reaction from the others. So you're right, they're natural enough. Light erupted from the center of the room as Madison put a taper to a Bunsen burner, while Leon did the same a few benches away. A Perspex cube had been wheeled into position between two benches. Clamps had been fastened at each corner and duct tape wound around it, as if to repair it. What is this? Evelyn asked. Joshua smiled, and there was a glint in his eyes that creeped Nate out. Look in the box. He stood beside Evelyn as she leaned over and looked down into the cube. My God, what have you done? Something lay there, something organic that pulsed in the half-light. It was fluorescent green in color, and it was in pain. Nate could tell that by some instinct as he looked at the thing. It was the size of a packet of flour, and as his eyes adjusted, he could see what it was. It was the same as the thing he'd thrown into the microwave. You've captured one of them? How the hell did you do that? Nate said. Jesus, Joshua, are you insane? There it was, trussed up like an alien octopus freshly dredged up from the depths of some netherworld. A vision out of nightmares, lying like a fish out of water, a pitiful, tortured thing, and yet one of the multitudes that had brought humanity to its knees. This is where the fight back begins, don't you see? Know your enemy, that's the first step. Nate watched the creature, unable to tear his eyes away from the hideous thing in the crate. It had been tethered using what looked like thick cable ties that punctured through its tentacles, so the more it struggled, the greater the pain. How did you catch it? He said again. Joshua shook his head as he handed flashlights to them. That's not important. What matters is that we have a unique opportunity to learn more about them. They decompose in hours if you kill them, have you noticed that? Yes, Evelyn said, also watching with grim fascination. So you've managed to keep it alive. How come it's visible? Nate could hear the satisfaction in Joshua's voice. We sprayed it with fluorescent dye. Makes it difficult to examine the internal organs, so for that we have to work quickly before they decompose. Nate looked over at the high school scientist as he worked out the implications of that statement. You've captured more than one? 5 so far, this is the one we keep alive. How is that even possible? These things rip people to shreds. Joshua shook his head. You're missing the point. This is about what we've learned, not the means by which we managed to do so. No, Nate said, you're wrong. The means only justify the ends if we know how you did it. Evelyn touched him on the arm. Does it matter that much? It matters to me, okay. Something was tugging at his conscience. Something didn't add up here. You feel sorry for it, Joshua said. Don't you know this is war? A war we're losing. Nate sighed. The war is over. And no, I don't feel sorry for that, he said, jabbing down at the creature. But I still want to know how you captured it. We use bait. It was Madison's voice. Maddie. Joshua snapped. It's okay, Dr. Crow. We don't need his approval. Leon and I aren't the only students here, she said, looking from Joshua to Nate. We've all lost our families and most of our friends, and we all want to find a way to fight back. Dr. Crow hid with us at the beginning. He figured out that it was brain activity that attracted them, in the same way moths come to a flashlight. He got meds for us. He looked after us. And then when it was time to actually try to fight back, sure, we were on his side. We still are. Chapter 15. My God, you've been using your students as bait, Nate said, looking over at Evelyn, whose jaw had hit the floor when the penny had dropped. Joshua shook his head as if in denial, even as he said, Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Is there another? There's nothing new about young people being in the front lines of war. World Wars I and II, the Vietnam War, the wars in Iraq. These were all fought by the young. Nate wagged a finger at the older man. Not like this. At least they were given weapons. And ordered to walk toward the machine guns, Evelyn said. In the Great War. I can't believe you're on his side. I'm not. It was an atrocity then, and it's just the same now. You don't understand, Maddie said. We volunteer. No one's made to do it. Nate turned to her. Made to do what exactly? Don't you want to know what we've discovered? Joshua said, the exasperation obvious. I want to know the price first, Nate said. Maddie touched Joshua gently on the arm. It's okay, Doctor. We don't have anything to be ashamed of. He shrugged and turned away, allowing Maddie to lead them out the door, away from the creature in the box and along the corridor. They finally made their way into the school restaurant, where a handful of people sat at a couple of tables, with others lying on makeshift mattresses on the floor. Maddie called a young man over. Damon, this is one of the doctor's colleagues from the university and her friend. We've shown them the gremlin, and they're asking whether we feel like we're being used like bait. He was a slight figure in a leather jacket, and as he got closer, he moved into a ray of light coming in through high windows, and Nate saw the bandage on his chest. What happened to you? He'd seen enough injuries inflicted by these monsters to know the answer, but he hadn't seen many survive the attack. Damon looked at Maddie, who nodded. Go ahead, tell them about your contribution to the war effort. We haven't got anything to hide, she said. She was a smart cookie, that much was obvious. Nate saw the flash of pride in Damon's eyes, and he wondered who was truly pulling the strings here, the doctor or Maddie. We got a place we can trap them, so I stayed up after it had gotten dark. When the gremlin came, I got it. How? On your own? Yeah, gotta be. The professors built a trap, you just gotta be quick enough to get it in there. Looks like it got you. Now, the pride was unmistakable. Just a scratch. Patched myself up and took my meds, didn't hurt much. Doc gave me stitches in the morning. Evelyn, who'd been watching the exchange, said, Has anyone been too slow? A shadow passed over the young man's face. Yeah. Richie. Evelyn sighed. I'm so sorry. And TJ and Jameson, he said, counting on his fingers. Maya, Chloe, and Harper. Is that everyone? Now he was looking at Maddie for confirmation. That's all the students, she said, then looked at Nate and Evelyn. So that's the price. 5 monsters, 6 dead kids. Are you kidding me? Joshua, who'd been standing at the back, finally lost patience. What do you want me to say? If we don't find a way to fight back, then we're all going to be dead soon enough, including the kids here. So you're telling me their sacrifice is going to win the war for us? Nate could see the doubt and guilt in Joshua's eyes as the doctor blinked at him from behind circular spectacles. Judge for yourself, Maddie said. She waved toward a room off the main restaurant. A whiteboard stood in the middle, and on the walls were other boards with scribbled handwriting. Maddie pointed at the standalone whiteboard. We've studied them. We know the basics of their biology. Nate looked at the figures on the whiteboard. He was no scientist, but they looked like physical measures. He could see the Fahrenheit symbol along with Celsius, pounds, and kilos, then others that he didn't recognize. What does that tell us, though? I mean, usefully. Joshua snorted. Well, the first thing we needed to know was where they came from, isn't it? I mean, they appeared and all hell broke loose. But where were they before? Are they an advance party from some mothership in orbit? If so, learning all we can about them would help us fight their masters when they landed. That was the theory I was working on. Nate looked from the teacher to Maddie and the others as they stood in the doorway, then back to the whiteboard. In truth, he'd pretty much dismissed any thoughts of where they'd come from as an inscrutable mystery. They were a brute fact, they were here, and nothing he could do, nothing he could find out would change that. All he'd cared about at first was surviving, and since Sophie ran off, now he had to find her and protect her. But then what? Assuming he could rescue her and bring her back to the apartment, what happens then? Do they just live in that place until their food runs out, or the squid things get them? What kind of a prospect is that? He realized then that at least Joshua and the kids here had some kind of vision of the future. A future in which humanity was fighting back. You have to know who your enemy is before you can know how to kill it. Okay, I understand. Do you? Nate shrugged. Well, no, not the figures here. But I get that we have to work out where they've come from, and what they are so we can take the fight to them. So, what have you got so far? Do you know how to fight back? No. What? Nate threw his arms up in disbelief and frustration. After all that, after getting him on their side, finally, they had nothing to show for the deaths of 6 students. Joshua put up his hands. But we do know where they're from, conclusively. Where? Nate said. Good grief, they weren't Martians, were they? He remembered War of the Worlds and how the enemy was ultimately defeated by the ecology of Earth, and specifically the pathogens that the Martians had no protection from. But he certainly wasn't going to say those thoughts out loud and make a fool of himself. He was already pretty certain he was close to the bottom of the class here, though Damon seemed pretty thick. So, he simply repeated the question. Where have they come from? Joshua allowed a self-satisfied smile to play across his lips. Here. What? Chicago. They're from Earth. What? Joshua's smile had transformed into a wide grin. I mean it. That's impossible. How can you possibly know? We've extracted their DNA. You understand the implications of that? Nate looked over at Evelyn, who decided to throw him a bone. They have DNA, Nate. Don't you get it? Her eyes were wide, and he could tell her brain was still processing this news. Here's the thing, my friend, Joshua said to Nate, adopting a patronizing tone that put his teeth on edge. We only have one model for life in the universe, and it's all based on DNA. Some exobiologists think that all life must have an analog of DNA, some complex molecule that forms the basis of evolution. Without this, then the template for constructing an organism can't be passed to the next generation, and life wouldn't even begin. Right, I get that, Nate said. He didn't, but despite the nerdgasm being enjoyed by most of the people in this room, he was getting itchy feet, and there was no sign the pastor's truck ever passed this way. But if all life needs DNA, then why does the fact these things have got it mean anything? I said life needs DNA, or a similar complex molecule capable of passing heredity down the generations. The chances of DNA, exactly the same thing we have here, arising elsewhere are beyond remote. No, if an organism has DNA, then it must be from here. Nate sighed, trying and failing to keep the frustration out of his voice. Look, that's great, and I'll take your word for it. But how does that help? Well, to begin with, we're not facing an alien invasion. So our weapons should work against them. But we've got to learn more about these things if we're going to fight back. We've taken one step, but we're a long way from having a weapon we can use against them. I mean, where on earth have they been hiding? We have to figure that out. So you're going to carry on sacrificing kids to find out? The smile returned. Well, that's where you can help us, Nate. You see, you're not the first disposable adult to stumble upon us, so we're always prepared. What are you talking about? Nate said, his gut freezing. It's time to play your part. Time to join the fight. Tonight, you're going to capture our next specimen. And from behind, he heard the priming of a handgun. Chapter 16. Nate sat on the floor, legs pulled up, chin on his knees, and waited for them to come. To start with, he'd been incandescent with rage, now he was simply terrified. It was after dark, and the only light came from a candle placed on the desk beside him, its flickering amber glow creating rippling shadows that would have freaked him out even in normal circumstances, but now had him twitching and turning his head this way and that as he tried to see the creature he knew would be there. Creature or creatures? If it was the latter, then it was all over. Joshua had told him that he'd have the best chance if he remained calm. The gremlins were somehow attracted by brain activity, and the more activity there was, the brighter the signal for them to focus in on, and the more of them there would be. But staying calm didn't always work. Sometimes it was just a matter of dumb bad luck, though. Of those who died doing what he was attempting, most were attacked by a pack of the creatures, and every indication was that the bait had panicked. As bait tended to. Nate would have paid more attention to his yoga instructor if he'd known that his ability to control his breathing might be the difference between life and death. Breathe in. Hold it. Count to 5. Breathe gently out for a count of 5. Hold it. Count to 3. Repeat. This would make a good song. Good. If he was thinking creatively, his mind was relaxed. Kind of. The meditation song. Yeah, that'd be cool. He hadn't brought his guitar with him, so where could he get one? This needed to be written down. In a minor key, perhaps. Or simply a slow-paced major key. He got that thrill of excitement that he always felt when he was in the presence of a potential hit. If only there was still a chart to be a hit on. Good. He was doing well, but he mustn't get too excited. What was that? Movement. He checked the jury-rigged gremlin detector. It was an array of low-powered lasers, all positioned vertically, producing a faint red pattern of lines. As long as they remained straight and uninterrupted, then there was nothing to worry about. He fought to keep his mind settled, to see the pattern of lines as simply a thing of interest, not a matter of survival. Moving his left hand across the floor, he felt the edge of the trap. He'd been given strict instructions not to put his hand inside, as the door was spring-loaded, and on balance, having 10 fingers was preferable to having 5. Besides, the tsunami of brain activity that would accompany such an accident would attract every creature for miles around, and he'd be dead within seconds. So he had a metal dustpan in one hand, which he was to use like a shield to thrust it into the trap. This would trigger the door to shut, which would in turn dispense the tablet that would allow him to sleep through the rest of the night. It was the plan of an evil genius, but Nate had promised himself that if he survived this night, Joshua would pay. Somehow. Frankly, the kinds of revenge that once worked in the world of minor celebrities were now wholly inadequate. Concentrate. Something was in here. Come. Impossible. To his right, the red laser bars flexed, and he instinctively thrust his hand up. Pain. His fingers flexed as something sliced into them, and he dropped the dustpan, pushing back against the desk, the candlelight wavering in the disturbed air. He brought his other hand up, throwing a punch into the air, but that was all he hit. White teeth in a wide maw. He swung around, bringing his elbow back, even as he felt something warm and sticky dripping onto his face. His left hand was numb, and he thrashed around with his entire body weight, rolling away from the cage. Then he was on it. It felt like a rolled-up balloon with teeth and tentacles. It screamed in fury and perhaps pain. He was fighting blind, straining to catch a hint of where it was in his peripheral vision. Now it was gone. Heat and pain in the back of his neck. He twisted around, then his uninjured hand closed on the dustpan handle. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was something. He thrust out with it, catching the creature a glancing blow. It became visible then, and he wondered if he'd killed it. But no, after a second it faded into the background. It wasn't anything technological, and it certainly wasn't magical. It reminded him of footage he'd seen of cuttlefish that could change to match their surroundings in a fraction of a second. So fast, they made chameleons look like Eddie the Eagle. It leapt for him but a fraction slower, and he managed to grab it behind its jawless mouth, repulsed by the hideous view he had into its gut. Tentacles wrapped around his arm, and pain lanced through his hand as suckers found the tear in his skin. He roared in pain and rage. The terror had gone, there was no time for that. It was going to be this creature from the pits of hell, or it was going to be him. And he wasn't about to lose to some hellish calamari. With his free hand, he swung with the dustpan and felt it connect. Teeth rained down on him, bouncing away into the darkness. He thrust his hand down, wrapping his fingers around the creature's cold flesh, even as the tentacles again sought to break his grip, and he tossed it toward the trap. And missed. It hit the side with a slap and slid onto the floor. He could see it now, so he guessed it was stunned. Throwing caution to the wind, he grabbed at it and made to throw again. Then he saw the others, and all hope left him. The darkness was teeming with them. He'd taken too long, made too much mental noise. It was all over. But he'd take this one with him. He threw it into the trap. The door snapped shut. Something rolled out. A tablet. Fat lot of use that would be. Then the room erupted with purple light, and he fell back with his arm over his eyes, leaving his ears unprotected from the tortured screams of the dying creatures. After a few moments, the light went out. Without hesitating, he swallowed the meds and climbed into a corner, waiting for the darkness to take him one way or another. Chapter 17. Are you awake, Nate? He sucked in a lungful of air, then pulled the pillow from his eyes, screwing them shut again in the daylight. Where was he? Nate. It was Evelyn's voice. As he focused blearily on her, he became aware of his right hand and the searing pain that emanated from his fingers. He groaned and gritted his teeth. What the hell? He felt her arms wrapping around him, the weight of her pushing him into the mattress. I was so scared for you. I'm sorry for ever coming here. You wanted to keep walking, but I wouldn't listen. I was so happy to find Joshua. I thought everyone I knew from the old days was dead. But I can't believe what he did to you. Nate forced his eyes to open properly and looked up at the ceiling. From the polystyrene tiles, he could tell they were in a classroom. He winced as he flexed his fingers, then looked down at his hand. I'm so sorry. Did I lose some fingers? She smiled. No. They patched you up, and Maddie did an amazing job with the stitches, but it'll be a while before your hand's fully healed. I'll take that. Did they get the gremlin? Her face darkened. Yes. Joshua's working on it now. He sat up, finding himself on a gurney. So, this was the school's sick bay. Made sense. Though frankly, everything about this place seemed pretty sick to him. What happened after I'd got it into the trap? There were loads of them. I thought it was over. Then the lights came on. Evelyn shook her head. Joshua always was an asshat. He thinks he's a bit of a showman. I tried to persuade him to let you go. I thought maybe the time we spent together at the university might count for something. But he said to me he'd try a new weapon he'd been working on, since I'd asked nicely. Like I said, asshat. What's this weapon? Ultraviolet. It's what keeps them away during the day. That's the theory anyway. He rigged up a set of grow lights to switch on when the trap shut. They only worked for a few seconds because they were out of power, but it was enough. We found you this morning on the floor. I thought you were dead. But you took the pill and fell asleep before more of them came. Nate tried to make himself comfortable, but every position hurt one way or another. He was torn between anger, relief, pain, and hunger. Being scared witless, it seemed, generated an appetite. Any chance of something to eat? There'd better be. You're the hero of the hour. Maddie says they may not need to capture any more gremlins. Though what? I wonder whether Joshua will ever be truly satisfied. They killed my wife and son, Joshua said when he sat down opposite Nate in the cafeteria. That's why I hate them. Nate had been enjoying his first bacon sandwich since the apocalypse, albeit long out of date bacon in moldy brioche bread, so not exactly the perfect experience. Except it actually was. Even one-handed. And he was well aware that it might be the last one he'd have for a long time, or ever. And then that turd had ruined it. The alien screaming from along the corridor had finally stopped, and Nate had hoped to be able to eat without feeling guilty. No such luck. I just want you to understand, Joshua said, sliding the round glasses off his nose and rubbing his eyes. They took everything from me, so I don't have any compassion left. Evelyn jabbed a finger at him as Nate remained silent. Compassion for who? For them? Or for the kids who look to you for guidance? For them, of course. You heard it scream, and maybe you thought I was cruel, but my only regret was that it didn't live in torment for a little longer. Every second of torture was one iota of revenge. Nate looked at him as he replaced his spectacles and straightened his tie. He'd been wearing a lab coat, but that hadn't entirely protected his clothes from the black liquid that was, presumably, their blood. I thought this was all about learning how to fight them. That's been your excuse for exposing kids and the likes of me to danger. I wonder if they'd be so willing if they knew you were doing it for revenge." Joshua shook his head, his eyes shifting to the half-eaten sandwich. "You misunderstand me. The pain is a bonus, the aim is knowledge. You see, we know quite a lot already, and you were able to prove my theory about ultraviolet last night. So now we have a weapon and a means of protection." "Huh," Evelyn said, "except that there's no power grid." Joshua sighed. "Sweet Jesus, Evelyn. One thing at a time. We've found a weapon that will keep us safe, now we just have to find generators." "Isn't UV dangerous to us?" Nate asked. "Not as dangerous as the gremlins, but yes, we're going to have to perfect our detector so we can turn on the UV lamps only when they're needed. But tell me, what did you make of your opponent last night?" Nate tilted his head to one side, then grabbed the remains of his sandwich one-handed and tore a chunk out of it. Joshua considered himself some kind of mind games genius clearly, but Nate knew the power of a bacon sandwich to a hungry man, so he ate it with relish. Tomato ketchup would have been even better. Watching him closely while deliberately keeping his eyes from the rapidly disappearing sandwich, Joshua said, "You know what a cephalopod is?" This bloke certainly knew how to press his buttons. Nate had watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and mastermind enough to be a repository of useless information. Squid and octopus. Or octopodes if you prefer. But, he said as he swallowed the last of the sandwich, never octopi. That's just plain ignorant. Joshua's eyes narrowed as if for the first time he realized he was being trolled. Nate Carver couldn't compete on scientific knowledge, but he'd been part of an industry founded on the principle of pushing others down to get ahead yourself. In the days and weeks to come, Evelyn would tell him that this pretty much described academia as well, but for now, he thought he had the advantage. Sure. As well as cuttlefish and nautilus. They're a class of mollusk where the foot has been adapted into tentacles. Wikipedia's a wonderful thing. You're going to make a point, are you? Only, I'm a busy man. Joshua ignored him. We think the gremlins are also a type of mollusk. Are you saying there's some kind of animal we've never seen before? That they've been here all along? Evelyn said as Nate wiped his mouth and stifled a yawn. Now Joshua was ignoring Nate, focusing all his attention on Evelyn. You've heard of cicadas? The periodical species? The ones that all emerge from the ground together? Exactly. In their larval stage. They stay underground for years, and they somehow synchronize their transformation into the adult form after more than a decade. Evelyn nodded as she perceived where he was going with this. So you're saying these gremlins work the same way? It's a theory. And they spend so long under the sea, that this is the first time they've emerged in recorded history. Indeed. We know that humanity has been reduced to a tiny number of individuals many times. Maybe this is why. Nate couldn't pretend to be disinterested any longer, but he also didn't quite buy it. And they've remained hidden, even though there now seem to be billions of them. We've never once pulled them up in a trawler's net. Come on, I just don't see it. I can't help your lack of imagination, Joshua said. But think of the cicadas, their larval form is nothing like the adult. For all we know, the gremlins exist as inert plankton and only become a danger when something triggers their transition to the adult form. It all sounded so plausible. But Nate knew of enough conspiracy theories to spot one when he saw it. Every crackpot theory from flat Earth to microchips in vaccines had at least one fatal flaw. Don't cephalopods live in the sea, Joshua? He nodded reluctantly. The trouble with being a patronizing son of a bitch was that it also meant you tended to underestimate people. In fact, Nate said, are there any cephalopods that live on dry land? That's irrelevant. It doesn't mean they can't exist. Ever heard of a black swan? Nate sucked the tomato relish off his finger. Tell me, Mr. High School teacher, what happens to an octopus if it washes up on a beach? Does it survive? Exactly. Look, just because the known species are soft-bodied doesn't mean. And I can tell you, my friend, Nate said, trying desperately to keep his anger under control. Revenge is a dish best served cold, after all. I've been up close and personal with these things, and they're nothing like an octopus. They're strong enough to rip your fingers off with enough time. And they look pretty well adapted to life on land to me. So back to the drawing board, there's a good chap. Toodle pip. He didn't know why he went all Jeeves and Wooster, but it did the trick. Joshua's eye twitched, and Nate could see that he wanted to send back a stinging retort, but his quiver was empty, so he swung away and stormed out of the cafeteria. Chapter 18. Are you sure you want to leave? We could use your help. Evelyn turned back to Maddie, the regret in her expression genuine. For Nate, there was nothing to keep him here, but Evelyn might have found purpose and some security in this place, and he told her so. He told her he was happy enough to go on alone, though he was pretty sure she saw through that lie. We've got a job to do. But I'm glad I came here and met you, Maddie. You take care of yourself, okay? Nate needed no help decoding the teenager's face as she sighed and hugged Evelyn. She desperately wanted the professor to stay. He was under no illusions that Maddie felt that same affection for him, which wasn't entirely fair. He was the one who'd fought a gremlin on her behalf. 3 fights, 3 victories. Sounded like a good record, but he'd been lucky each time. First, because the power came back on for long enough for him to throw the creature in a microwave. Then he'd fallen backwards on one. And last night, he'd survived because of Joshua's UV trap. Not that he felt grateful, since Joshua was the reason he'd been in the situation in the first place. He looked beyond Maddie to see the high school teacher turned insane community leader standing there stroking a Glock, backed up with menace by his cadre of lost boys and girls. He'd promised that Nate would find his baseball bat at the front entrance, but also that Joshua would keep the assault rifle. So Nate and Evelyn could go, but they'd be almost entirely defenseless. Evelyn stepped back from the hug, wiping the tears from her eyes, nodded at Nate, and the two of them turned and left Maddie behind. They said nothing to each other as they went. Nate's mind was mainly occupied by the pain in his hand and the intimidating distance he still had to walk to find his daughter. So, he didn't notice the figure lurking in the shadows by the front entrance until it was almost upon him. "Hello, Damon," Evelyn said as the young man emerged into the light, holding the bat and looking into the shadows beyond them. Nate's stomach tightened. Was this Joshua's final revenge? Allow them to think they're about to escape, and then bludgeon them to death without Maddie knowing a thing. Damon theatrically slapped the bat into his palm, locked eyes with Nate, and then relaxed and held it out. "Here. But you better get yourselves something hotter. You got a long way to walk. You want to look in the cars, especially the SUVs and trucks." Nate took the bat. "Thanks." They were passing him and about to step into the open air when Damon put his hand on Nate's shoulder. "I hope you find your kid. But take care, man, you hear me?" "What are you saying?" Again, Damon looked into the darkness of the school. "This pastor, name's Gideon, came here a while ago. Some of us went with him, but he's not cool at all. Look out for Nicky, will you? He's my bro, but he wouldn't listen. I told him not to go. Gideon, there's something about him." All of this came tumbling out in one go. Nate moved close to him. "Why do you say that?" Damon pulled back. "It's just a vibe, man. You get me? The guy's a creep. And the people with him, they think the sun shines out of his, you know." "No, I don't know. Spill the beans, fella. We don't have time for this. All I'm saying is, if you want to get your daughter back, you gotta find her quick, before she gets sucked in. Nicky, me and him was tight. But he went with Gideon, and the next time I see him, a few days ago, he's drunk the Kool-Aid. Came back here, and it was like the Nicky I knew was gone forever. Don't let that happen to your daughter. Do what you have to, but get there fast. Steal a car as soon as you can, steal a gun, find help, okay, you hear me?" Finally, Nate thought he understood what Damon was saying. He certainly knew that he'd get nothing more out of him. He shook hands, nodded his appreciation, and strode into the open air. It was a dull day, but still it felt blindingly light to his eyes until they adjusted. From here, he could look through the buildings and pathways of the front campus toward the road. At first glance, it looked like it must have during the summer vacation, but alongside the blown-in leaves, there was an air of decay and abandonment about it that spoke of disaster. "What's next?" Evelyn said as they headed toward the entrance. "We need to get out of the city as soon as possible. Get onto the open road and steal a car." "Is that what Damon said?" Nate nodded. "Yeah. He doesn't like this Pastor Gideon, though I couldn't get more out of him. Sounds like a cult leader to me. The sooner we find Sophie, the better. They walked out of the high school, then took a right so they were moving parallel to the sports stadium they'd seen 2 days before. "Are you absolutely sure about coming with me?" Nate said. "It's a long walk, and I've got no idea what we're going to find at the end of it." To his surprise, Evelyn linked her arm through his, tenderly touching his bandaged right hand. "Every step we take, I'm more sure I made the right choice. I'd rather be out here in the cold open air than trapped in there with that deluded son of a bitch." "Thanks," Nate said, smiling at her. If she'd been 20 years younger, well, his life would be a whole lot more complicated than it already was. So just as well she wasn't. "You're determined to go after Sophie, aren't you? I mean, nobody would blame you for saying it's too far, too dangerous." He chuckled at that, even as his eyes scanned the ranch houses that looked out at them, searching for any threats that hid in the shadows. "No, I'm way past turning back. I spent a couple of weeks with her, but we bonded, and there's something about her." They walked along, and after a few minutes, Evelyn said, "What's so funny?" "What?" "You're laughing." "Am I? Well, I guess it was what you said. Nobody would blame me." "Oh, well, of course you'd blame yourself, wouldn't you?" Nate nodded. "Sure, but that wasn't what I was thinking. I'm pretty sure no excuse I could possibly make would be enough for her mother. End of the world? Not good enough, Nate. I left her in your care, and you promised to look after her. You promised." Evelyn smiled as she listened. She patted him on the back. "But you can't possibly know if Mai survived so far. You've got to know the chances are pretty remote, Nate." "She survived," he said, and felt his resolve harden as he heard his own words. "And one day I'll take Sophie back to her." Chapter 19. As they walked, the streets turned from city to suburbia, the cold, dry air of the past couple of days sending dead leaves scuttling along the silent streets. They'd been walking for a couple of hours, moving slowly and cautiously, only too aware of their defenselessness. Nate was not yet ready to break into any of the locked cars that clogged up the streets, even though he knew that those with their doors open had already been plundered of everything valuable. Eventually, he'd be forced into that repulsive act of disrespect. It was only a matter of time. But then what wasn't? Entropy was inevitable. It was a dull day with a biting cold wind, and Nate hugged himself, shivering as they walked along a street lined with ranch houses, no two the same. One house caught his attention. A line parallel with the road itself, it had a newly laid asphalt driveway and a lawn which had a maple tree close to the house, the last red leaves still clinging on. Between the maple and a naked silver birch wound a brick-paved path, taking the visitor on a curving journey rather than the shortest direct route. He'd noticed, for all his fear of attack and the sheer weirdness of this new world, his mind wandered when something like this caught his attention. The owners of this house had put heart and soul into it, and recently it appeared. And all that effort and money had meant nothing in the end. They might as well not have bothered. But it drew him toward it, and he found himself following the wavy path toward the front door. "Where are you going, Nate?" Evelyn called. She'd fallen behind again, her injured legs sore after walking even for just a couple of hours. Good grief, it was going to take forever to reach Sophie at Bible camp. "I'm cold," he said. "This place doesn't look as though it's been looted. Maybe that means there's someone inside." Nate paused for a moment without turning around, shoulders dropping. "I'll be sure to ring the doorbell, okay?" Hearing her steps on the path behind, he turned around as he reached the front door. "Stay back in case there's trouble, all right?" "What would be the point of that?" she snapped. "If you get shot while I'm skulking behind you, where does that leave me?" "No, we're a team." Nate banged on the door and pressed the bell, then stood back as the sounds echoed into the dead air. No response. "They could be hiding," Evelyn said. "Sure. But I'm cold, and I'm plenty desperate enough to break and enter. And anyway, they may be inside, but they'll likely be no threat to us." He tried the door, then moved along the front of the house, peering in through the bifold doors to what was obviously a living room beyond. No sign of anyone. Made sense. He guessed that most people died in their beds, waking up from sleep to find themselves in a true nightmare as they were attacked by the creatures, their terror only attracting more. In his mind's eye, he imagined the domino effect as the first one woke the person sleeping next to them, condemning both. He'd watched it begin on TV, but most people would have been asleep when the squid had emerged. Well, in this time zone, they'd have been asleep. What about the rest of the world? Was it possible that people 12 hours behind would have had enough time to figure out what had happened and how to limit their losses? He allowed himself the indulgence of imagining that perhaps his family in England might have survived for that reason. But it was a fantasy, and there weren't enough pills in the world to medicate everyone. "How are you going to get in?" Evelyn asked. Nate shook his head. "This will amaze you, but I'm not a professional burglar. So I'm winging it. Maybe they left a back door unlocked." He walked back along the front of the building, past the door and behind the Acer. "A gate," Evelyn said. Nate gave her a dose of side-eye and pushed the latch down, but swallowed his sarcasm. The gate swung inward, opening onto a wide backyard, dominated by a well-tended lawn with fallen leaves at its margins. A barbecue hid beneath its winter cover in front of a rectangular square of concrete slabs made to look like bricks. Nate stood on the patio and looked in through a glass sunroom. He tried the door handle, but it was locked. But the sunroom was the weak point, so he looked around for something to break the glass, spotting a small wooden shed in the far corner of the backyard. He pulled the door of the shed open, then cried out in horror, jumping back reflexively at the shape curled up in a fetal position in the corner, arms around its head. It was lucky that most of the body was hidden by the shadows, but the stench was impossible to avoid. He went to slam the door shut again, then spotted what he needed lying on the floor by the body, so he kneeled and grabbed the hammer and strode to the sunroom, smashing the window with his first adrenaline-fueled blow. At least that was one person he wouldn't have to find inside. He imagined an old couple, the man habitually retreating to his little kingdom in the shed, only to become trapped there when the squid came. If only he'd stayed asleep when he'd nodded off. Evelyn followed him inside, their boots crunching on the shattered glass. "This feels all kinds of wrong," she said, feeling her way through the sunroom and onto the carpet of the main house, through an open inner door. "We're not taking anything they'll miss," Nate said. "Let's find the kitchen." He ran his fingers along the wall, then pulled open the drawers of a closet. "Bingo," he said, fingers wrapping around something cylindrical and metal. He clicked the button and the room exploded into light. Instantly, he shut the flashlight off again, stepped across to the window and pulled the drapes across. He did the same in the living room he'd seen from outside, and then turned the flashlight on and looked around the room. "Nice place," he said. Contrary to his assumptions, it was furnished and decorated in a minimalist modern style. A room dominated by a ridiculously huge flat-panel TV that was now about as much use as a chocolate teapot. Evelyn was shadowing his movements at a distance, as if she were trying to keep her presence there as undetectable as possible, merely happy to let Nate commit the sacrilege. "I don't like this. Can we get out of here?" "I don't like it either, but they're gone, Evelyn, and they don't need their stuff. But their stuff can make me a little less dead for a while, so I'm trying not to feel guilty." "Okay." His breath blew in clouds through the flashlight beam, as if to emphasize his point. She nodded. "I know I'm being an idiot, but this makes my skin crawl. It's all kinds of wrong." "I get it. Look, why don't you stay here and check out the kitchen cupboards for food and stuff we can carry? I'll go out back. That's where she'll be." He left her in the kitchen with the flashlight while he headed out, feeling his way, trying to keep his imagination from filling the darkness with nightmares. The main bedroom was behind the lounge, and though he was braced for the smell, he still barely kept himself from vomiting as soon as he opened the door. Sucking in a breath at the threshold, he made his way to the nearest window and threw it open, then leaned out, refreshing his lungs before venturing back inside. She was in here. He could see the impression of her in the comforter's scrunched-up chaos where she'd fought her final battle. The room was dominated by a built-in closet, but it was no good trying to find anything in there without light, so he returned to the window, sucked in some fresh air, then ventured to the nightstands, first on her side, then his. There was nothing useful in hers, but his fingers wrapped around a cigarette packet-sized object in her husband's that, when he returned to the window, he could see was a power bank. And it had a built-in flashlight. He double-pressed the button to activate it. Good, it had power. Weird how, in this place of domestic death, that sign of technology buoyed his spirits. Then he directed the light away from what lay in the bed, instead using it to illuminate the inside of the closet. He grunted, somehow finding sad amusement in the fact that 3/4 of the space was taken up by her stuff, with the man squeezed into the remaining space. Nate had lived with 3 women, relationships long enough to include the apportioning of space, and all 3 had been like this. Good grief, he'd lived with Suella for a couple of years without ever qualifying for his own space in the wardrobe. He was a grade 1 idiot, that much was obvious, but he also had a fundamental weakness. He was a hopeless optimist. Good, there were some sweaters here that ought to fit. He couldn't quite bring himself to try them on in the bedroom, so he retreated to the living room with a pile of the warmest. He returned to the bedroom and picked out some warm clothes for Evelyn to choose from, and was just about to leave when he saw an inner door that led to a second room. It stunk in here too, though the smell was different. He swung the tiny LED on the power bank around. At first, it looked like a junk room, but among the detritus was a row of rectangular glass tanks that made him think of the creature Joshua had been torturing. But the things in here were clearly terrestrial. At the bottom of each tank lay an inert serpentine shape, and in one lurked a huge spider. "What are you doing?" Nate started so violently he dropped the power bank and had to scramble on the floor to find it again and activate the LED light. "Jesus, Evelyn. Isn't this place creepy enough already?" She helped him up, then used her flashlight to illuminate the room. Looks like they were reptile fans. They'll all be dead by now, too cold for them. "What about Boris the spider over there?" She shuddered. "Dunno. I mean, how does anyone sleep in a room next to that?" Then she gasped. "Hold on a minute, I think I've got an idea. We're not taking the spider with us, whatever you say." No. But you know vivariums have lamps. I think they're UV. Nate glanced over at the glass enclosures. "You mean we could use them against the squid? Like Joshua?" "Maybe. I had a nephew back in Canada who was obsessed with snakes. Used to bore me to tears, but I'm fairly sure he said the lamps had ultraviolet in them. Or was it infrared?" Nate sighed. "If they're heat lamps, surely they'd be infrared. I mean, maybe they'd work against the squid, but how would we test it?" "Anyway, we have a bigger problem," Evelyn said, groaning as her idea ran out of runway. This was the problem with speaking before you thought an idea through entirely. Power. Good grief, I really thought I had something there. Nate shuffled over to the glass enclosure of the nearest snake and lifted the top of the housing off, holding it up into Evelyn's light beam, eyes darting back to the inert shape, alert to any signs of movement. "I think these are USB, he said, suddenly excited. He pulled the lighting tube out of its spring clip, put the housing back in case the snake was just playing dead, then traced the path of the power cable back to the socket. He gave the cable a yank and it came loose. "Hold this," he said, handing over the tube while he plugged the cable into the power bank. "Do you want to do the honors? Just don't look directly into it. Health and safety at the end of the world." "You are a darling," she said, smiling. She put the flashlight down on its end so only a little light leaked out, then, almost immediately, flicked the switch on the lamp's base. The room was instantly flooded with light. Nate could feel the heat, but there was also an unmistakable purple tinge to it. Then he looked up at Evelyn, to see that her white lapels were lit up like a cheap 80s disco effect. He smiled as he switched it off and picked up the flashlight. "The only flaw in the plan is there's no way to recharge the power bank," Evelyn said. But Nate was smiling like a politician at election time. Sure, they needed to find a way to recharge the power, but for right now they had a way to fight back and to banish the terror of the night. And if the lamp didn't draw too many amps, it might last a while anyway. It may look like a lightsaber that had shrunk in the wash, and it was unproven, but it felt like the first step in the long war to retake their planet and reclaim the darkness. Chapter 20. They passed another elementary school shortly after leaving the house with the reptiles. The wind had gotten up, but it couldn't penetrate the fleece-lined skiing jacket that had once belonged to the man in the shed. Evelyn had taken the lead now. She seemed to have been invigorated by the warm clothes and chocolate biscuits she'd scavenged from the kitchen. Nate shook his head and smiled as he watched the black cloth bag move rhythmically on its strap across her shoulders. It was a ukulele she'd found in the reptile room as they were getting ready to leave, and she'd insisted on bringing it with them despite Nate's protests. There was no doubt it was a good one, a Miller custom tenor made of solid mango wood, but he couldn't imagine playing anything anymore. Back in the day, he'd followed in the steps of Paul McCartney, George Harrison, Jeff Lynne, and Tom Petty in taking to the diminutive instrument when he was on the road, and he'd occasionally gotten other members of Union Beat to strum along. Unfortunately, although the ukulele was about the simplest instrument to learn, The others had no patience even for learning one-finger chords. And after the band broke up, he didn't travel much and stuck to his acoustic guitar. He looked away from the ukulele bag and back to the dull world he was walking through. There was no point in looking inside the elementary school. He couldn't see a single intact window as they walked along the outside of the one-story building, picking their way from one car wreck to the next. It had been set alight and comprehensively destroyed. Why? Because while human beings were capable of deep compassion, when brought together in large groups, they devolved to the level of the least among them and became a ravening, destructive rabble. Leaving the school behind, they passed into an area that felt bizarrely familiar. The homes here were smaller, bungalows on large grassy plots with family cars parked outside. They could be in suburban England, if it weren't for the unusual regularity of the streets. He shook his head to dismiss the homesick malaise that lurked at the margins of his thoughts. And then, quite suddenly, they saw people. Living people. "What the hell?" he said, moving alongside Evelyn as she stood and took it in. They'd walked for an hour and hadn't seen a single living soul, but in the space of one block they found themselves in what almost felt like a living suburb. Except that, as he looked more closely, he realized these people were waiting in line. Good grief, had the government finally responded? Was there a working government? This felt like a revelation, having seen no evidence of one in the weeks since the attack. "Hey, don't cut the line," a voice called as they walked along the road, past people waiting. He was an old man pushing his wife in a wheelchair. Well, presumably it was his wife. Evelyn ignored Nate's protest and approached the man. "What are you queuing for?" she said. The old man's face creased up in suspicion and disbelief. "Are you serious? You don't know about the hospital? Well, you got to go to the back of the line if you want to get in. It's first come, first served, and it's our turn tonight." "What are you talking about?" The line moved a little, but they matched pace. "You ain't in the line," the woman behind them said. "You wait your turn like we did. Marsh'll be along soon enough, and I'll tell him." Nate took Evelyn's arm, and they retreated to the middle of the road. The old man followed, leaving his wife in the care of the woman who'd just spoken. "Look, you ain't from round here, I figure. So maybe you don't know, but these here are dangerous times, and line jumpers are apt to get their heads blowed off, no questions asked." "I don't get what you're queuing for," Nate said. "A safe place to sleep tonight. At Skokie Hospital, just down there," he said, waving his hand along the road in the direction they were headed. "They've opened up the whole place, but they can't take all the folks who need shelter. Word got around and everyone comes here. So, they let people in on a rota. It's our turn for tonight, and we're waiting for them to open up. Got it now? But how do they protect people from the squid?" "Squid? That's what you call them? Well, I suppose that makes sense, except they ain't in the sea. But anyway, some folks gather round the fires in the hospital grounds, but Janice here needs a bed. Them that's got beds gets meds." Evelyn nodded at the line. "What do you do when it's not your turn for a bed?" "We hunker down together. There's a bunch of us been keeping a fire ready for night, but sometimes they get in despite. We've been sheltering in the school, but it's our turn, like I said. Tried using liquor, but there ain't enough drink in the world to make me sleep since those things came. What do you think they are, man? Space aliens?" Nate shrugged. "I don't know for sure. You're English? How are things back there?" "I haven't heard. My phone stopped working on the first night." The man shook his head sadly. "I'm sorry, kid, but I suggest you keep away from the hospital. Diane wasn't wrong. The marshals will be along sooner or later, and if you don't have a permit." "You mean the police?" Evelyn said. Again the shrug. "Kinda, but I don't reckon most of them were hired by the city before all this happened." "What kind of permit?" "The kind you pay for, son." "With what?" "With whatever you got that they want." Evelyn touched his shoulder. "Come on, I think he's right. We'd better steer around the hospital." "That's good advice," the old man said. "Where you headed?" "West." That was less information than the old man wanted, but he was more concerned with watching the line than with what these strangers were up to. A group of young children ran carelessly up and down past annoyed adults, and a smile played across his face. "You reckon on traveling far, you're going to need transportation. Head over to Old Orchard, other side of the hospital. They've got a market there. Sell everything. As long as you got something to trade, they'll do a deal. Steer clear of the mayor, though. She's a politician. Evelyn took his hand. Thank you. Now your line's moving, so we'll say goodbye. She smiled at him and watched as he shuffled back toward the line. As they took a street running at 90 degrees to the one with the line, Nate said, I hadn't thought we'd have to buy a car. I guess I thought we'd nick one. Do you know how to hotwire a car? Evelyn asked him. Can a modern car be hot-wired? Nate said, stopping abruptly and rubbing his eyes as despair threatened to overwhelm him. He'd been focusing entirely on putting one foot in front of another and surviving the day, but they would need transportation if they were going to cross the couple of 100 miles to the Bible camp quickly. And if that took 2 or 3 weeks, there was every chance that Sophie would have moved on by the time they got there. He stood still, breathing the dry, cold air, surrounded by a rising column of mist, and the distance between him and his daughter felt like it might as well have been an ocean. And he had to swim it. Well, I reckon we've got one thing worth having, Evelyn said. The lightsaber? Nate groaned and leaned against a picket fence. Hours after thinking maybe they had a weapon to make the nighttime safe again, they faced having to give it up. Yeah, I suppose it's not worth quite what we thought, is it? I mean, once we explain the principle, what's to stop them taking a UV light from somewhere and using that? Nate grunted and stood up. You're right. No, I'm not going to trade our only weapon. Our best plan is to keep ourselves to ourselves, I reckon, and hope we can find a vintage car once the roads clear out. Evelyn came in for a hug. We'll make it, Nate. We'll make it. Well, what do we have here? They broke apart to find themselves looking down the business end of a double-barreled shotgun. They'd been so absorbed in their own problems and hadn't noticed the man approach. Instinctively, Nate and Evelyn put their hands up. That's better. Now take your gun out of your pocket real slow. We haven't got guns. The man lowered the shotgun a little and made no effort to hide his surprise. He was a young white man with a nervous disposition and a thin mustache, and he wore a deputy's badge. Got permits? We didn't know we needed them, Nate said. Where you come from? Around here. Nate thumbed back the way they'd come. Evanston. You folks better come with me, the man with the gun said, and keep your hands up. He pointed the gun along the road, then indicated they were to take a right, so they were now walking parallel to the people in line, the other side of the houses. Boss, he shouted, what do I do with these? The door of the house opened after a moment, and a man looked out. He wore military fatigues, and a heavy-looking revolver hung from a hip belt. He said nothing, but simply stood there looking at the prisoners. Nate knew his type instantly. Here was a man who liked to grandstand, whose authority was based on wearing the persona of a tough guy. The music industry was full of sharks like this, circling the vulnerable. The deputy broke the silence first. Found him walking along the street over there. They ain't got no permit. Orders are. I know what the orders are, Jenkins, the boss man said. And you folks are in a whole heap of trouble. Chapter 21. Why are you doing this? Nate said as he walked ahead of the man with the gun, shadowed by another who carried a semi-automatic handgun. We just want to go on our way. Well, it's like this, son, I follow orders. Unlike you, I've got a permit to be walking these streets. We didn't know we needed one, Evelyn said. She was walking alongside Nate. At least they'd been allowed to lower their arms after being frisked. Oddly, their packs hadn't been touched. The boss man chuckled grimly. It's a hard world, lady. But there's not far to go, and you can make your complaint if you want. Not that it'll do you much good. They'd emerged onto the sidewalk beside a 2-lane highway, blocked by the blackened remains of a semi that lay on its side, straddling the entire road. As they walked, they passed a sign to the hospital, and Nate looked at the mirrored glass windows, trying to catch a glimpse inside, but he saw nothing. Aside from the semi, and the other abandoned vehicles on either side of it, this could almost be a perfectly normal scene. Except for the complete absence of moving people other than them. They crossed the clogged-up intersection and took a right. Nate noticed the attitude of the men escorting them change as they came in view of the Hilton. They straightened up and held their weapons close to their bodies. Nate kept his eyes on the man leading the way, noticing how his gaze seemed to be continually switching from the two of them to the hotel. Now, if you'll take my advice, the boss man said, you'll do exactly what you're told. The folks up here, they don't take kindly to troublemakers. Nate groaned inwardly. What exactly had either of them done to make anyone think they were trouble? They were just two unarmed walkers passing through. Perhaps that was all it took. Armed guards in regulation fatigues stood outside the hotel entrance. One looked their way, began to raise his weapon, then lowered it again when he recognized their escort. What is it, Pertwee? You've been told before to handle your own security. Even you can handle these two, surely. Pertwee saluted sloppily, his face flushing. Standing orders, Corporal Heston. These two say they're from Evanston. May have intelligence. I don't know, those are my orders, I don't question them. The corporal looked Pertwee up and down, shaking his head ever so slightly. You can leave them with us, we'll take it from here. Pertwee hesitated even as the corporal turned away from him. You'll let the boss know we followed procedure? Heston smiled, exchanging a knowing glance with another guard. Sure will. Now you get back to securing the line into the hospital, okay? Don't want to keep you. Though he tried really hard, Pertwee couldn't hide his resentment as he swung away, barking orders to his subordinate and marching off. Look, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding, Evelyn said to the corporal. We're just trying to get out of the city. We didn't know we needed a permit. Oh, don't you worry about that, Heston said. We'll just ask a few questions about how things are in Evanston. Follow me. And then we can go, Evelyn asked. The corporal tilted his head noncommittally. That's above my pay grade. But I can guarantee things'll go easier for you if you're cooperative. Why wouldn't we be? Nate asked, feeling his impatience getting the better of his fear. We've got nothing to hide. Is that so? That's your first untruth, mister. You've survived 3 weeks since the invasion. No one does that without secrets. This way. He nodded to one of the other soldiers who fell in behind as the corporal led them into the foyer of the hotel. Nate had been here 15 years before on the band's one and only tour, but what faced him now bore no resemblance to any hotel reception he'd ever seen. What had been the main desk was now staffed by soldiers in uniform, and the area that had previously hosted business meetings over drinks was now an informal dormitory, cots laid out with military precision. Nate shared a glance with Evelyn as the two of them were marched toward the conference rooms beyond. On the one hand, it was somehow comforting to see a functioning military unit. On the other hand, they were few enough, and to see them camping in the foyer of a hotel felt positively dystopian. Then, as they were about to turn into the conference rooms, Corporal Heston stiffened, straightened and flattened himself against the wall as he looked past them. Nate followed his gaze to see a group of people emerging from the stairs leading to the second floor. Some wore dark suits, a few were in fatigues, but the power was held by the one in the center. A diminutive figure wearing a green two-piece business suit, with close-cropped blonde hair and immaculate makeup. She looked as though she could have stepped off the set of Mad Men. Corporal Heston remained perfectly still as she broke away from her entourage to exchange greetings with those few personnel occupying the cots. Nate could sense his nervousness, like a recruit when the general arrives for inspection. But this woman was no officer. She looked like a politician to Nate. And she was approaching. Corporal, how are you? Thank you, Madam Mayor, I'm well. She nodded at the soldier beside him, then looked at Nate and Evelyn, her eyes narrowing. Why are these civilians here? They are to be interrogated, ma'am, in accordance with general order. I know the orders, soldier, I wrote them. Yes, ma'am. They came into our jurisdiction, claiming to have traveled from Evanston. Wow, big journey. What's that, 5 miles, she said, now engaging Evelyn. It felt a lot farther. My leg's wounded. She nodded, rubbing her chin thoughtfully as her entourage gathered around. You will address me as Madam Mayor or ma'am. The least we can do at this time is be respectful to each other, Mrs. Dr. Evelyn MacArthur. Ma'am. The woman in the green suit arched an eyebrow. Doctor. The medical kind. The academic kind. I worked at the university as a professor of history. How useful. I am Rachel Chambers, formerly Congresswoman of the 9th District when that still mattered, now Mayor. Nate managed to bite his tongue, though his sarcasm circuit was desperate to respond with how useful. Somehow Chambers noticed and regarded him. Do we know each other? No, Madam Mayor. Her eyes narrowed farther as if his accent had triggered a memory in her. Then she gasped. You were in that band. What was it called? Union Beat, that's it. Didn't your singer die? Drugs. Nate sighed inwardly. He thought for a moment of simply denying it, but he'd always been a hopeless liar. He just didn't have the energy. Nate Carver. Yeah, Union Beat. Long time ago now. She looked at Heston. I'll take it from here, Corporal. Something flickered across Heston's face. Was it dissent? Then he looked at the man standing over the mayor's shoulder and nodded. Yes, ma'am. He swiveled smartly and retreated with his tail just as tucked between his legs as Pertwee's had been. Karma could be a bitch. She opened the conference room door, ushered them in, then dismissed her entourage. Take 5 people. We'll continue the tour later. Madam Mayor, I will sit in. This from the man behind her. He was tall, bald, and perfectly turned out, like a senior officer in a disaster movie. Will you, Colonel Baker? She said, looking up at him with a smirk on her lips. Are you frightened I might go off script? The colonel's expression remained impassive. Of course not, Madam Mayor, but I am responsible for your safety. Her smile widened until Nate could see her porcelain molars. I don't believe I have much to fear from a university professor and an ex-boy band member. But have it your way. You must really enjoy my company. Ma'am, he said, maintaining his robot-like demeanor. He pointed at 2 soldiers, and they took up station beside the door. Then he looked at Nate as if to emphasize the point. They might be meeting the mayor, but they were still prisoners. As if he needed reminding. The room contained a rectangular table, and Mayor Chambers settled into the more comfortable of the 2 swivel chairs on one side while the colonel took the other. She gestured for Nate and Evelyn to sit, then leaned back with her fingers interlocked. Now, tell me about Evanston. It's crazy, really. It's so close. I used to think nothing of meeting in the plaza, but since the first night, I haven't been more than a couple of miles from this spot. Is there any sign of FEMA? Evelyn shook her head. Frankly, the line at the hospital is the first sign of any organization we've seen. She rubbed at her eyes, and for the first time, Nate glimpsed the human being beneath the corporate mask. I'm sorry, but I'm not surprised. I've heard nothing from the federal or state governments. We've had no help from anyone. At first, we kept things together to give time for the government to help, and that's still the official line. But no one's coming. I guess I'm still hoping for a miracle. That and Valium is what's keeping me together. You called yourself a former congresswoman, Nate said, picking at something that had bothered him from the moment he'd met her. I mean, I get that there's no working government, but there could be one day. It may take years, but don't you hope to rebuild? You're the leader here, aren't you? Her face relaxed, as if the burden of pretense had been lifted from her shoulders. Mr. Carver, I've been a politician long enough to know that there's a certain level of bullshit that even the best of us can't pull off, though, my God, some tried. But no, we're in a war that we've already lost. The colonel beside her shifted uncomfortably in his chair, but said nothing. I don't get it. I mean, sure, it was the worst disaster to ever hit the human race, he said, hardly believing the words as he said them. But we can rebuild if people like you and the colonel here are on our side. Surely, given long enough, we'll bounce back. I want my kid to have something to hope for. We've found a way to kill the squid, he added, pulling the UV lamp out of his pack and laying it on the table. We're in a bad place, but we can still win. Now her transformation from politician to actual human being was complete. I'm sorry, Nate, but as I said, the war is lost. These things you call squid, they're just the first wave. More are coming, and they won't stop until our world is theirs. We are living in the last days. Chapter 22. What do you mean? Nate said, leaning forward. What do you know about them? Mayor Chambers arched her eyebrows. You seem to be misunderstanding the nature of this interview, Mr. Carver. I ask the questions and you answer them. She regarded him for a moment, then sighed. Okay, in the spirit of cooperation, I'll throw you a bone, but then I expect you to reciprocate. Understood, Madam Mayor, Nate said. She was the kind of person who responded well to formality, and he could butter up with the best of them when he chose to. Madam Mayor, Colonel Baker said, his patience, it seemed, finally at an end. This civilian isn't authorized to have this information. It's on a strictly need-to-know basis. Chambers rolled her eyes. You know what, Bob? I'm sick of holding this kind of information in secret. So what if these people know? What does that matter? There's no tactical advantage at stake. I just want them to know how things stand. Maybe they'll choose to help us then. We're heading west, Nate said, regretting it even as the words left his mouth. Why? There, she'd been diverted from telling him what he wanted to know. Nice one, Nate. He sighed. My daughter has been kidnapped. You know where she is? I think so. Around 200 miles west of here at a Bible camp. Chambers seemed to consider this. And let's assume you succeed. Let's say you rescue her. What then? I have an apartment in Evanston. I'll bring her back there. And then? Nate felt his irritation rising. He knew this was the crucial question, but he didn't have an answer. Chambers continued. I'm not trying to put you off going after your daughter. My God, but I'd love to be able to hope any of my family is still alive. But you might as well come back here rather than go to Evanston. Why? Because we're a community. And when the end comes, it's surely better to face it shoulder to shoulder with others. Evelyn had been watching this exchange. Why are you so certain it's over? I mean, it seems to me you're bringing people together. There's nothing like this in Evanston. A hint of a smile creased her lips. One of the ironies of being a politician, Doctor, is that we pretend to focus on the long term while, in fact, spending all our time and effort on putting out today's fire. Well, I don't have to pretend any longer because there isn't a long term. There isn't a medium term. There's today and tomorrow, and that's as far ahead as I'm prepared to think about. She slumped in her chair and rubbed her forehead. Tell me, have you heard of the Cavall Institute for Theoretical Physics? Evelyn thought for a moment, then shrugged. I'm a historian, not a physicist. It's based in Santa Barbara. It's one of the foremost institutes of theoretical physics in the world. I'm on the Congressional Oversight Committee for Science. Then she sighed, shook her head, and massaged her temples. No. Put all of that in the past tense. But the institute had received grant funds to work on some, oh look, it's all gobbledygook to me. It was research into something about quantum fields. These guys seem to think that all they've got to do is put the Q word in front of a grant application, and it'll be waved through. Where are you going with this, Madam Mayor? That lab's right across the country. How can it be relevant? Chambers put her hand up. Be patient, Mr. Carver. I don't have time to explain this twice. As I said, I'm on the Oversight Committee, but specifically, I'm responsible for theoretical physics. So the cell number of the guy who heads up that department at the Cavall facility is in my phone. And my number's in his. I know this because he rang me on the morning of January 10th. She paused for effect, closely watching the two of them while the colonel remained impassive. Evelyn gasped. January 10th? That was the day they came. Not the day they came at night, Nate said. Exactly. I had a call from Dr. Enriquez, my contact at the facility. What did he say? Nothing. Oh, for the love of God, Nate said, throwing his hands in the air and leaning so far back in his chair that he only stayed upright because the wall caught him. Would you like to hear the call? I record every phone conversation I have had. She activated the device, and they waited in silence as it booted up, another reminder of a technology that belonged in a lost past. Once the phone was working, she swiped and tapped until finally she pressed on a big green play button. The first sound was of the phone being dropped on a hard surface. There was the high-pitched whining of electrical equipment, and then, quite suddenly, a cry for help, the sounds of running feet, and a scream. Then, when the human noises had ceased to be replaced with the purely mechanical, he heard something else that at first he couldn't make out. Then it got louder and more distinct. It was a clicking, mixed with a noise that sounded like a shark licking its lips. And more similar sounds, but coming from farther away. Nate imagined the phone lying on the floor, blindly witnessing something unimaginable, though his mind had a damn good try. He'd seen Alien versus Predator. The noisemaker moved toward the phone, clicking as if at another of its kind. Then, without warning, the call was cut off. I tried to get in touch with the facility, Chambers said, shaking her head. I thought maybe it was some kind of technical glitch in their comm system. At least, that's what I told myself. But I couldn't get through on any of the numbers I had. Still, I thought maybe a cell tower had gone down. It happens. No need to panic, I wanted to think, even though I felt in my heart that something had gone badly wrong. You remember when the Large Hadron Collider was activated at CERN? The crackpots said it could open up a mini black hole and destroy the world. That was what was going through my head, even though I knew it was impossible. But I had visions of the facility being a smoking ruin. Evelyn, who'd remained entirely impassive, took off her glasses and rubbed at them with the hem of her sweater. Madam Mayor, how do you know this had anything to do with the attack? Because we've traced back the emergency reports. It took days while we were still in contact with response units across the country. When we plotted the time signatures against geographical location, what do you think we found? Neither Nate nor Evelyn was going to give her the satisfaction, though they knew where this was going. She smiled humorlessly and glanced across at the colonel sitting next to her. If Normandy was the beachhead for the invasion of Europe, our ground zero was the Cavall Institute for Theoretical Physics. That's where they got in, my friends, and they're still coming. Chapter 23. Well, at least that explains where all the survivors went, Evelyn said. They'd been given temporary security passes when Mayor Chambers had finally declared herself satisfied she'd gotten everything she could out of them. They were free to go, but it was by that time mid-afternoon, and she'd suggested they stay with the community here for the night before moving on the following day. Westfield Old Orchard was a mall complex that would once have been a haven of capitalist greed, and was now simply a haven. As they made their way through the complex of stores toward the Macy's that housed people overnight, Nate stared at people milling about, chatting and acting almost entirely normally. Many of them carried bags stuffed full of clothes which were, Chambers had said, being handed out according to need rather than the size of their credit card limit. Almost entirely normal, because beneath the surface lay an air of fakeness. The irony of that wasn't lost on Nate, as if people were acting out a fantasy. A fantasy of a normal life that could only be remembered and enjoyed again in this environment. And only then for a short while. A normal life that had, in truth, vanished for good. Aside from the weirdness of so many voices echoing through the mall, it was the various aromas that had the most impact. He'd forgotten how rich and mesmerizing the scent of cooking food could be. Let's try here, Evelyn said, pointing ahead to the Cheesecake Factory. Nate shrugged. He was pretty certain they wouldn't find any actual cheesecake here 3 weeks after the end of the world, but he didn't have a better idea. He opened the door, then stood back as someone came out into the daylight. There were plenty of people in here, even though it was pretty dark. Nate had wanted to ask Chambers about the power situation here and how they kept the squid at bay during the night, but she had brushed off his questions, then disappeared to continue her tour of inspection. She'd said he'd find his answers in the mall, so here he was. Pretty crappy service, Evelyn said. Not even a greeter. He couldn't see her face well enough to be sure, but he assumed she was being sarcastic. The tables had been cleared from the center, now running around the edge of the restaurant, with a single brazier providing most of the light. Next to it, some kind of broiler stood, connected to a gas cylinder, and at it, a young woman turned food on a hot plate. How does this work? Evelyn asked the woman, who looked up in surprise. Oh, there's a spare pair of tongs and plenty of room. Evelyn glanced at Nate, then understood. We cook our own food. The young woman laughed. You must be new here. Yeah, it's all self-service these days. Bring your own food and the broiler works until the gas runs out. Where do you get the food from? Nate asked, thinking through what they had in their backpacks that might work when grilled. She turned back to what was frying on the hot plate, canned ham by the smell of it, and nodded behind her. It's all gathered together in the main mall. But you're too late for today. Have to be up and at 'em early if you don't want to find yourself at the back of the line. More lines. If he ever made it through this nightmare, one of his overriding memories would be the post-apocalyptic penchant for queuing. One of his more pleasant memories, that was. I mean, I've got some corned beef, Evelyn said. I could fry that up. Nate shook his head and lowered his voice. Let's go inside and see if there's anything left. I don't want to use up our supplies if we can help it. You'd rather eat their food than our own. Rolling his eyes, Nate left the young woman to her fry-up and made his way outside. The Cheesecake Factory was right on the edge of the mall, so they followed it around to where the open-air stores gave way to a huge Macy's. He pulled the main doors open and stood on the threshold. The floor was lined with sleeping bags, most of them laid on top of thin mattresses made, it seemed, of clothes wrapped in black garbage bags. "This way," he said to Evelyn, pointing to a pathway between the sleeping bags. Only around a quarter were occupied at present, and once they got beyond the dormitory area, they found themselves in a weird alternate universe where stores became aid stations. "We're inside a Macy's," Evelyn said in a disbelieving tone, stating the obvious. Not a bad idea, keeping everyone within the one building. Especially at night. Nate looked back from a cosmetic counter, pointing at the ceiling of the store by the doors. "Look, they're UV floodlights." "Clever." "Well, that explains a lot. As long as they've got power, they'd be safe in here at night." "Nice one. So if we can find a space, we'll be okay. Then we can get on our way tomorrow." He led her farther into the store. A makeshift pharmacy had been set up in the men's clothing area, the people working at a counter that still bore the hanging brackets for suits. Brown boxes were piled up behind, most of them open, and in the far corner Nate could see a secure area with metal doors and a handwritten sign. "Good grief, I hadn't thought about that." "Insulin," Evelyn said, following his gaze. "I pity type 1s, but at least those that made it here stand a chance. For now, at least. You know," she added, then chuckled, "Sorry, I was just remembering my last conversation with my doctor. He told me I'm pre-diabetic. Gave me a list of all the things I wasn't to eat. Funnily enough, I'm not that fussy anymore." They finally found what they were looking for. There was a counter that reminded Nate of the black and white reels he'd seen of new recruits to the army in World War II, receiving their kit. This time, the people behind the counter were handing out sleeping bags, then pointing to a huge pile of clothes that occupied what had been the women's wear department. They reached the front of the line. "You'll have to bed down in that area until you're assigned your work party." Nate went to speak, but Evelyn gripped his arm and shook her head. He understood. This was a community in which everyone was expected to play their part. "What can I do?" he said, surprising himself and his friend. The woman behind the counter, middle-aged with hair that was dyed black but now had gray roots, smiled and pointed back the way he'd come. "Go speak to Gordon over there, he'll find you something." He left Evelyn to find them a place to crash for the night, and walked over to Gordon, a tall African-American with a manicured, close-cropped black beard and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt. It made Nate feel cold just to look at the man. "Sure," Gordon said after Nate had introduced himself. "Got a work party moving a new generator into the basement. We could use all the help we can get." Gordon led him out of Macy's and along the outside of the mall to where a group of men were gathered around a service door. "How's it going, Ben?" "Looking good, but I'd be happier doing this tomorrow. It's taken a lot longer to get it disconnected than I expected. Damn security." Gordon shook his head. "No can do. Boss wants it up and running before nightfall." It was obvious enough to Nate that Ben didn't like this at all. Chances were that the poor devil had simply been the best qualified when jobs were being handed out, but that didn't mean he knew what he was doing. "I'll do my best, Gord. But I'm not going to unplug the old one until I'm 100% sure I can get the new one working." Gordon nodded. "Sure, understood. Nate here's volunteered to help move it." Now Ben didn't bother to hide his hostility. He went to say something, but thought better of it, and after a moment's pause, gestured his assent and watched as Gordon strode away. "Well, I guess that saves him having to do any actual work." "Keep your mouth shut," another man said. "That kind of attitude is gonna get you in a hell of a lot of trouble." Ben sneered at that. "You think, Pasco? More trouble than the end of the world? Give me a break." Then he looked at Nate and put out his hand, a huge palm with sausages for fingers. "Good to meet you, I'm Benji. Now, we got to get this round to Macy's basement. Pasco and me have disconnected it, and we got help lined up when we get there, but Gord didn't think about the first part, rolling it along. That's where you come in, okay? You ever done any lifting? You know, professional?" "No, but I'm pretty good at following orders," Nate lied. The truth was, moving a large machine that stank of diesel wasn't exactly what he'd had in mind when he'd volunteered. He wasn't sure what he'd been thinking, but not this. "You're English?" "My mom came from Birmingham." No wonder she emigrated, Nate thought. No, that was unfair. After all, there were parts of Portsmouth he wouldn't be seen dead in at night. "That's great. So why are we doing this?" Ben's forehead creased. "No, of course Guard didn't tell you." He looked past Nate, in case anyone might overhear. The one in Macy's is on the fritz. I told him a week ago, and he let the mayor know, but I didn't hear nothing until this morning. The lights went out last night. Only for a few minutes and before it was properly dark, but it was enough to put the frighteners on our leaders. So this time she listened and told Gordon to get together a work team and move it over. But like I said, it took a lot longer to disconnect this one. It's the power for the mall lighting. And they use the generator to power UV lights. Ben looked confused. You're a newcomer? Yeah, but I know about ultraviolet. This is the price of getting a bed for the night. Then my new friend, I guess we'd better get hauling. And then the sound of boots thumping on the sidewalk. Benji. What is it, Mitch? Nate turned to see a young man arrive, then stand with his hands on his knees, sucking in air. Gordon tested the generator. Ben's face froze. And? Mitch shrugged. It's dead. And if we don't get this one hooked up in 2 hours, so is everyone else. Chapter 24. Nate pushed the generator along the sidewalk, the wheels catching on imperfections in the brick and cement, while on the other side, Pasco leaned his shoulder into it and Ben steered from the front. A dozen men emerged from Macy's, led by Gordon, and gathered around the squat, dirty Honda generator. It wasn't that it was hard to maneuver out here, but it was going to take all of them to get the damn thing through the department store and down to the basement. Nate glanced over his shoulder at the sky. The sun was no more than half an hour from setting. There's no room. A woman's voice rose above the clamor. He recognized Mayor Chambers. She was gesticulating at Gordon, who'd run over to her when he'd seen her standing outside Macy's. Nate stood back and breathed deeply while others guided the generator inside. He was close enough to Chambers to hear their conversation, and he realized that Gordon was appealing for help. Just take the children, please, he said. She shook her head. I'm sorry. We just don't have room at the Hilton. Our UV lamps are a lot smaller than yours. No, they're much safer here. As soon as the new generator's in place, all will go back to normal. But what if, he began. She put her hand up to silence him. That's enough. The last thing we need is panic, she hissed. Now, I suggest you supervise the installation of the generator. Nate slipped inside and followed the machine on its path down the stairwell to the basement. He didn't know why he felt compelled to do so, since he knew less than nothing about the generator. And then, quite suddenly, he knew that there was something else he had to do. He turned around and ran back up the stairs and found Evelyn, who'd made up a sleeping area for them, away from the more organized rows of sleeping bags. What's going on? She said, the relief on her face disappearing as she saw his expression. Everyone's got the yips. Someone said the generator went out for a couple of minutes yesterday. Nate got on his haunches so they could speak without being overheard. It did. They've brought another, but the Macy's one doesn't work now, so if Ben doesn't get it working. Evelyn's jaw dropped open. What can we do? The sensible thing would be to get out of here. We could find a deserted unit and use our UV lamp to keep ourselves safe for the night. And leave these people? He shook his head. I know. But we can't protect everyone here with one UV lamp and a battery pack, can we? No, I guess not. So what do we do? Nate sighed. If we're not going to get out of here, then I guess we'd better make sure we're near enough to be able to help people. Unless what? Fire. She looked him square in the eyes, trying to divine his meaning. We saw at the station that the squid don't come near flames. You want to set this place alight. He hushed her, casting around for anyone who might have overheard them. Keep it down. The last thing we need is to start a panic. Is there going to be anything here that could be ignited? Alcohol. I'm pretty certain that'll all have gone. Liquor's practically currency now, I reckon. Nate looked around, desperately hoping for inspiration. Then he had it. The cosmetics counter. Over there, he said, gesturing away. Aerosol cans. Evelyn followed his pointing hand, then looked back at him. Are you serious? Can you think of a better idea? There are candles everywhere. I guess they're used at night, but they won't keep the squid away. But a candle turns a spray deodorant into a flamethrower. Only for a few seconds. Maybe that's all they'll need. And it's got to be better than nothing, hasn't it? She nodded. Yeah, you're right. Look, I'm going to go down to the basement and take the UV lamp to Ben. He's the most important of us all tonight, so I'm going to make sure he's protected. Evelyn took his hand as he reached for his pack. Or we could just run for it and take the lamp with us. He smiled. Yeah. Let's hope we don't regret this. You make sure you have enough firepower to keep yourself safe, and see if you can distribute the spray cans to as many people as possible, okay? I hope to God we don't need to use them, but I'm fed up with fighting a defensive battle. Let's barbecue some squid. He kissed her on the cheek and strode off, aware that he probably looked a lot more confident than he felt. The stairwell was deserted now, and his footsteps echoed as he raced down to the basement. He found Pasco first, and the man relaxed as he saw Nate approaching, though he kept the flashlight pointing into the generator room. Where'd you get to? Had some business to take care of, but I'm here now. He took the pack off his shoulder and pulled first the battery pack, then the UV tube out. What's that? Insurance. Nate went inside the metal-framed door. Ben was there, and the new generator occupied most of the small room. Oh, it's you. I thought it might have been Gordon. Can I help? You sure you want to be down here? Where else would I be? Ben shrugged. Well, you know your own mind, but I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be. He returned to working on the plate that fixed the generator to the floor. Look, I know this is tight. Night's falling already, and everyone's relying on you. Thanks, I didn't realize. Nate rolled his eyes. I've brought a UV lamp and battery. Even if they come, this should keep them off while you get finished. You know they'll come, don't you? Ben said without looking up. I've seen them. Nate said, remembering the night at the station. No, I mean you know they'll come after me, after us. This made no sense. What do you mean? I don't understand it. I've seen them and they seem like animals to me, but Chambers, she reckons they're clever. She said they attack the people who are the biggest threat to them. Like dousing the source of a flame before tackling the fire itself. Well, we're the source. If we get this working, they won't be able to get in. If we don't, then that's a lot of red meat for them to feast on. Pass me that wrench, will you? Meat. They're people, you unfeeling bastard. He took the wrench, then looked at Nate. No time for being a pussy, pal. That's all those people up there are to them. He resumed working on the last bolt. That's done, now let's get this moved across. We don't have long. Nate put the UV lamp down, and helped Ben and Pasco move the old generator out of position. Nate watched as Ben heaved. He looked like he was running on fumes, almost disengaged from what he was doing. Maybe that was the price of having the fate of the entire community in his hands. The entire community except for the soldiers. And the politician. The flashlight in Pasco's hand jittered around in time with their movement. Nate kept his eyes on it, trying not to look at the shadows it inevitably created. What was the time? Had the sun gone down? Then the screaming began, echoing down the stairwell from the upper floor. Nate pushed the generator into position, then reached for the tube, scrambling around blindly on the floor as Pasco and Ben started reconnecting the cables that fed the power supply. Come on, Nate called. Pasco shrieked and fell backward, clutching at something on his shoulder. The pungent stench of terror and desperation filled the little room. Nate connected the tube to the power bank and switched it on. In that instant, he saw the multitude that had crept up on them. He waved the tube around as squid fell to the ground from the ceiling and walls, burning up like the Wicked Witch of the West. Nate swept the dying creature from Pasco's back. Then there was another cry. Ben was flailing at an unseen enemy, and Nate brought the UV lamp up to eliminate the shadows, the darkness sizzling as he did so. Ben was on his back, moaning and clutching at his eyes. From up the stairwell came the screams of the desperate and dying. Start it up, Ben called out. Nate looked at Pasco, but he was curled up in a ball on the floor. Taking the UV lamp in one hand, Nate crawled to the control panel on the generator. Use the ripcord, Ben yelled. That would mean putting the UV lamp down. There was nothing else for it. He propped it on a shelf beside the generator and lunged for the cord. Teeth sliced through the skin of his uninjured hand and tore at the bandages of the other. He tried to raise his hands toward the UV lamp, but with horror, he saw Pasco rolling over and kicking out, knocking it from the shelf. The light went out. He cried out in agony at the sudden pressure on his skull, needle-sharp points of agony digging into the skin and forcing their way inward. He pulled on the cord. Now the pain was everywhere, as if he'd been plunged in boiling oil. The generator sputtered and died. Then a flashlight came on, and he glimpsed Ben disappearing beneath a horde of the monsters, but still, somehow, his claw-like hand flicked a switch on the control panel. Nate pulled on the cord again. The motor turned, coughed, and went out. One last pull. His final roll of the dice. Agony overwhelmed him as he felt them crawling up his body, rending at his clothes and the skin beneath, the weight of them forcing him down. He pulled and let go. As he screamed, the motor finally took. The generator spat and juddered, and power began flowing again. The lights came on. The room was flooded with UV light. And the creatures died. But how many had died with them? Chapter 25. Where am I? Nate licked lips of dry parchment and breathed deeply, as if he'd just woken from a long, restful sleep. He rubbed his eyes and then opened them carefully, feeling the kludge tearing as he did so. How long had he been asleep? First things first. What did he remember? He squinted, trying to bring the ceiling into focus as he took his memory back to the last coherent log entry. The generator room. The ultraviolet burst. The screams. People. Squid. Him. Then the pain returned, like lying on a bed of nails. It hurt now, but not as much as it had, as much as it ought. Where am I? He didn't have the strength to sit up, so he had to wait to be heard. He was on a bed, an actual bed with a mattress, and that made no sense. Try as he might, he couldn't work out where he was. After passing out under the UV lamp, his memory was a patchwork of half-remembered images. Faces, soldiers, people he didn't know. The smell of burned things and the wailing of people in agony. He remembered someone apologizing. Over and over again. And then it went dark again. He's awake. Go fetch his friend, will you? He looked up to see the chin of a female medic looking past his feet to speak to someone he couldn't see. I am Medic Sheehan. Can you hear me? She said. Then when he nodded, she shone a bright flashlight first in one eye, then the other. Can you sit up if I help you? Nate helped as much as he could, but still felt as weak as a newborn. Now he could see that he was at the Hilton where he'd met Mayor Chambers. On the first floor, but farther back than the reception area. There were half a dozen beds here, all occupied. A UV lamp hung from the ceiling, gently swaying in a chill breeze wafting through. So the squid weren't a nightmare he was waking up from. Nate. Oh, thank God. He sighed with relief when he saw Evelyn hurrying toward him. He'd only known her for a short while, but she'd quickly become his main tether on reality. What's happened to you? He said. Her right arm was bandaged and her face covered in dark red scratches. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, then pulled back and looked closely at him before giving a tiny nod as if reassured he was okay. It was horrible, Nate. When the lights went out, the monsters came. Thank God you got the power back on quickly. How long was it out? She shrugged. I'm not sure, but no more than a minute or two. The flamethrowers worked, though. He couldn't help smiling. I would have liked to see that. Then he saw her face darken. How many? Too many, she said. People panicked. And the flamethrowers were a blunt weapon. Once someone had been attacked, we couldn't use them to get the creatures off for fear of burning them to death. Darkness pressed down on Nate's chest. I'm sorry. I did it as quick as I could. Most people know that. You're a hero, Nate. Without you, we'd all be dead now. Ben's the real hero. Where is he? And Pasco? She looked away from him. They didn't make it. Pasco was dead by the time help got to him, and Ben followed soon after. He saw something in her expression. There was more to it than she was saying, but this wasn't the place to ask. I'm sorry, he said. But boy, am I glad you made it. It was touch and go, but Gordon made sure you got the treatment you needed. Again, the look that hid another story. Did I lose a lot of blood? Yeah, but we were more worried that the poison would get you. Poison? Evelyn pulled a chair from the next bay and sat down, looking up at him and leaning in close. Turns out it's their secret weapon. Most people get killed by blood loss and their sheer weight of numbers, but their bite can be venomous, so if you survive the attack, many people die from the poison. It seems random though, and some folks get lucky. Like you. The medics here worked it out. There's no anti-venom, though they think the ones developed for jellyfish stings might work, so they pumped you full of saline in the hope it'd flush the poison out. Good grief, he said, locking eyes with her. There were perhaps a few hundred people in the community, and a good percentage of those would have been attacked when the lights went out, far too many to treat with saline. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. Gordon persuaded Chambers to prioritize you. Without him, you'd be dead. Guilt settled on his shoulders. He'd been given no choice in the matter, of course, but he couldn't help imagining that those who'd lost loved ones that night would blame him. Both for not getting the lights back on again more quickly, and for consuming precious resources in the aftermath. Neither was his fault, but he felt a sudden compulsion to get away from this place. He could never have peace here, even though that was unfair. Justice didn't mean much after the end of the world. But there was no question of moving today, so he would stay even though the feeling of peace he had when he awoke was now a fading memory. The pain surrounded him like the worst sunburn in the world, and he wondered how much worse it would be without pain meds. And how long it'd take to get better. How long was I out for? The attack was 3 nights ago. I came straight down to the basement as soon as the lights came back on, and I found you with the others. You had squid all over you, and I thought you must be as dead as Pasco, but you got lucky, I guess. I stayed with you the rest of the night. Then the military finally arrived in the morning. Gordon persuaded them to bring you back here, but they only took a few because they'd been under attack too. Anyway, the cleanup is still going on, and we had the last burial ceremonies today. So how many? He said. Tell me, I need to get my head around it. She sat back and nodded. Okay. There were 405 people in this community on that night. There are 323 now. I'm not doing the math for you. He sighed and lay back, closing his eyes. Good grief, he was knackered. And overwhelmed. In moments, he was asleep. He awoke into a purple world of bright whites and a violet tinge. You're awake then? Good, maybe you can keep watch. Don't take your glasses off. He stopped pulling at the sunglasses and got onto his elbows. Then his brain caught up. It was nighttime, and the UV lamps were the only thing keeping back the tide of monsters. A woman stood next to the bed, moving around the room with a weapon at her shoulder. He recognized her as the medic who tended him when he awoke. What was her name? Sheehan. What's going on? Don't tell me your generator's on the blink as well. No, but we keep a watch in case. Look, she said, pointing at the wide full-length window that occupied one wall of the makeshift infirmary. Nate swung his legs over the side of the bed, then put his feet down, testing whether he could support his own weight. He shambled forward like a zombie and leaned on the next bed, looking past the recumbent sleeping figure it contained to the window. There, on the other side, was a teeming swarm of monsters, a roiling mass of death. He found himself wondering how these things survived now that most of the people in the world were dead. Had they been born out of the initial killing spree, and were now starving as their prey became more and more scarce? Humanity had consigned so many species to history, and now they were, themselves, on the verge of extinction. Why couldn't the squid just leave mankind to lick its wounds and slowly recover? Asked the dodo. Just as humans thought nothing of killing until there were no more left to kill, the squid were exactly as merciless. What's the point of having a gun? He asked, taking the sidearm from the medic. If they get in, we're dead. She nodded sadly. Yeah. As a medic, my job is to ease people's suffering. These weapons aren't to fight them. These guns are for us. And he sat and kept her company in the silent watches of the night while outside, the monsters circled. Chapter 26. He felt so weak as he leaned against the bed, holding himself up for fear of his legs giving way. It was as if he'd aged 40 years or more in one night. How long would it take him to recover? It had been 5 days since the disaster in the generator room, but he didn't have the luxury of recuperating at the best pace for his body. In those hours lying in bed, one word had played over and over in his mind. Sophie. It wasn't that he'd forgotten her before, but his mind had been so occupied by the business of surviving hour by hour that he'd had no energy to devote to obsessing over his daughter. Physician, heal thyself. But now the bandages had been removed from most of his body, and he'd put his traveling clothes back on. He wanted desperately to go after her. She'd gotten 5 days farther ahead, and every moment he was delayed chilled the trail. The tenuous link between him and her grew weaker with each passing moment, and yet it was all that kept him from despair. "You can do it," Evelyn said as she watched him. He was too knackered to feel patronized, and that was as good an indication as anything that he really wasn't well enough to continue on his journey. He held his breath, then stepped forward, arms outstretched, hands aiming for the next bed, which was now empty. He made it, swung himself around, and moved back to his bed. 2 steps that felt like 20,000. "Well done," Evelyn said, patting him on the shoulder. He shook his head. "Why am I so weak?" "The effects of the poison, I guess. You have so many bites, Nate. It's as if you were attacked by a swarm of wasps. Wasps with sharp teeth." He turned his hand over and examined the scars. They were healing, but he wondered how long it would be before he felt strong again. He couldn't believe how much he'd taken his health for granted until it was stolen from him. "Sophie," he said finally. "I understand, but you're not ready. We'll never find her." And with those words, tears ran down his cheeks and pattered on the bedsheet as he shielded his eyes. He heard someone sobbing. It felt as though it was someone else, someone pitiful and lost. Yet he knew it was him, and despite the overwhelming shame, he couldn't keep it back. Every human being has their limit, and Nate Carver had found his. Arms wrapped around his shoulders, and Evelyn squeezed him to her. She had no words of comfort for him. There was nothing to say. After what seemed an age, he was all cried out, and he straightened up, sniffing down a nose full of snot. "Let's try that again." This time he made it farther, reaching the table used by the medics. He turned, leaned against it, and looked back to his own bed. It was the only one still occupied, and there was no sign of the medics. "Where is everyone?" "A lot's happened since that night," Evelyn said. "Chambers nearly lost control, and that spooked her, I think. Or maybe it was that the folks in the mall realized that there weren't actually that many soldiers, and they weren't a whole lot of use if the creatures came at night. Gordon's made a pain in the ass of himself, that's for sure. I think he reckons he should be mayor." Nate grunted. Yeah, sure. This was what humanity should be doing when it was on its knees, squabbling about who's in charge. "I need some fresh air." "No way. 10 minutes ago, you could barely make it to the next bed." Nate walked back to his bed, trying desperately not to wobble too much. Fake it till you make it was a mantra of the music industry. He wasn't totally deluded. He knew he was still weak, but he also knew he needed to get out in the fresh air. He needed to know what was going on. Evelyn shrugged and picked up his pack and his heavy coat. "Okay, but take it easy. You're still weak." They walked slowly through the hotel, through the reception area where he'd met the mayor. Again, there was no one here. It was creepy as hell, but he felt strength return to his legs even as they ached. Outside, 2 soldiers stood with weapons drawn, but they relaxed when they saw who it was. "What's going on?" Evelyn asked one. The guard nodded toward the mall. "There's a town meeting over at Macy's. Most everyone else is over there. We're just holding the fort." Evelyn linked Nate's arm and helped him walk slowly through the parking lot toward Macy's. Good grief, it took such a long time. A distance he'd not given a second thought to was now an endurance test. Twice he stopped to lean against a railing and get his breath back, but he felt his strength returning as step followed step, and his determination to find out what was going on kept him going. Not being there was like missing a public hanging. However horrific it was, at least you could say you bore witness. As soon as Evelyn pulled the door to Macy's open, the voice of Mayor Chambers could be heard. And she sure was angry. "Now, you all know me. We have lived in peace this past month because we came together as a community. We must stand as one and not allow ourselves to be fractured by petty squabbles." And then Gordon's deep, strong voice spoke. "I ask again, Madam Mayor, how many military personnel were lost in the attack?" Evelyn guided Nate through the crowd, keeping close to the edge. There was tension in the atmosphere. He'd been to gigs where things went pear-shaped, and this felt a lot like that. "I don't see the relevance," Chambers said. She was standing on a raised platform that had once been used for merchandising the store, and opposite her stood Gordon, all wound energy. And the power in the room was with him. "My people were under orders to remain at their stations until daylight," Chambers continued. "And who gave them their orders?" Chambers gestured at someone in the crowd, and Nate strained to see the back of the bald Colonel Baker's head. So they really were all here. The colonel commands the military here. And who gives him his orders? We're not here to play semantic games, Madam Mayor, Gordon said. In truth, however, Nate didn't think the man was immune to a little showboating of his own. The evidence was right in front of them. This hadn't been the idea of Chambers, that much was obvious. And if we don't learn the lessons of the past, we are apt to repeat them, are we not? Chambers couldn't quite suppress the exasperated sigh that escaped her lips. Maybe she wasn't quite the politician he'd thought. I promise, she said, looking at all of them, that lessons will be learned. We will never allow this to happen again. Her eyes met Nate's, and he saw surprise there, but then they passed over him and continued their sweep of the crowd. Isn't it true, Madam Mayor, that you were warned that the generator was likely to fail in the week prior to the night in which so many of our fellow survivors died? She paused for a moment, aware that she was losing them. As were you. I have many calls on my time and attention. So you've learned nothing in truth. She shook her head, but before she could speak, Colonel Baker turned, saw Nate, and made his way toward him. He did it so furtively that no one in the crowd seemed to notice. Gordon pressed home his advantage. And was it not at your instruction that your heavily armed military personnel didn't come to help the people here when the creatures attacked? The colonel reached where Nate stood, leaned in close, and hissed, "Come with me if you want to live." It was so cliched, Nate might have laughed if it hadn't been for the man's expression. Are you serious? Evelyn moved close. What's going on? Your life's in danger if you stay here. It's your choice. Trust me or stay here and find out what Gordon's got lined up for you. Gordon. Chambers was speaking, raising her voice, and it seemed doing everything she could to keep the attention on her. If I'd sent out my troops, they'd have been slaughtered. Her eyes flicked to where Nate stood, and he made his mind up. Okay, which way? The colonel pushed him toward the side of the room, where a cluster of naked mannequins were piled up, all leaning on each other as if they were drunk. 2 soldiers stood on either side of a double door marked, "Staff Only." A few people watched them as they went, but most eyes were fixed on the argument between Chambers and Gordon. The question, Madam Mayor, is who is going to pay for this mistake that cost so many lives? We are both leaders, you and I, and we give our orders and entrust others. It is they who are truly responsible. Gordon said, his voice rising a notch. 82 people died when the creatures attacked, all because the men whose job it was to swap the generators failed. 2 are dead, 1 is still alive and in your custody. I ask you, Mayor Chambers, where is the justice? Because if you will not see it done, then I will. Nate's blood turned to ice. Chapter 27. Hurry, Colonel Baker said, looking back to where Nate struggled to keep up. Evelyn snapped, he nearly died. And if he doesn't move quicker, he'll actually die. Baker gestured at one of the 2 soldiers bringing up the rear, and Nate felt himself being lifted under the arm and propelled through the stockroom. Behind them, fists beat on the other side of the door. The chase was on. Warning shots only. Colonel Baker shouted to the remaining soldier. There's been enough killing. Where are the rest of your men? Evelyn asked. Protecting the mayor. You're not quite as important, he said, looking at Nate. He pushed at the fire escape and it swung open, bathing the room in bright light. He took Nate's other arm and they moved quickly along the service road, Nate hardly able to help at all, Evelyn struggling to keep up. They turned a corner at the end of the road. Here, I guess you'd better take it. He was pointing at a Land Rover. It was an old boxy model, painted olive green. You can drive a stick shift? Yeah, Nate said as he was half catapulted into the driver's seat. It was even a right-hand drive. Why are you doing this? He asked as Evelyn got in the other side and threw their packs on the back seat. Gordon thinks he's some kind of political genius, but the mayor's worth 10 of him. He thinks that by having you executed, he becomes the hero who brought justice for that night. It's classic distraction. The generator dying was his fault, he knows it, and I guess you know it. Cries went up from behind them, and Nate didn't doubt what would happen if the crowd caught up with him. You look after it, the colonel said, gesturing at the car. It's got a full tank of gas, and there's supplies in the back. Now go find your daughter. Nate turned the ignition key, and the engine burst into throaty life, emitting a cloud of black smoke. Thank you. Whatever your reasons, I appreciate it. Let's just say that despite everything that's happened these past weeks, I still think justice is important. You risked your life for those people, and it isn't fair that you should die for it. And anything that sticks in Gordon's craw is fine by me." Gunshots rang out as the two soldiers fired into the air. Nate put the Land Rover into first gear, nodded to the colonel, and then put his foot down. As they came around the corner, Evelyn cried out, "Watch it." A group of people were running from the other side of the mall, shouting at them to stop. Nate's head swam as he looked across to them, but he put his foot on the gas, careering along the half-blocked roads, climbing onto the sidewalks and driving heedless of the danger. He was far, far past the point of caring about anything other than getting away from the mob with pitchforks chasing him. A metallic thunk hit the side of the car. "They're shooting at us." Nate swung on the wheel, heading away from the mall, eyes straining for any blockages in the road. If they had to stop now, they were lost. "You can't get through," Evelyn called out, pointing ahead. In any sane, rational world, he wouldn't even have attempted it, but that world had vanished with the coming of the squid. In this new reality, everything was a roll of the dice, a spin of the cylinder. So he spun. Not slowing down at all, he focused on the gap between the white minivan and truck, gripping the wheel as he leaned forward. He roared as the Land Rover's wing mirrors exploded, metal squealing as the wheels slowed. He slammed his foot down and they were out, popping like a champagne cork, swerving along the road as the pursuers fell behind. Nate slowed down, picking his way through streets crowded with abandoned rusting cars and trucks, fearing at any moment that they might meet an impassable obstacle. And yet they didn't. And yard by yard, they put distance between them and those who wanted revenge for the crime of wanting to help them. "Follow the signs for O'Hare," Evelyn said, pointing ahead, as they emerged onto a 6-lane interstate, the landscape opening out. "We should be able to get through here." She settled back into the passenger's seat and took in a deep breath. Nate grunted an acknowledgement. Yeah, the highway was so much wider here, they ought to be able to find a way. But one 16-wheeler would be enough to stop them in their tracks. No other vehicles were moving, and he kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead rather than the occupants of the vehicles, silently looking their way as they drove by. They passed a mobile gas station, and Nate was glad they didn't have to fill up. It was as if half the cars on the highway had piled in here. Funny how priorities changed as the emergency escalated. Funny, not funny. At first, people were panicking about having a full tank of gas in case supply was interrupted. Then they'd found themselves attacked by monsters out of nightmares, and having an empty tank was suddenly the least of their worries. And now they remained at the gas station, rotting and rusting along with their cars. Soon enough, he got over his resistance to abandoning the rules of driving. He certainly wasn't going to have to worry about paying the toll on the interstate. He looked up to his left at the hoardings surrounding the retail parks that hugged the commercial hinterland between Chicago and O'Hare. It was a lost world. Eventually, as he got used to this new form of driving, Nate began to make good headway. He never had enough clear space to put his foot down, but he kept the tires rolling and didn't see a single living person in all this river of metal. Some big trucks had tipped over, jackknifing and coming to rest against the concrete barriers, blocking off all but one of the lanes. And between them, individual cars, minivans, and trucks lay scattered across the highway as the monsters had caught up with their drivers. Many were crumpled at the front where they'd collided with the next car, and many more were blackened and burned out, their belongings strewn across the asphalt as if a tornado had blown through. And yet, there was a path to follow. Others had been this way in the weeks since the coming of the monsters. To their right, the expanse of O'Hare Airport lay still and silent, its periphery marked by rows of naked trees. Alongside Nate, Evelyn sat, head leaning against the window glass, chin supported on her hands as she watched the world go by. She became aware of him looking at her and smiled as she half turned her head. "Are you going to let me drive? I mean, you only got out of bed a few hours ago. You must be exhausted." He thought about it and realized she was right. He'd been flying on his reserve tank for too long, and if he carried on, he'd likely fall out of the sky. "You can drive a manual car. One with a gear stick?" "Of course," she said, straightening up and adopting a look as if she'd been insulted. "I mean, how hard can it be?" He side-eyed her, trying to work out how serious she was. But in any case, he had to stop now she'd said it. Just as soon as he found somewhere to pull over that didn't also expose them to the risk of ambush. Although he'd seen no one moving in the wreckage, that didn't mean they weren't there. Finally, he was able to pull onto an intersection that gave good visibility. He jumped out of the car, groaned as his legs cramped up, then winced as he leaned against the metal of the hood, tearing at the wounds on his hands. Good grief, how had he driven so far? He'd done it because he had to, and if that wasn't a lesson to learn, he didn't know what was. Making it to the other side, he pulled the door open and climbed painfully into the passenger seat while Evelyn adjusted the internal mirror. Wow, this is weird. All the controls are on the wrong side. She started the car up, then looked across at him. Seatbelt on. You're going to need it, my friend. He gripped the side of his seat, putting one hand on the map pocket in front of him. Braced for impact, Captain. The car lurched forward, gears grinding. Clutch. Use the clutch. The sound died down as she found the right pedal and looked down at the gear stick, pushing it forward. Now, lift the clutch slowly. Really slowly, Nate said, his jaw clenched shut. He looked over his shoulder, checking to see if there was any movement, anyone creeping up on them. Nothing. Either because there was no one there, or because any ambushers had slunk back into hiding, intimidated by the superlative driving skill on display. Boy, could we Brits do sarcasm. And give it some gas, he said as the engine threatened to stall. Not that much. The Land Rover made like a kangaroo, jumping forward while Nate braced himself. Now, clutch and put it in second. I know. Evelyn yelled, thrusting down with her foot, engaging the gear and gently lifting again, then pumping the gas. How long has it been? Since you last drove a manual car. Now he could see her smiling, even as she looked straight ahead and steered the car around a burned-out pickup before heading along the intersection. Only a few decades. My dad had a Mini. Said I should master a stick shift, then I could drive both. And did you? No. I like the easy life. Where are we headed? To I-88. Haven't got a clue, but I don't want to be driving at night. We'll stick out like a sore thumb, so we're going to have to find somewhere to hunker down. I don't want to be on the interstate when night falls. Okay, got you. Now why don't you get some sleep? You must be exhausted. I've got this. He rested his head against the inside of the door, using the hood of his coat as cushioning, and in moments he was asleep. And he dreamed of betrayal. Chapter 28. Nate woke up again as the car went over a pothole. Sorry, Evelyn said. He looked across to where she sat in the driver's seat, the lights from the dash illuminating her face as she leaned forward. We're off the interstate. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Are you serious? Anyway, there's a golf course along here. I figured that'd be a good place to stop for the night. Fancy a round in the dark? Funny. No, but golf courses have clubhouses. A good place to hide. Nate yawned deeply, remembering his injuries at the last moment as he scraped his back on the seat. He looked up at the sky. In truth, it probably wasn't that late, and he'd likely only been asleep for a few hours, but at this latitude, night came early. He reckoned it would be completely dark within 20 minutes, and then they'd have to choose between being the most conspicuous object for miles around and risking a collision. He strained to look at the signposts, leaning forward just as she was. That way, he said, pointing ahead. Evelyn turned the wheel, but just as the car took the turn off, something caught her eye. What's that? She stopped, and Nate followed her indication to the left. I don't see anything. To him, it just looked like an indistinct backdrop, black against the darkening sky. Evelyn rubbed her eyes. Maybe it's just me, but I could have sworn. A face reared up, hunting rifle pointing into the car as the driver's door was yanked open. Don't move, a gruff voice said. Nate snuck a look to his left, making out a figure moving in the shadows. They were caught. Don't shoot, Evelyn said, sitting frozen with her hands on the wheel. A masked man slid past the figure with the rifle and shone a flashlight at Evelyn, then Nate, blinding both. Then the back door opened, and Nate felt the suspension moving as someone got in. Now, follow my directions and no one gets hurt. Understood. Evelyn nodded. Start the car. It was a mature male voice, and Nate kept his eyes to the front, though he could see the muzzle of a handgun between the front seats. It was pointing at the back of Evelyn's head. Hang a left. You don't want to go to the golf club. Now take it nice and slow. Evelyn's arms were shaking as she drove, but the journey was mercifully short. "This'll do," he said. A fire had seemed to burst to life as they'd rounded a tree, lighting up the silhouettes of several people as they stood between the fire and the Land Rover. The doors on either side opened, and arms were thrust into the car, grabbing at Nate and Evelyn and pulling them out. "Hey, take it easy," Nate said. He was terrified, sure, but the harder they pulled, the more his injuries hurt. He got no verbal response, but it felt to him that whoever had hold of him loosened his grip a little. They were guided off the road and toward the fire so that he could feel its heat when finally they were stopped. "Sit." There was a wide tree stump, and Nate sat, unable to make out the figures standing in front of him like paper cutouts. "Let me explain the situation you're in," the voice said. It was the male voice who'd first spoken to them. "There's two of you and plenty of us. We're armed, you it seems aren't. Except for the revolver we found in the glove compartment and a baseball bat. Night will fall soon, and if we don't keep this fire alight, you know what will happen. Do you understand me?" "Oh yeah," Nate said, his temper rising. "You're the big man holding all the cards. Classic playground bully." For a moment the speaker said nothing, then he grunted. "Funny guy, that's great. And English. Bonus. As long as you understand your situation." Evelyn sat looking defiantly up at him. "What are you going to do with us?" "That depends on how cooperative you are." She sighed at that. "What choice do we have? You just spelled out our situation." "My name's Nate Carver, and this is my friend Evelyn MacArthur," Nate said. "I am Rob Arriaga," the speaker said, sitting on a tree stump opposite them. "My job is to make sure you're no danger to us." That's fair enough, but what's with the Wicker Man vibe?" Arriaga leaned forward, the flickering firelight illuminating one half of his face. And that was enough. At first, Nate took the shapes he resolved in the silhouette to be some kind of weird bone structure, but now he saw it was scarring. It was like looking at the Grand Canyon from a narrow angle. "There is little time. Would you rather we jump to conclusions when a car approaches just before nightfall? Luckily, I value life more than that, but only enough to give you a chance. Safest thing for me would be to shoot you now and take your vehicle and supplies." Evelyn gestured at herself and Nate. "Do we look like a threat to you? A history professor and a musician?" He chuckled at that, and Nate felt the tension dial down just a little. "Why don't you tell me what you're doing here?" "The short version, it's nearly nightfall." Nate settled back as Evelyn spoke, watching Arriaga and beyond him, the silent figures of the others. When Evelyn mentioned Sophie, Arriaga seemed to take sudden interest. "How old is your daughter?" 15, Nate said. Arriaga nodded and shifted so he was looking at Nate. "Children have always been our future, but now more than ever. Don't you agree?" "Of course. Do you know anything about this Gideon bloke?" "He is just one of many. Like vultures, they sweep up the young survivors, pretending it to be for their own good. But how is it ever good to separate children from their families? And you are going after her." "I am." "Even if you find her, how will you rescue her?" Nate didn't say anything. The truth was he didn't know, but telling this man "I'm going to wing it" felt juvenile. "We've only been thinking about finding her, not what happens next," Evelyn said. "What is Sophie to you?" Evelyn chuckled. "Nothing more than a kid who broke into my apartment with 2 others. Nate came looking for her, and we've been together ever since." "So why are you doing this?" "What else is there to do? I'm pretty sure if I'd stayed in my apartment, I'd be dead by now one way or another." Arriaga thought for a moment, then looked beyond the prisoners. "Did you find anything?" "No, senor. Except for this." Nate fought the urge to turn around as Arriaga looked at something, his eyes following it in the firelight. Then he smiled and nodded, getting to his feet. "So you are indeed a musician, Mr. Carver." He got up, and the ukulele appeared in his hands. He waved at them to stand. "Follow me. I think we could do with a little entertainment tonight." "What about the car?" Evelyn asked. "You can leave it there. We've got your packs. Tonight you'll sleep in safety." They followed Arriaga and the others past the blazing fire, to the darkness beyond, escorted by people walking on either side carrying burning torches like some weird pagan ritual. Nate swung the pack over his shoulder as they crossed damp grass to an asphalt road, keeping his eyes fixed between the avenues of flame and not looking into the darkness beyond. He knew what would be there. In fact, they'd only walked a couple of 100 feet when a building loomed up out of the night, flames reflected in its windows. On the doorstep stood a woman flanked by 2 others with burning torches. "I am glad to welcome you here, but you must forgive the poor greeting. It is Roberto's task to keep us safe, and without him, all would have been over for us long ago. But please come inside. Oh, you have an instrument. How wonderful. Children, we will have music before bedtime. Happy day." She went inside, and Nate caught Arriaga rolling his eyes as he followed her. They found themselves in a large communal room with a blazing open fire at its center, and sleeping bags arranged around it. Around this central area were positioned metal barbecues piled high with logs that were just beginning to burn. The woman stood near the central fire, arms held apart in welcome. "My name is Lola Green. Come within the protective fence and be safe." This was all kinds of weird. The woman was clearly a hippie fruitcake, thought Nate. Around her, a group of people sat on the floor, looking eagerly at the newcomers. Many were children, and most of the others were young adults. Arriaga sat down next to her. He was a middle-aged man with light brown skin, thinning hair, and a close-cropped beard. And one side of his face was hideously scarred. It looked as though the skin had been torn off before being inexpertly sewn back in place. At first, the redness looked like a huge birthmark that extended from just above his left eye to the edge of his mouth, but it was mottled and ridged like a burn. And it looked recent. It was impossible to look away from. And so it was that Nate was facing his way when Arriaga noticed he was looking. Arriaga automatically shielded his scarred face with his hand, then stepped back so he was in the shadows again. Guilt and pity stabbed at Nate's stomach. An arm guided him into a chair facing Lola, as the others shuffled across on the floor and sat looking at the 2 of them. He looked down as a plate appeared on his lap, the smell of baked beans and toast wafting deliciously into his nostrils. "Please enjoy your food. We have already eaten. We're usually settling down now for sleep. There's little to do after dark, as I'm sure you know. Apart from stay alive." As he ate, Nate sensed the others watching him. They may have eaten, but there was hunger in their faces despite that. "How do you survive the nights?" It was Rob, who'd sat down behind Lola and was keeping his face out of the firelight. "Drink, fire, or meds?" Nate swallowed a mouthful of bread. Freshly made bread. Bread that deserved his complete attention. He looked across at Rob, forcing down his irritation at being disturbed. Their captors had searched the car, so maybe Rob was just angling to find out if they had pills. But they could take the packs and look through them if they wanted. Better to simply be honest. "Meds in the main, but we've got a backup." He put his half-finished meal down and reached for the pack. "UV lights, the squid hate them." "Squid? Is that what you call them?" Lola said. "It's a good name." "We've heard them called gremlins," Evelyn said. "Monsters, creatures, things." Lola nodded. "I guess it doesn't really matter what we call them. We don't know what name they have for themselves, after all." Rob ignored her, keeping his attention on Nate and Evelyn. "Ultraviolet?" he asked, taking the tube from Evelyn's reluctant hands. "Where did you get this?" "It's from a reptile tank," Nate said. "Runs off a USB power bank." So, what happens when the power bank runs out?" Nate made an exasperated face. "The UV light goes out, obviously. Like I said, this is just a backup plan for when we can't get somewhere safe. I reckon I'll find a solar panel at some point." "Tell me about you," Evelyn said, looking at Lola as Nate took the tube back and handed it to her. "Have you been here since it happened?" Lola smiled. "No. To begin with, it was just me and the children. Others have joined us, and the ones you see here are those who chose to stay." "You're a teacher?" "Yes. We were here for a camp, and here we've stayed. Roberto arrived a few days after and has kept us safe." "How did you find out about fire?" Lola's face darkened. "Oh, that was on the first night. We were gathered around the campfire when... I don't want to talk about it. It's not good for the children to think too much about that night." "How about you?" Nate said to Roberto. The ragged face tightened, then the man sighed and looked down. "I survived that first night by luck, nothing more. I was walking home from the bar, and then all hell broke loose. They were all over me, biting, clawing, ripping my face off. I saw a fire, ran for it, and sat there watching them circling the flame for the rest of the night. He looked up at Nate. Look, I don't want to talk about it, but I ended up here and Lola looked after me. She stitched up the wound, cut out the poison, and she nursed me. So now I do what I can to pay her back. Nate could see the pain that lurked in the space between those words. All of the people gathered here would once have had families, and yet those stories were ignored, fended off for the sake of the survivor's sanity. He leaned back, taking the plate onto his lap, and finished off the cold beans and toast while Roberto spoke. And around them roiled the armies of death. Chapter 29. Rarely had playing a ukulele been less appealing, but Lola insisted, and the eager looks on the faces of the children made it impossible to refuse. His repertoire was limited by the fact that his smartphone had no power, and anyway, the Guitar Tabs app he used needed a network connection that would probably never be restored. So he searched his mind for those that he played often enough to be able to remember. He began with Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, a standard he'd first heard George Harrison play. It wasn't a great choice because it had lots of chords and a particularly difficult transition from B minor 7th to E 7th, but the kids seemed to enjoy it. Perhaps they missed the irony of the song title. He moved on to Ho Hey by the Lumineers, then Riptide by Vance Joy before delighting them with a couple of his own songs. Then, buoyed by his success, he agreed to Lola's idea that they ask the children for suggestions. His fans would have been unimpressed, but his ham-fisted versions of various classics and more recent songs went down well enough with his audience. Well done, Evelyn said, patting him on the back as he finished. I guess it shows how little entertainment they've had recently. Now, children, it's time for you to go to bed. And don't forget, heed no nightly noises. Good grief, was she channeling Goldberry? Did that mean Rob was Tom Bombadil? Not on this or any other planet. The children hunkered down in their sleeping bags, lying so close to each other that it was hard to tell whose arm belonged to whom. Then Nate made the mistake of glancing at the window beyond the fires that marked the edge of the safe zone. There, outside in the darkness, the air was thick with luminescent bodies, writhing tentacles and needle-sharp teeth. Lola moved her chair away from the fire a little so they could talk. Rob stuck to her like glue, and the half-dozen other adults drew off from their places among the children to sit on the floor beside Lola and beneath the nearest blazing fire. Why don't you tell us your story? Ours is simple enough. We've been here all this time, just surviving and making life as pleasant and safe as possible for the children. But you've traveled, I think, Lola said. Evelyn shrugged. Before today, we'd only gone maybe 5 miles from Nate's apartment. And even now, we're probably no more than 20 miles as the crow flies. And what do you think? Is everywhere the same? There's no reason to think otherwise, Nate said. I was watching TV when the news reports began coming in, from all across the country. Everywhere it was dark already, in fact. What about other countries? Nate shrugged, his nose crinkling at the aroma of green wood burning. The world turns and night falls at some point everywhere. The truth was, the complete collapse of communications meant that for all he knew, this had only happened in the US. Except that logic told him that wasn't likely at all because, by now, he'd have expected to see evidence of some international rescue effort. It was hard indeed to imagine a world capable of helping them refusing to do so, even in the recent international climate. Lola nodded sadly. Yes, I think we're on our own. No rescue is coming. Oh Chen, yes, please do contribute. Her face remained pleasant and open, but somehow Nate knew she didn't like the man fidgeting at the edge of the firelight. Thank you, Lola, he said. He was a young man of Asian appearance with hair that had once been neatly cut, but which was now escaping despite his amateurish efforts to keep it under control. Have you noticed any changes in the vegetation? Nate screwed up his eyes, nonplussed by this change of direction. What are you on about? I believe that these creatures, the Coon as I have named them, come from another dimension. I think a rip has been made in space-time, and they are coming into our reality through it. Logically, if that's the case, then other aspects of their ecology might follow. The guy was a few sarnies short of a picnic, in Nate's view. That sounds like a fine theory, Doctor. Evelyn said. Doctor? Chen said, looking confused. Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed you must be a theoretical physicist to have come up with such an interesting hypothesis. Chen's face stiffened, and Nate almost felt sorry for him. After all, he was pretty certain that plenty more crazy theories had been proposed to explain the invasion. I worked in insurance, Chen said, before all this. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Are you a scientist? I'm a historian. And I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but I prefer to deal in facts rather than conjecture. Chen subsided, and Nate saw the amusement in Lola's face as he settled back into his place. Have you seen any evidence of government agencies? Rob said. Nate shook his head. No, I guess they were caught like the rest of us. We've seen some military, and there's a community at Skokie run by a former congresswoman. But there's no sign of government being re-established. Sorry. Yeah, I figured as much. That's how it'll be, I guess. Small groups and communities, but until we find a way of stopping them, there's no coming back from this. I mean, we can't even go out at night. What kind of a world is that? The first step, Evelyn said, is to work out where they come from, and maybe we have a clue to that. She then told them about the phone call Chambers had made to the Cavall Institute in California, and what she'd heard over the open line. You're joking, right? Are we living in a horror sci-fi movie? Rob said, not bothering to hide his derision. You gave Chen the brush off for saying much the same. Nate pointed at the window and the swirling mass beyond. You can see them, can't you? Do you have a better explanation? No, that doesn't make you right. Shrugging, Nate settled back in his chair. I'm too tired to argue about this. And it doesn't matter much as far as I'm concerned. All that matters is that they're here, and showing no signs of going away anytime soon. All I care about is Sophie. I'm going to find her, then bring her home, and then I can protect her myself. What then? Your meds will run out eventually, and your power for the UV lamp, and your food. Again, Rob was dragging him down a road he didn't want to travel. Who knows? I mean, if you look far enough into the future, you'll run out of tarmac at some point. I won't worry about anything past the next few days until I've got her home. Rob shook his head, picked up a bottle and drained it. Well, this sure has been an entertaining evening, but it's my watch now, so I'll go relieve Brandon. I suggest you folks get yourself some sleep. Suddenly, Nate felt an overwhelming exhaustion, and Evelyn put her hand on his shoulder as Lola directed them both to a place at the edge of the firelight, and found spare cushions and blankets. The fires had been allowed to die down by the time Nate opened his eyes in the gray early morning light. He was lying on his side, the tiled floor drawing the heat from his body and leaving him shivering. He looked around him at the sleeping forms, then, as he rolled over, he saw someone sitting up and looking at him. Chen. Jesus, you scared me. The young man, who was fully dressed and carrying a rifle over his shoulder, shuffled toward him. Sorry. I've just come off duty, and I thought I'd wait for you to wake up. Sitting up, Nate saw two other people walking slowly back and forth, but everyone else was asleep. Why? I want to show you something. I've heard that line before. Even used it myself once or twice. I don't know what you mean. Of course you don't. So, what do you want to show me? Chen nodded toward the front door. It's outside. Look, I like to think I've got a decent sense of humor, but it's too bloody early for riddles. Please. He looked into the young man's earnest face. The kid was on the verge of some kind of breakdown, Nate reckoned. Sighing, he got onto his hands and knees, then stood up, leaving Evelyn to sleep. His stomach rumbled, and he became aware of the fact that he'd have to use the bathroom very soon, but he followed Chen around the outside of the ring of fires until they reached the door. The guard rolled her eyes as she saw Chen, but opened the door, sending a blast of fresh, icy air into the main room. Quickly, they passed through, and the door closed behind them. It was a gray January morning, and Nate could see the black smudges where Squid had died. As he looked, he wondered how that happened. Maybe it was simply a fact that a few among the multitude wouldn't make it through the night. Perhaps they fought each other, as other predators did. Maybe they only lived for a short time, so some would die each day. It made no difference. There were more than enough to wipe out the remnant of humanity. Follow me, Chen said, leading him around the building through air that had been thick with squid just a couple of hours ago. Where did they go? Maybe the idea of interdimensional creatures wasn't so far-fetched. But then, by that token, the visions of hell painted from medieval imaginations were just as plausible an explanation. Chen went through a gate into a lawned area with swings and a slide and muddy tracks from overuse. Beyond this area was what looked like some kind of sloped vegetable garden, though it was largely barren at the moment, just a mass of low-growing weeds and mud. A tiny stream marked the lowest point. Kneeling in the midst of one of the beds, Chen reached down and thrust his gloved fingers into a mass of a greeny-blue weed that seemed to roll over his fingers, almost as if it moved by itself. Do you know what this is? No. I don't have much of a clue in the garden. Look, mate, there is a point to this, is there? Because if we're going to be out here for long, I'm going to have to take a slash in the bushes. Chen sighed. This is the point. A weed. Are you serious? Nate got down on his haunches and regretted it instantly as his bladder threatened to go on strike. Don't touch it. Chen snapped as Nate reached forward to look closer at the weed. It'll burn your hands. It emits an acidic substance. What, like a Venus flytrap? Chen shook his head. No. This isn't a plant, it's more like a fungus. I've never heard of anything like this. That's because it doesn't come from here. From Illinois? Chen pulled an exasperated face. No. It's not from Earth. Not from our Earth, anyway. What? It looked like some kind of alpine plant or desert cactus. Weird, sure, but nothing like the squid. Anyway, even if you're right, he continued, so what? Well, you see this? Chen said, gesturing at the patch containing the alleged alien plant. It was probably no more than 6 feet by 4, and the plant, or whatever it was, stretched from one side to the other, crowding out everything else. Yeah, so? Chen stood up and jabbed a finger downwards. I dug it all up last night and burned it. Nate's jaw dropped. That's all grown overnight. And that's not the worst of it. If one thing like this can leak across from their world, so can another. In time, maybe a very short time, they'll turn our world into theirs. Chapter 30. A mist clung to the Mississippi as Nate looked down on the river east of Davenport. They'd taken I-88 until it merged with I-80, then headed north over the river. It had been a hard, long day, covering 150 miles on a crippled highway system. Many times they'd despaired of finding a way through the abandoned vehicles, twice crossing over to the opposite side and driving against what had been the flow. But the oncoming traffic had been easy enough to avoid, after all. But this was the pinch point Nate had been most worried about. A 2-lane highway over the river, with no other road crossing either way for many miles. It was the perfect place for an ambush. They'd seen few moving cars since they'd set off from Lola's community. Nate found himself caught between being grateful that there was no one to impede their progress, and the dark truth that this exposed. Evelyn was more positive. Sort of. Given the nature of their enemy, the survivors would have grouped into communities like Lola's and that of Mayor Chambers. Loners, she suspected, didn't last long. So, there would be few signs of life outside of those communities. There was hope in this at least, and so Nate chose to believe her. Fake it till you make it. He leaned forward, trying to make out a path through. Now that they were over the river, there was no way to skirt around a blockage, but vehicles had clearly been through here at some point, though nothing was moving at the moment. They had no choice but to risk it. The service revolver Colonel Baker had left in the car was in the door pocket out of sight, but Nate found himself continually checking it was still there. As if it would be any use to him, a man who'd never used a gun bigger than an air rifle his entire life. Can you get through? Evelyn said, pointing ahead. Nate shrugged. No choice. Someone's been through here, so I gotta hope we can make it. An ambulance had smashed into the cement partition, its cab crumpled up, its door swinging in the breeze. The asphalt was stained black as if oil had spilled from the open double doors on the back. Nate kept his eyes on the gap between the ambulance and the Dodge it had collided with, and away from the contents of either vehicle. He was forced to crawl along, using the side of the Land Rover to nudge the Dodge aside a little. Then a squeal of tortured metal, and Evelyn grabbed his arm. He slammed his foot on the brake, bringing the Land Rover to a halt exactly between the two vehicles, perfectly plugging the gap. Nate moaned and let out a choice expletive. He opened the door, but the gap was nowhere near enough to squeeze through, and there was even less room on Evelyn's side, so he climbed onto the back seat, kicking their packs away, then opened the rear window and reached for the handle. It gave, and he half fell out along with the rest of their gear and the fuel can. Getting up, he walked around the side, getting much closer to the ambulance than he'd intended, but its front door had fouled on the side of the Land Rover and needed pulling back. His feet slipped on the black, oil-like slick that, now that he came to look more closely, he could see ran up the hood from the road surface, then onto the roof, before oozing down to the open back doors. It was as if someone had spilled the contents of an oil drum from a moving helicopter. Nate grabbed the door and then pushed and pulled until it came free, leaving a white gash on the Land Rover. "Got it," he said, then came to the back of the car and was about to climb in again when he had a flash of déjà vu that froze him. He was looking out over the Mississippi, facing east as the late afternoon mist hung over the river's surface. But it wasn't the water that had triggered the feeling of having seen something before. No, it was the color. A greeny blue he'd seen before and recently. "What's going on, Nate?" Evelyn called from inside the car. "Give me a minute," he said as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. In the utter silence of this testament to mankind's pride, he looked along the river. It was wide enough to almost fill his field of vision, and there was something supernatural about the slow-moving water below with its shroud of mist. And something supernatural about the color. It reminded him of algal blooms he'd seen, but those had been in midsummer and 1,000 miles south of here. Perhaps it was some weird consequence of the invasion. But no, there was more to it than that. Then he had it. Chen's alien vegetation. That was where he'd seen this color before. And that hue now covered the river's surface like an oil spill. Above it, the mist swirled. And the fog stank. He felt a little queasy. Was it more than hypochondria? Once more he looked at the river. Then he got closer to the edge of the highway, which was marked by nothing more than a low wall. He didn't like heights, and it made his scrotum shiver to look down, but he found himself unable to drag his eyes away from the pillars holding the bridge up. Where they appeared from the river's surface, they were covered with a blue-green film that rose out of the water and headed upward. He followed the cyan until it went out of sight beneath the highway. The closer he got to it, the greater the smell. It was the stench of choking death. And he knew for a certainty that if they stayed here, they'd be trapped like those before them. Sure, most of these people had died during the invasion, but he imagined how some, when trying to clear a path, had stopped for a little too long and had become just another set of casualties in the war. He clambered over the back seat and pulled the rear door shut behind himself. "Keep the windows shut," he said as he climbed into the driver's seat and turned the ignition key. He backed up a little, then gave the car some gas. Time to throw caution to the wind, or the wind would be the end of them. Evelyn's eyes widened as he explained his theory, and she was far quicker to see the implications than he was. His focus was entirely on getting across the bridge. Where their journey then took him, and into what kind of nightmare was for another day. Yard by yard they crawled through. Twice they had to get out and push an abandoned car aside, squeezing through impossible gaps and scratching the Land Rover in the process. But this was war, and the first rule of war is to survive to fight another day. When they finally reached the other side, and a fresh breeze carried off the stench of the river, Nate pulled the car into the side of the road and looked back the way they'd come. The mist had now risen to swamp the middle of the bridge, making an impassable wall the highway disappeared through. A black fog lay on his mind as hope leached out of him. If the war hadn't in truth been lost on the first night, then this second insidious invasion drained any optimism from him. What did the future hold even if he did find Sophie? "Penny for your thoughts," Evelyn said, coming to stand beside him and sliding her hand under his arm. He grunted and shook his head. "I don't have anything to say. I'm sure I'm thinking the same as you. I mean, what's the point?" "Yeah. I know," she responded, squeezing his arm. He turned to look at her. "No comforting words of wisdom then, Professor?" "I have too much respect for you to do that, my friend." "Then how do you keep it all together?" he said. She shrugged. "I don't know. Denial, I guess. Believing that there's something worth struggling for." He nodded, then looked past her to the bank of the river as it merged into the growing gloom, lost in his dark thoughts. Evelyn squeezed him. "And I remind myself that the present is all anyone has. Even before these things came and ripped the heart out of our world, that was true. We could plan for a future we hoped and expected to have, but that future was nothing more than an illusion. Here now today. That's all there is. It's all there's ever been." He pulled her into a hug and kissed her tenderly on the cheek. "You're right. And here and now, it's going to be dark soon. So let's find somewhere to crash for the night." Chapter 31. "We're almost there," Evelyn said, her finger on the route map. They'd passed the night after the bridge in a small house at the top of a road that climbed up the edge of the river valley. Meds or no meds, Nate didn't think he'd be able to sleep if there was any chance that the fog might envelope him. So they broke into the isolated house and shared it with its former occupants in an uneasy truce. It had taken most of the next day to cover the remaining miles to the Bible camp, which was outside a small town in Iowa. Now they were driving through a rural landscape of farms, snow-tinged fields, and abandoned pickups. "So, are we going to stop for a minute and discuss strategy?" Evelyn said. Nate slowed the car down, pulled it into the side of the highway, and ran his hand across his brow. "I just want to know if she's there. I mean, if she isn't, it's been a complete waste of time." He groaned and sat back in the driver's seat, wincing at the sudden reckless pain his scabs tore. "What the hell am I going to do if she isn't here?" "Well, I guess we'd better go find out. Then whether she's there or not, we'll handle it." He looked across at her as she forced a smile, causing the lines around her eyes and mouth to pop. He reflected her smile. Then he looked ahead. "How far to the camp, do you think?" "A few miles. This map doesn't have a usable scale this close. Better to be too far away than too near." He nodded and steered the car back onto the main highway. "We just need to find somewhere to hide the car." "Oh my God, how far can this place be?" "Stop griping. I'm 20 years older than you, and you don't hear me complaining." Nate grunted. "Just because you do it under your breath doesn't mean I don't hear you. And besides, I'm the one who couldn't walk 3 days ago. I didn't expect to have to do a marathon." They'd followed the highway on foot for an hour or so, but then Evelyn had spotted what turned out to be a trailer park on their left, and they decided to take to the fields to keep out of sight. The park was in a shallow valley, and as they stood on the approach road, they could see that it extended over a large area on one side of the road. Hundreds of trailers, many with windows that looked out on the highway. Nate doubted that the invaders were snobs. They'd have killed the occupants of the trailer park with as much relish as the owners of the swankiest suburban pile, but the denser the population, the higher the chance of survivors. And he simply didn't want to be a sitting duck as they walked. So, instead, he tramped along in boots that were getting progressively wetter, wondering whether he'd ever be able to feel his toes again. They were skirting the settlement by following the property lines on the opposite side of the road, moving closer from time to time to make sure they didn't miss the Bible camp. "Is that it?" Evelyn said, pointing away. They'd cleared the trailer park and were now taking a meandering path back toward the road. "It looks like a Smurfs camp," Nate said. There, on the other side of the road, was a cluster of small buildings with corrugated iron roofs and slatted walls painted in a lurid blue. "Well, it seems Papa Smurf's at home." Thin wisps of smoke rose from flues in each roof, and fresh ruts in the mud showed where vehicles had passed recently. Nate led the way closer, keeping as hidden as possible as he tried to get a better look. "This is the place," he said. At the muddy entrance, a signpost said Summer Valley Bible Camp. "I don't believe it." They were actually here, and perhaps within 100 yards of Sophie. He walked toward the road, ignoring Evelyn's cries. He was so far beyond caution. Sophie was here, he knew it, and soon they would be returning home. He had no plan, no thought beyond seeing her again. After that, he'd have to wing it. And he wasn't fazed by his success rate with that plan. But hey, the cards would fall where fate allowed. He was halfway across the road when a cry went up, followed by more shouts and the unmistakable clutter of weapons being drawn and bolts pulled back. "Halt! Raise your hands or we fire, this is your only warning," a voice called, and Nate watched as figures strode toward him, several taking kneeling positions and looking beyond him, establishing the threat level. Nate twisted his head to look for Evelyn, but she wasn't there. "Smart woman." "I'm alone," he called out. "And I'm just looking for someone." The guards remained still, and then a figure walked into view, threading his way between them. He wore a military uniform, but unlike the others, he had a kepi rather than being bareheaded. He wore a handgun at his waist and walked with the calm assurance of command. He stopped halfway across the road, 10 feet from Nate, and stood there, as if trying to work out what he was looking at. "You may lower your arms," he said. He had an odd accent that certainly wasn't native. "You were not invited." Nate rubbed at his shoulder as the blood rushed back into his fingers. "I'm looking for my daughter." "What makes you think she's here?" "I was told she boarded a truck with the name of this place on the side." The man rubbed at his clean-shaven chin as if trying to work out how likely that was. Where was this? Evanston, Chicago. He paused again. It was almost as if he was waiting for orders. Perhaps there was an earpiece hidden in the shadows beneath the cap. The young people in this camp are under our protection. You do not need to concern yourself further. Nate fought to keep his frustration under wraps. It didn't matter to him that he had half a dozen rifle muzzles pointing at him. He just wanted to see Sophie. I'd like to see Gideon. The man's eyebrows levered upwards. He might have been an experienced military man, but he couldn't lie for toffee. He half-turned and flicked his wrists, and 3 soldiers ran past him. Nate braced for impact, but they carried on to the other side of the road and swept the countryside as if looking for any hidden accomplices. Any moment now, Nate expected to hear an exclamation, and for Evelyn to be brought out of the undergrowth to stand beside him. But no. Which either meant that she'd done an excellent job of hiding herself, or that the soldiers were incompetent. I am Captain Perot, and you will come with me. Nate stumbled as his pack was suddenly pulled off, and the baseball bat taken out of his left hand. He was patted down, and they soon discovered the revolver in his pocket. Nate put up with this passively because they were doing exactly what he wanted. What happened next, though, only time would tell. Chapter 32. Nate followed the captain in through the gate and stole a glance past the guards on either side, straining for any sight of young people. But there was nothing. It was as if the place was on lockdown. He walked into the first of the blue huts and sat in a wooden chair, waiting for Perot to take off his jacket and hang his cap on the hook behind the door. He dismissed the other soldiers, save for one who stood with his back to the door, doing a passable impression of a professional soldier. Passable, but not entirely convincing. Can I see Pastor Gideon? Nate said. Perot regarded him for a moment, then opened a desk drawer, took out a packet of cigarettes, and picked one out with his lips before lighting it. You are English? Nate sighed. So, they were going to have to take the scenic route. Obviously. Why are you in the U.S.? I could ask you the same question. But I am the one asking the questions. So please answer. Nate suddenly felt exhausted. His skin still ached from what felt like 1,000 cuts, and this chair was so hard it had already made his ass sore. My name is Nate Carver. I'm a musician from England, and I came to the U.S. a couple of months ago to rebuild my career. It was a long shot, and now it doesn't matter at all. And you brought your daughter with you? The captain said, taking another drag on the cigarette and expelling a further lungful into the confined space of the hut. I didn't realize I had a daughter until I arrived here. Perot tilted his head to one side. So, you've only known her for a few weeks. And yet you've traveled from Evanston to find her. It's not far. That's not how it felt to me when I did it. You drove the truck, Nate said, leaning forward and ignoring the twitchiness of the guard. Nodding, Perot extinguished his cigarette. You know, I wasn't a smoker until the demons came. Now I think, why not? Nate waited, fighting to keep his impatience from showing. Lighting another cigarette, Perot pointed at him. You came across the bridge. At Davenport? I did. It is still passable? I made it across. Tell me, did you observe anything? He began before chuckling to himself. It was the last sound Nate had expected to hear, and he felt his grip on reality teetering again. Was this all a hallucination? Wouldn't that be wonderful? I was going to ask if you'd seen anything strange. But of course, everything is strange now. Nate was suddenly interested. You mean the mist and the slick on the river? Jackpot. Perot didn't try to conceal it. Yes. We came through, and it seemed obvious to me that some people hadn't made it. People who'd survived the attack. One of my officers said there was a strange smell in the air. I guess they are using chemical weapons. Who? The enemy. And who are the enemy? Perot finished his second cigarette, pushed back his chair, and walked over to the window behind Nate, pulling it up. A fresh breeze sucked the smoke out of the room and replaced it with cold air. That is the question indeed. Now, tell me about your daughter, he said, getting a notepad and pencil out of the desk drawer. What is her name? Sophie Chin, Nate said. She's 15. Her mother's Vietnamese American. And how was it that she was separated from you? I bought some meds to help us sleep through the night. We were running low. I took one of the new meds, she took an old one. I woke up a couple of days later and she was gone. It was as close to the truth as he was prepared to get for now. Perot was shrewd enough to know Nate was leaving something out, but he carried on. And you're certain she got into a Bible camp truck? As certain as I can be. And if she is here, what do you intend to do? Aside from our guards and spiritual guardians, this is a camp for the young. You cannot stay here. She'll come back with me. Back to where? Perot said, and Nate felt the atmosphere chill. And it was nothing to do with the window. Back home. Perot shook his head. So you would have her abandon this safe location, protected by soldiers, to what? Hide in some apartment in Evanston. That was, in truth, exactly what he had in mind. Look, at the moment all I want is to see her, check she's okay, and talk with her. The dam burst and he jabbed a finger at the captain. Are we finished here? I've played along, I've answered your questions, now I want to see my daughter. Looking across at him without an ounce of concern, Perot slid the sidearm from its holster at his waist and pointed it at Nate. He nodded to the guard, who stepped forward, pulling the door open, and 3 others swept in. Before Nate could say a word, a bag was pushed down over his head and the blade of a knife pressed into his ribs, so he gasped in shock. Be silent, be compliant, or be dead. Nate was hauled around and bundled out into the fresh air, stumbling blindly, trying desperately to keep on his feet. He wondered, as the pace slowed and he became more confident on the road surface beneath his feet, whether Sophie was watching, whether she could possibly know it was him. Where am I going? He said, then gasped as the knife pinched into his back. Shut it, the knife wielder hissed as he yanked on Nate's arm, dragging him along. But where were they going? It seemed as though they'd been walking far longer than needed to get from one side of the camp to the other. Then he was pulled to the left. After a dozen more steps, he stumbled on stairs, then carefully made his way up and through a door. He walked a little further, then was pushed down. Onto, of all things, something soft like a sofa. The hood was withdrawn, his arms pulled behind him, and he was cuffed. He sat there, blinking and trying to make out where he was. He was in the trailer park. In the living room of a trailer, and opposite sat a stranger, though Nate guessed who he was. My name is Pastor Gideon Hart. You shouldn't have come here, Mr. Carver, you are not welcome. Hart was surprisingly young, mid-30s at the most, and unsurprisingly handsome, with a close-cropped, perfectly manicured beard, though his left eye didn't quite look right to Nate. What the hell is this? Nate spat. Hart stiffened, then pointed a wagging finger at Nate. I will not tolerate blasphemy, Carver. You're English, I'm told, and that is a country of atheists, but this is the United States, and here we show respect to our Lord. Do you have my daughter? The pastor's face tightened, and Nate noticed for the first time the people standing in the shadows of the kitchen. They were dressed in military uniforms and wore masks over their faces. Do you know where we are, Carver? Nate sighed. Well, it looks like a caravan. Yes, you will have noticed the trailer park beside our camp. And you will stay here until I'm satisfied with your answers. Don't worry, though. I'm not a cruel man, I will leave you the means to keep the demons away. You will have a single candle. It should keep you alive, but I doubt you'll get much sleep, I'm afraid. Jesus Christ, I just want to know if you have my daughter. Gideon leaned forward in his armchair, jabbing a finger to within inches of Nate's chin. Strike 2, Carver. One more, and I will take the candle with me. Nate slumped back, defeated. What do you want to know? Chapter 3:3. Thank you, Mr. Carver, you have been most helpful. And you have earned your candle, Gideon said. The pastor got up and nodded to one of the guards. Reverse his cuffs. Nate held his hands up. Should he make a break for it? He looked across to the figure standing beside the door, holding an assault rifle. No. He meekly watched as the cuffs were clicked in place, then lowered his arms. So, are you going to leave me any meds? I said you've earned your candle. It will keep the demons away from you. But I didn't say I'd give you the gift of sleep. That is reserved for the faithful. No, you will stay here in the midst of the armies of hell, and you will contemplate your immortal soul. I will return in the morning. With that, Gideon brushed the dust from his pants and strode from the room without a second glance. The guards followed, the last of them shutting the door and turning the key in the lock. Nate looked down at his feet. Between them was a porcelain plate with a pillar candle, the kind kept in a closet in case the power goes out, and next to the candle a box of matches. He got onto his knees and opened the box, finding only 3 matches inside. Then he looked through the window at the darkening sky. How long would the candle last? Gideon must know, surely. Or perhaps he didn't care that much. That was it. In front of his people, he wanted to appear the firm but just leader. If he wanted Nate dead, he could just shoot him, but by supplying a candle, he was giving Nate a chance. Or perhaps merely the appearance of a fighting chance. If this were midsummer, that candle would last fine. But the night lasted at least 10 hours in January, and that candle looked like it would be dead long before that. And if it was dead, then so was he. He wandered into the kitchen and began pulling drawers open, but the place had been very effectively emptied of anything useful. He got down on the floor again and crawled clumsily over to the oven, listening as he turned the temperature control and the igniter clicked. But no whoosh of combustion. Again, too much to ask. In the living room, he found some empty cans that had once had candles in them. Between them, he might have enough wax to last another hour maybe. Not enough. So, he began tearing at the pillows and cushions, emptying their contents into the cans. A few more minutes, perhaps. If he didn't burn down the trailer with him inside. Well, if that happened, at least he would take a few of them with him. Not much of a consolation, to be sure. He gathered his supplies together and set himself up in the corner of the living room, facing outward. His heart hammered as he thought of the room filled with translucent toothed flying monsters. He grimaced as he thought of that smug son of a bitch, who was betting he wouldn't survive the night. Very Christian. But he'd get to morning if it was the last thing he did. Even if just to spite him. He curled up in a ball, arms wrapped around his knees as he gripped the candle, holding it like a lightsaber, using it to fend off the demons. In the darkness beyond the flickering, wavering light, a fluttering horde of ravenous monsters waited for their chance to overwhelm him. As he moved the candle back and forth, the demons massed on the edge of darkness. He forced his eyes open for fear that otherwise they'd creep up on him and he'd be lost. He'd be lost. From nowhere he heard a voice singing, then realized it was his. His voice, his song. A song written in a lost time when having a hit was everything. Now, everything was surviving until daylight. Stay with me, stay with me. You are the woman of my dreams. Stay with me, lie with me. On the floor, trying to remember. All our yesterdays. Stay with me, be with me. It had been written as a ballad, but now he yelled it like an anthem. Thousands of lighters held raised in the air as voices joined with his, chasing away the darkness. A yell of defiance and terror and rage. He would survive. And then the song ended and the fluttering returned. And despair came with it. Help me, he said into the darkness. But there was no one to come to his aid. There was only him and the demons. Then he repeated the words as if they were a canticle, over and over again. As he did it, as the scuttering horde flew around him, brushing the skin of his face, his voice grew louder again, and he sang. Be with me. Stay with me. Lie with me. But the candle wouldn't last. Moving it back and forth was making it burn all the brighter and quicker. Even with the jars, he couldn't possibly make the light last. It was hopeless. And yet he sang. Be with me. And he held the candle in front of him like a sword. He should set the place alight. Go down fighting. Take 1,000 of these demons with him. He sang over and over again as he gathered up the spent candle jars. They would do it. The place would go up like a bonfire. And if there was any propane left in the trialer's tanks, he'd go out with a bang. He lit the first jar and the living room blossomed, momentarily revealing the squid before they retreated to the darkness beyond the light. He put that one down and lit another, laying that at his feet. They wouldn't last long. He had to get them all lit, then use them to set fire to the trailer. Then at last he'd be able to rest. Stay with me, stay with me. You are the woman of my dreams. He got down on the floor, encumbered by the handcuffs, but all the time holding the candle up to keep them away. It was time at last. Time for it all to end. Come and get me, you bastards. He lowered the candle, putting the flame to the fabric of the sofa. It took almost immediately, fire leaping hungrily up to light the room. Singing his song, he waited. He'd be at peace at last. He had lost. But he'd gone down fighting. Then something smashed through the window, something heavy that shattered the plastic, showering him with shards. A boot. He looked up into a purple-tinged white light, out of which came a hand. Jesus, Nate, did you have to burn the place down? Evelyn. Come on. She'd half climbed in, but now stepped back into the darkness outside, wielding her UV lamp in the same hand she held out to Nate. He followed her, and found she dragged a chair into place below the window. He felt her arms wrapping around him as she held onto the UV light, sweeping around in the darkness, keeping the demons at bay. It felt like a nightmare had morphed into a dream, but they were still out in the open. His mind snapped back into reality, and he said, "This way," pulling her away from the inferno and toward the nearest trailer. "We have to get inside." He kicked at the door, and it swung open. The place had been ransacked long ago, but it was shelter of a kind. Together, they climbed up the steps and inside, pulling the door closed behind them. He opened the door of the little bathroom, and they collapsed onto the floor of the shower cubicle, leaving the glass door open and holding the UV lamp to keep back the hordes. "You came for me," he said. Cheesy, sure, but stating the obvious was sometimes what was needed. "You don't make it easy," she responded, hugging him as her breathing settled. "If you hadn't been singing so loud, I would never have found you. But then I saw the candlelight. I had to hide, you see, when they were searching. No sense in both of us being caught." He kissed her on the cheek. "Thank you." Nate held her tight, looping his handcuffed arms over her head, then looked down at the cold stub of the candle. "Can you get the matches out of my pocket? We might need the candle if the battery runs out." She felt in his pocket, pulling the matchbox out and nodding. "Sure. I've got no idea how long it's going to last. It's been on for a while. Took ages to find you, then I had to find a chair to stand on." They hunkered down and waited for the night to pass, as the squid fluttered through the darkness. Somehow, he fell asleep, his arms around Evelyn as they hid in a plastic shower cubicle. And he dreamed. He dreamed of Sophie. He was within a few hundred yards of her right now, but she had no idea. She thought she'd been abandoned. In dreams, he felt repressed emotions in their raw, painful state. He loved her, that much he knew, though he'd spent barely more than a couple of weeks in her company. She'd been left in his care, and he'd let her get away. Even if her mother would forgive him, even if her mother was alive, he certainly couldn't. He hadn't asked for the responsibility of parenthood, but that didn't lessen it one iota. Chapter 34. Nate awoke at the touch of something cold and slimy. He snorted in the dim, misty morning light as Evelyn came around. Then he saw that she drooled on his neck where they'd been lying together. "Oh, that's disgusting," she said, slipping out from under his arms. "I'm really sorry. Good grief, how low have I become? University professors don't dribble in their sleep. Give me a break." Nate switched off the UV light and got to his feet, then opened the bathroom door. "Do you want to use the toilet? I'll go have a slash outside." "Well, be careful. They'll be back soon, I reckon." "The soldiers?" Nate nodded, then headed outside. It was a foggy, dim day, only an hour after sunrise, as far as he could tell. Once he'd taken care of the most urgent business, he looked around for anything he could use to smash the cuffs open. The best he could find was a hatchet hidden beneath the trailer, along with a plastic net of dried wood contained in a box. When Evelyn joined him, he laid his hands on a wooden chopping block. "You're going to have to hit it hard, okay?" "Sure. I'll try not to miss." He watched as she raised the hatchet one-handed, aimed, and brought it down with surprising force. The chain split on the first strike. He didn't even pay me the respect of using decent quality handcuffs. "Come on, we've got to get out of here." Evelyn headed away from the trailer, and, as they moved into the open, Nate saw the burned wreckage of the trailer he'd been left in. Best plan would be to head back to the car and get out of here while we can. "I'm not going to leave Sophie here," he said, feeling a stab of guilt and fear as he saw her again in his dream memory. "But you can take the car if you want, I owe you that." "You owe me a hell of a lot more than a rusty old Land Rover I can barely drive." But I said that was the best plan, not that it was what we'd actually do. "So what next?" Nate hugged her, then pointed away in the direction of the Bible camp. "We need to find somewhere to watch them from. I need to know if Sophie's there before I risk everything to rescue her. The only advantage we've got is they think I burned to death in that mobile home, so they won't be expecting us. That's if they don't look through the wreckage too closely. Nate shrugged. I'm going to work on that assumption. After all, just hoping for the best always pays off, doesn't it? You're an ass, Nate Carver. That's arse, my dear, he said with a smile, then led her toward the Bible camp. Nate hugged himself as he hunkered down, the chill of the winter wind biting through his jacket and penetrating his very bones. They'd made their way across fields behind the trailer park, keeping as out of sight as possible to any living inhabitants of the mobile homes. Nate suspected that Gideon's private army had cleared it of both people and anything useful, but he wasn't taking that chance. They'd found themselves on the shore of a lake, some way from the highway, where it was pinched to a point and lined with landing places and tied-up boats. The water gently lapped at the bank, the wavelets hidden beneath a thick layer of what looked like pond scum. At the very edge of the lake, where mud met the foamy water, the shoreline was colonized by the same blue-green plants as Chen had shown him in the backyard of Lola's community. Easy to miss, to be sure, but clearly not of this world. Turning away from the water's edge, they hid in the shelter of a boat shed, shivering in the breeze blowing over the water, while they looked toward the blue huts of the Bible camp, which they'd only seen from the road before. Wish I had binoculars, Nate said as he screwed up his eyes trying to make out what he was looking at. There were people moving around. They were mainly civilians, and they looked like teenagers in the main, though they were too far away for him to be sure. We have to get closer, Nate said. Come on. He led Evelyn along the bank toward the camp itself, keeping as low as he could and darting from tree to bush. They must have sentries, surely. He'd gotten the distinct impression that Gideon's security team wasn't exactly a professional unit. Certainly, Captain Perot was a genuine military man, but he wasn't so sure about the others. Did it matter? They had weapons after all, and in these chaotic times, an assault rifle represented power, even if the finger wrapped around the trigger wasn't a trained professional. Lord knows, amateurs with weapons killed enough innocents before the invasion. Why should it change afterwards? But if these were untrained, then that gave Nate and Evelyn a chance to get close without being seen. What happened then? Well, he couldn't see how he was going to get Sophie out of this. He only knew that he had to try. They paused in a stand of trees and Evelyn touched his shoulder, then pointed ahead. Hidden on the other side of the trees was a brick building with a rusting, corrugated roof. The door swung gently in the breeze, revealing a bare, unfurnished room beyond. An unlit gas lamp sat on a floor that was stained with black smudges. Slowly, they slid over to the windowless shack, and Nate peered around the corner toward the blue huts. Now they could see. And if they were careful, they could watch without being detected. Yes, they were young people in the main, with guards and adult civilians mingled among them. He couldn't see the entire camp from here, but he guessed there were a couple of hundred in total, most of them kids. He watched them, trying to work out what he was looking at, what kind of a community this was, and whether Sophie was among them. Then beyond the camp, he saw the grave markers. Dozens and dozens of them arranged in ordered rows like a military cemetery, and the piles of dirt were fresh. What the hell, he said, pointing at the cemetery. It looked to him like there were almost as many graves as living people. What had happened here? Then Evelyn grabbed his shoulder and gestured at movement in the space between the huts. The young people had stopped their seemingly random moving about, and quickly formed into an attentive audience facing something out of sight. The gentle hubbub vanished as if at an unseen signal, and they stood silently waiting. Children of the light, hearken to me. It was Gideon's voice for sure. Nate couldn't quite stop his eyes from rolling. The man loved melodrama. We come to celebrate another day in these latter times. We come to pledge ourselves again to the holy war. We come to honor those who have sacrificed themselves in the battles. Together we will triumph. Together we must hold the line against the demonic forces. Are you with me, my children? He saw arms going up and voices cried out, "We're with you." An icy hand wrapped itself around Nate's heart as he watched, straining to make out any sign of Sophie. Was she here? Was she now a member of this cult? In the weeks before she disappeared, he'd got to know an independent, neurodivergent young woman in the mold of her mother, but he knew the power of group suggestion was practically limitless. Even now, our enemies renew their attacks. We know how to defeat them during the hours of darkness, so they deploy more demonic legions, poisoning our sacred lake, turning the very air against us. But we will defeat them. We will regroup, find a new place of safety, and renew our war until they're driven back to the depths of hell." A cheer went up, a guttural, animalistic sound that chilled Nate's soul. "Now we honor our brave soldiers. Step forward, today's heroes." Then Captain Perot appeared, leading two uniformed figures toward where Gideon stood, out of sight. "Where are you going?" Evelyn hissed as Nate moved to the right, keeping low. Nate made a shushing gesture, indicating that he wanted her to stay put. But he needed a better vantage point. He had to see all that was going on. Why? He couldn't say, but it was a compulsion he couldn't resist. Now he could see. Gideon stood on a low platform, hands crossed at his waist, as he watched the procession with what looked like genuine pride. It reminded Nate of a graduation ceremony. Perot stopped, allowing the two others to pass him. From their size, they looked to Nate as if they were teenagers, but they wore the uniforms of soldiers. Was Gideon creating an army of children to fight the invasion? The pastor opened his arms in greeting, and the two younger figures stepped forward, each accepting his embrace before retreating a little and saluting. Gideon returned the salute, and it looked as though he was preparing to end the assembly. So Nate turned to head back. And he looked straight into the muzzle of a rifle. "Don't move, Infiltrator." Chapter 35. He stumbled through the camp toward the assembly point as angry faces watched. Gideon had brought himself under control, his initial surprise now replaced with extreme pleasure. He looked like the cat who got the cream. Evelyn was being dragged along by another sentry who held a sidearm to her head, but Nate was focused mainly on staying upright as he staggered on, the fingers of a meaty hand pulling him by the collar. "My children, we have guests," Gideon cried in obvious delight. This will surely be a learning moment for all concerned. What was that supposed to mean? But Nate didn't have time for riddles. He scanned the assembly for any sign of Sophie, but couldn't see her. Hope left him then, and he found he no longer cared what happened next. All the struggle was, in the end, for nothing. She wasn't here after all the toil, danger, and hope. He looked at Gideon through dead eyes. Let the sadist cult leader do what he wished, Nate no longer cared. "This man is Nate Carver," Gideon was saying as the audience closed in on the low platform. "He sought to infiltrate our community, and I tested him in the prescribed way. But rather than submit to the test, he destroyed the trailer. The smoke still climbs into the sky yonder, and escaped, no doubt with the help of his hidden accomplice. Did I not tell you, my children, that the cleverness of the devil knows no bounds?" Nate and Evelyn were dragged around to stand beside Gideon, facing the audience. But this is an opportunity to learn. Sometimes I believe you might think that I am too strict, that I might exaggerate the dangers of this new world, but these people represent exactly the kinds of subterfuge that we must guard against. As we prepare to fight back against the great enemy, his agents seek to weaken us. But through vigilance, they have been defeated and will receive just punishment. They will be consumed by their own ravening hordes. They will be abandoned to the darkness. The audience cheered, and the sound of it broke through Nate's despair, and he felt panic rising in his chest. "And now, Nate Carver, you will learn the true depths of your folly and delusion." Gideon nodded toward one of the masked soldiers he'd rewarded that morning. The soldier nodded and stepped smartly forward. "You will have the honor," he said, handing over the pistol and gesturing to where Nate and Evelyn stood, devoid of any hope. Then Gideon stepped forward and in one fluid movement pulled the mask away. Nate's jaw dropped. Sophie. It was Sophie. Her hair had been cut short and she'd lost weight. But it was his daughter. And he saw no emotion in her cold eyes as she pointed the gun at him. Sophie. Thank God. For all his terror, for all his confusion and disappointment at the coldness of their meeting when he'd daydreamed so often about a tearful reunion, for all that, she was alive. And wasn't that why he'd gone after her? "You may speak," Gideon said to her. Sophie nodded an acknowledgement. "I am 155. What?" he said, feeling cold air drying his open mouth. "I am 155. Gideon smiled. "The person you called Sophie ceased to exist when she arrived at this camp. 155 is a soldier in the battle of our world. And you, Nate Carver, are at best collateral damage." Nate grunted as he was flung to the floor, emerging in a cloud of dust as the rough hands who dragged him here were withdrawn. Here. It was the wood shack in the shade of which he'd watched the assembly, thinking he was unobserved. Plainly, Evelyn had been apprehended first while Gideon was speaking, followed by Nate, who'd been so enthralled by the ceremony, he'd paid no attention at all to any guards who might be creeping up on him. 2 wooden chairs were brought in, and Nate and Evelyn were pushed onto them. Finally, Pastor Gideon came in, along with Sophie, and he stood with his back to the closed door while Sophie lit the gas lamp and hung it from a hook in the roof. "The Lord certainly works in mysterious ways, does he not?" Gideon said. "You know how I knew you weren't telling the truth about your so-called daughter? You didn't even notice that she was among the guards who took you to the trailer. I mean to say, what kind of a father doesn't even recognize his own daughter, even if they have a mask on?" Nate looked at Sophie, but she didn't return his gaze. She simply remained looking into the shadows above his head. "We only met a few weeks ago," Nate said. "Does it matter?" "It matters that you were trying to deceive me, but you see, I already knew about you. 155 has been completely honest with me, unlike you. She has committed to the Lord's army, and to the total honesty that requires. So you see, she has found her place with me and her comrades." "How does Captain Perot like commanding an army of kids?" Nate spat. He regretted it before the words had even left his mouth. "Good job, Nate. Daughter successfully alienated." But while Gideon's expression didn't change at all, something flickered across Sophie's face before she resumed her fixed military countenance. "Perot is a career officer," Gideon said. "He follows orders and recognizes the need to build a force to fight the enemy. He came to me with a handful of surviving soldiers, and now he has an army, and he is finally taking the war to the demons. But that doesn't concern you, Carver. In fact, nothing concerns you. You are simply the proof that there is nothing in the old world for 155. The pastor turned to Sophie and put his hands on her shoulder. "You see, my dear, don't you? All we have is each other. This man offers nothing in the battle ahead. He meant little enough before he came here, and now you have seen that his heart is treacherous. I made him a fair offer, and instead he tried to escape. Have you ever spent the night with nothing other than a candle to keep them away?" Nate said, jabbing a finger in his direction. "I have suffered," he said. "And I wasn't given the advantage of a weapon to defend myself. The candle wouldn't have lasted the night." Gideon shook his head. "How can you know that?" "Because I know how candles work. The one you gave me wouldn't have lasted more than half the night. I suppose the question is, who does 155 believe? The leader who has proven time and time again that he knows these demons, or the so-called father who abandoned her?" "I didn't abandon her," Nate said, leaping to his feet. "I've been on the road ever since, tracking her down. Sophie," he continued, turning to his daughter, "I never gave up on you. I made a promise to your mother that I'd look after you, and I don't intend to break that." Gideon made a noise that could have been a chuckle. 155 has no need for you or her mother, even assuming she is still alive," he said, turning his emotionless but self-satisfied gaze on Nate. "She has a new family. She knows she can depend on them, and they on her. 155. Her name is Sophie." Nate yelled so loud the roof shook. "She is Sophie Chin, and I'll take her to her mother if it's the last thing I do." For a moment, Gideon seemed lost for words. But then he recovered. "You are a fool. 155 has no parents. Not this 155, he said, pointing at Sophie, or the 155 who came before her, or the 155 who will one day succeed her. She knows this, she accepts this, like all the others in the army. And there is strength and grace in that acceptance. You are an irrelevance, a hangover from the old world, and like the dinosaurs, your time has come." He nodded to one of the guards, who opened the door. Captain Perot swept in, handgun drawn, and 2 other soldiers grabbed Nate and Evelyn, pulling them up off their chairs and dragging them toward the door. "Sophie," Nate said, struggling against the soldier's grip. "Don't give up on your mom. You know she will have found a way to survive. And you know what she would say if she knew you'd fallen in with a cult. Sophie, you're better than this." With one final pull, he was dragged out into the open air, tears running down his cheeks. Then Gideon jabbed a finger at Perot, not bothering to hide his fury now that he didn't have an impressionable audience. "You will take them to their car, and you will execute them. Do you understand me, Captain?" Chapter 36. Nate and Evelyn walked, side by side, in front of Captain Perot and his squad of 2 soldiers. They walked through the camp, past the Smurf huts, and back to the road where Nate had been captured the previous day. Ahead of them walked Pastor Gideon, and it seemed the entire community was there to watch, silently bearing witness to this weird definition of justice. Gideon stepped away and allowed the party through the gate and onto the highway. Nate looked back, searching for any sign of Sophie in the crowd watching, but he couldn't see her. Tears gathered and ran down his face, falling on the ground as he walked along, with nothing to keep him moving except the metal barrel of an assault rifle being pressed into his back. Evelyn's hand gripped his arm before she was pulled away by her guard. "For pity's sake," she hissed, but the guard didn't respond. He simply kept walking, matching Peros' rhythm, boots thumping on asphalt through a silent country. "How far is your car?" Peros said. Nate shrugged, swallowing his grief. "A mile or two, I guess." "And you're really going to shoot us?" Evelyn said, her voice level and calm, as if she were asking for a weather forecast. "I follow orders." "Any orders? However crazy." Peros glanced across at her. "I recognize the pastor as the authority here. He has seen us through the nightmare to this point." Nate gestured away to the right, to where he guessed the cemetery to be. "Not everyone's made it. This is a war. In a war, there are casualties." "There are a hell of a lot of graves over there," Nate said. Peros made a grumbling noise as he walked. At any moment, Nate expected him to halt the discussion, but he began to wonder whether in fact Peros wanted to talk. Who better to unburden yourself to than the walking dead, after all? Mistakes were made, but we are now effective. Nighttime no longer holds terrors for us. Why? How do you keep them away? Meds, fire, or UV? Something else? Peros glanced at Nate, as if working out whether he was talking out of turn. UV? Ultraviolet? Sure, Evelyn said. Did you know? It fries them to a crisp. Look in my pack and you'll find the tube we carry with us. Gesturing to the guard beside Evelyn, he took the pack from her shoulder and opened it, pulling out the tube. How do you power it? We have a battery pack. If we can find one with a solar panel, then we can keep them away, no problem, Nate said. He felt as though he was pulling at a thread, and at some point he'd understand where it was leading. Or perhaps Peros was simply killing time while he walked them to their execution site. Peros slid the tube back inside the pack. We use fire primarily. Gideon says it is ironic that the weapon of the enemy is used against them, and I agree with him. The young people have been trained to tend the fires and patrol them at night, to be sure the demons don't get past them. You asked about the graves. They are, in the main, of those who slept when we didn't yet know how important it is to patrol every shadow. Hold on, are you saying the kids are used to guard the adults at night? So Gideon gets a good night's sleep while Sophie keeps the squid away. Nate saw the uncertainty on Peros' face. The officer kept his gaze set dead ahead. We must have leaders. It is their job to set the strategy for the battle against the demons. Are you serious? A military man like you? The old hierarchy didn't help when the invasion came. Gideon has a vision, and we need that if there is to be any hope. Nate turned to him. But it has to be the right vision, doesn't it? You don't honestly believe the squid are demons from hell, do you? Seriously? You've seen them. How can you doubt it? You know how it seems to me. I don't care. Soon enough your opinions will mean nothing. I think Gideon and the others and you have found a way to keep themselves safe by recruiting kids, bringing them here, brainwashing them, and setting them up as their personal bodyguards. Peros shook his head. With Gideon's leadership, we expelled the demons from the trailer park. With his leadership, we have cleared the blue weed from the banks of the lake. So, you know about the weed then? I said I had crossed the bridge at Davenport. Only a fool would deny what is obviously happening. What's that? Peros shrugged. Our world is being overrun by the underworld. You mean hell shrubbery? Are you serious? Raising his hand, Peros stopped, his squad halting in lockstep. What do you want me to say? Gideon has some strange ideas, he said, glancing at his men one after the other, but he is our best hope for survival. You point to the cemetery, but we would all be there if it wasn't for him. Do not seek to undermine my loyalty, Carver. It will not work. If he can persuade even your daughter to abandon you, how likely do you think it is that I will turn against him? He gestured to the others, then began walking again. Come, let's get this over with, okay? Reluctantly, Nate moved forward, his mind working overtime to see a way out. But assuming there was, what then? Sophie had made it clear that she didn't want anything to do with him. She was an acolyte of this religious fruitcake. And she had to be rescued from him. With all the perils in this new world, the fight to survive was desperate enough even if it were guided by a rational mind. Right now, she was part of an army set up to fight not only the real enemy, but also an imagined one. An army whose purpose was to keep its own generals safe, not to win a war. A knot grew in Nate's gut as he remembered her back at the camp. No hint of recognition, no warmth, no hope. But she was his daughter, and he would fight for her to his last breath. It might not be a long fight, but that hardly mattered. Captain? One of the guards spoke, a young pale-skinned man with a pinched, clean-shaven face. What is it, Novak? The young man approached his commanding officer and said something. Nate saw him point at his wrist and Perot sighed. Very well, but make it quick. What's going on? Nate asked. We eat at noon. I confess that I have little appetite, but Private Novak here is our cook, and he is quite particular about following regulations, Perot said. He turned to Novak, but I don't think we need to concern ourselves with our prisoners. Nate bit his cheek as he ground his teeth. Not even a last meal. He and Evelyn watched as Novak took a flask from his pack and poured a portion of oatmeal into each of his comrades' mess tins. Soon enough they were done, though Perot had eaten little and the squad members rinsed out their cans before putting it back into their packs. Perot waved ahead. Let's get on with this, he said. Form up. Nate swapped a resigned glance with Evelyn, and they listlessly marched alongside their captors as the day grew clear and blue. It's there, Evelyn said in a voice devoid of emotion after they'd been walking for half an hour. She pointed ahead to the Land Rover where it stood beside the creek, just as they'd left it. Or was it? Alien weed had choked the bank of the stream, spreading across the ground until it climbed the driver's side door. Given another day or two, it would cocoon the car. Odd. It was as if it was attracted to the steel of the Land Rover. There was weed all along the bank, but it only reached out along the path here to engulf the beaten-up vehicle. You see what we are fighting? Perot said, gesturing at the vehicle. And you're going to do the enemy's work for it? 4 less arms to hack at the weed? Seriously? Perot didn't look at him. He slowly unclipped his Glock while he looked at the partially consumed car. I wonder if the lamp would work on it. Nate grimaced. How could it? There was UV light and sunlight, and the weed didn't seem much affected by the day, unlike the squid. But why not play along? What did he have to lose? He took the UV light from Perot and the power bank from Evelyn. Activating it, he strode toward the Land Rover, holding the tube at arm's length. As the others watched, he ran it over the weed's surface. Nope, he said. It's not having any effect. He continued, running it across the surface of the car, then round into its shadow. Suddenly, as the lamp ran down the rusted green-blue wing of the car, the weed began to crinkle, pulling back as if it had been sprayed with an instant weed killer. Nate held the lamp steady, and the car's olive-green paintwork began to emerge. Wow. C'est incroyable, Perot said, getting close to the newly exposed metal surface. But I do not understand. If UV works, why does the weed survive in daylight? The demons do not. Evelyn joined him as the other members of the squad gathered around. It's either the strength of the light or its frequency. But it's a weapon against both the weed and the squid. I just hope we're not the only ones to work it out. Turning off the UV light, Nate stepped back and held it out to Perot. You'd better have this. But look, why don't you just let us go? What do you get from killing us now? We're all in this war together. Perot looked at him, shaking his head sadly. I am sorry, I truly am. But those are my orders. And you are a security risk. I do not have the luxury of choosing which orders I obey. These are desperate times. Now please say what you must to each other, and make your peace with your maker. Evelyn began sobbing gently, and Nate grabbed her hand, hugging it close to him. He couldn't think of anything to say to her, so they simply embraced. After all the struggle, it had come to this, the final defeat. Look after Sophie, he said to Perot. Please. The captain nodded and drew his weapon. Chapter 37. Captain. What is it, Novak? Perot snapped, looking toward where the young man stood even as the captain kept the handgun trained on Nate's heart. I'm sorry, sir. I feel kinda crap. Perot looked suddenly uncertain. He rubbed his tummy. I thought it was just me. Maybe doing this, he said, gesturing at Nate and Evelyn, was making me sick to my stomach. Beyond Novak, the other guard collapsed wordlessly onto the asphalt. Reeves. Perot said, walking toward the fallen man, but finding it seemed that his legs weren't working properly. What the hell? Novak fell to the ground with a grunt. This was his chance. Nate leaped at Perot, covering the distance between them in 3 steps and grabbing at the captain's arm, Evelyn running up behind him. But Perot was too quick. Instinctively, he used Nate's momentum to send him over and onto the ground. Then Nate felt a knee in his back, pinning him to the floor. Thank you for making this easy for me, Perot hissed, and the cold metal of the gun's muzzle pushed into the back of Nate's skull. He braced himself for the end. Drop your weapon, Captain. Another muffled voice. After a moment, the pressure from the gun vanished. You. What is this? Now the weight disappeared from Nate's back, and he rolled over. I don't know what is going on here, but I have my orders, you understand? Perot said, looking at a figure pointing an assault rifle at him. That's what the guards at Auschwitz said. It wasn't an excuse for them, and it isn't for you. Nate sat up, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Sophie. She took off her mask and threw it down. It was her, the real Sophie as he remembered her, not 155. Hello, Nate, she said as Evelyn gasped and helped him to his feet. Sophie turned back to Perot. I guess you didn't eat all your lunch, Captain. Or you'd be asleep by now. You did this? Nate said, mouth wide open, looking from her to Perot. Sophie nodded. I had a little help. Now take the captain's weapon, will you? And we'll need to find something to tie him up with. I mean, this rust bucket works, does it? She gestured at the Land Rover. Of course. Oh, thank God. It was all an act. Is that it? You'd better shoot me, Perot said. The pastor will not let you get away. Sophie nodded. Maybe you're right, but that'll bring people running. I guess there's enough water in that creek to drown you. That won't be necessary, Evelyn said. Who are you? You won't remember, but you broke into my apartment back in Evanston and left me for dead. I figure you owe me. We'll tie him up and he can stay here until his men wake up. I knew you were putting it on, Nate said to Sophie. I knew you wouldn't let Gideon kill me. It was a lie. He'd been totally convinced that was exactly what was going to happen. But it was a lie he wanted to believe desperately. I'm sorry, Nate, but this isn't about you. I'll explain later. Now we've got to get moving. Go get their weapons, she said, gesturing at the unconscious guards. A chill settled on Nate's heart as she spoke, but he and Evelyn hurried to gather up the discarded weapons and pile them in the back of the car. Nate returned with a length of rope he'd found in the trunk. He used it to tie Perot's hands together, having taken and pocketed his Glock. Evelyn gathered up the squad's packs and threw them in the trunk. Sophie relaxed a little, and while Nate covered Perot, she retreated a little and found her own pack. She used a bandage to tie Perot's ankles together and another as a gag, then left the captain at the bottom of the slight slope next to the creek. Let's get going, Nate said, heading for the car. Sophie walked back up the slope. Help me get Carl in the car. Who? She pointed at the unconscious form of the unit chef. Carl. How'd you think I got the meds into their oatmeal? He your boyfriend? Sophie rolled her eyes. You may be my father, but you don't get to interrogate me. I said he could come with us. If we leave him here, they'll work out it was him who drugged them all, and they'll hang him. Is that what you want? Tell the truth, Nate couldn't care less, but he felt obliged to shake his head. He was still riding a euphoric high after being rescued by Sophie, but this was threatening to be a major bummer. 3 might be a crowd, but 4 was a mob. But he had no choice. He slid both arms under Noak's armpits and dragged him toward the Land Rover. Then they got him onto the back seat. He'll be useful, Nate, I promise. He was a soldier, a real soldier. We're going to need his help. He's the only one of us who's properly weapons trained. Nate propped Novak against his pack and shut the door, then moved round the other side of the car to help Evelyn get everything inside. He turned to Sophie. "We don't need a soldier. Once we get across the bridge at Davenport, I don't reckon on any trouble getting back home." "Home? Evanston? No way, that's not what you promised." "What do you mean?" She wagged a finger in his face. "My home is in LA. I want you to take me to Mom." They made camp in a gas station just outside Muscatine. While Novak slept off the meds and Evelyn demonstrated her uncanny ability to sleep anywhere, Nate sat in front of the campfire, trying to keep his peripheral vision free of flapping tentacles, fins, and teeth, while Sophie gazed seemingly unconcerned at the hosts of hell as they circled the firelight. "Penny for your thoughts," Nate said, keeping his gaze on his daughter's profile. She nodded at the chaos beyond the flickering firelight. "Do you think Mom's alive?" How was he supposed to respond to that? I mean, honestly. Well, perhaps honesty would be a good place to start. "I don't know, Soph. But if anyone could survive the past few weeks, it's your mom. I mean, we survived, didn't we? Why not her?" "Look at them," she said, pointing at the flapping maelstrom. "They know they've won. All they've got to do is catch the survivors one by one." "You're forgetting the weed," Nate said. "And if that made it across from wherever they came from, then what else could cross? Seems to me they're turning our world into theirs." He watched her in the flame-reflected glow, sitting and looking at the squid. Seeing the unseen. Facing the enemy. Slowly, reluctantly, he nudged closer to her, pivoting on his backside so finally he was alongside and looking in the same direction she was. He guessed that LA was 2,000 miles from here, and they had to cross that distance in a damaged Land Rover, keeping themselves safe from enemies both familiar and unseen. While a war of the worlds raged around them, while the night continued to crawl with a deadly terror, they would make their way westward toward a rendezvous with someone who was, logically, almost certainly already dead. But what was the point in logic? He gazed into the madness beyond the firelight. Chaos had already won. But he'd made a promise. One to his daughter, one to her mother. And he would keep those promises. Or die trying.